Chapter 2490. What's so powerful about this heavenly illusion butterfly? Can we join forces to suppress it? Liang Qiu asked nervously while wiping his sweat. Lan Sun sneered. Among the ancient divine spirits, the heavenly illusion butterfly's attack power is the weakest. It can't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast. Really? Liang Qiu was overjoyed when he heard this. If it couldn't even compare to an ordinary 10th order monster beast, then what was there to be afraid of? With so many powerhouses present, any one of them could suppress it. Lan Sun continued, but it is naturally proficient in illusions. When it appears in its complete form, it can turn the universe upside down. Even the great emperors would find it difficult to guard against its illusions, which ancient divine spirit is easy to deal with. Liang Qiu said with a dark face, I think I should run away. This little girl keeps staring at me, making this young master's hair stand on end. Run away. Lan Sun looked at him coldly. Where can you run to? Shao Qi has already identified you at this moment. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die. If I don't run away, am I supposed to wait for death? Liang Qiu said angrily. Lan Sun said, if you don't run away, you will be the only one to die. If you run away, everyone present will suffer first. Everyone's expression changed when they heard this. Xia Sheng exclaimed, Princess Lan Sun, are you serious? Lan Sun said, don't be fooled by the heavenly illusion butterfly's beautiful figure. Among the ancient divine spirits, it is also the kind that kills by nature. Then what should we do now? Hyoji asked. Although he was the son of the great emperors, he really didn't know much about the divine spirit seal. He didn't know why Lan Sun knew about this. Lan Sun was silent for a moment, then said, there may be a way to stabilize the situation. As she said this, she turned her beautiful eyes to Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu frowned. What are you looking at me for? Although her becoming like this has something to do with me, it doesn't matter much, right? Moreover, I don't have the ability to reseal the divine spirit soul. Lan Sun smiled faintly. You don't need to reseal it. Shao Qi just wants you to die. If you die, maybe her emotions will calm down by themselves. You want me to die? Liang Qiu was horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. He stared at Lan Sun and asked, you want me to die? Why do you want me dead? Oh, Lan Sun snorted. This is the only way I can think of. Liang Qiu said angrily, a wasp stinger. A viper's mouth and fangs are not poisonous, but a woman's heart is the most poisonous. Lan Sun's proposal was naturally unacceptable to Yang Kai. It was not easy for him to advance to the Emperor realm in the Shattered Star Sea. So how could he die so easily? Brat, watch your words. Xiao Chen shouted in a deep voice. Her Highness is giving you face by asking you to die. Don't be ungrateful. Liang Qiu sneered. Then if she wants you dead, will you die? Xiao Chen said, Her Highness has always been well-educated and reasonable. She would not make such a request of me. Avoiding the important and dwelling on the trivial, you cowardly rat. What right do you have to tell me what to do? Liang Qiu sneered. Xiao Chen flew into a rage and swung the sword in his hand. Pointing at Liang Qiu, he said, Today, you will die whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Liang Qiu still wanted to say something, but Hyoji suddenly flashed, stood in front of him, and said indifferently, Brother Liang is my friend. Whoever wants his life will have to go through me first. Liang Qiu, who was standing behind him, did not expect that Hyoji would stand up for him at this time. His heart warmed slightly, and he whispered, Thank you, Brother Hyoji, but this matter is more or less related to me. I'd better run quickly. It would be best if I could lead this girl away, but if not, you should be careful. Hyoji said, Although it is somewhat related to you, it is even more related to that brat surnamed Yang. Liang Qiu was startled and said, That's right. This girl became like this entirely because of that brat. While speaking, he shouted angrily at Yang Kai, "Brat, you can't stay out of this!" Yang Kai snorted. "When did I say I was going to stay out of this?" Liang Qiu said, "Since this girl values you so much that she even unsealed her divine soul, why don't you go up and comfort her? Maybe she can recover her consciousness." Liang Qiu was just casually mentioning it, but he did not mean it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he looked at Lan Sun. "Junior sister Lan, will this method work?" Lan Sun frowned slightly. "I don't know, maybe we can give it a try, but we have to do it as soon as possible. This seal is about to be completely unsealed." Yang Kai nodded, and without any hesitation, flew towards Mo Shaoqi. In the void, countless pairs of eyes were looking at Yang Kai nervously. The conversation between the crowd here naturally reached the ears of the Tao Source Realm cultivator. Although most people did not understand what was going on, it seemed to be very serious. Now that Yang Kai took the initiative to approach Mo Shaoqi and seek a solution, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. Yang Kai called out to Mo Shaoqi softly as he approached, but after calling out a few times there was no response, so he immediately knew that Mo Shaoqi should have really lost consciousness at this moment. He could only carefully release his divine sense, hoping to attract the attention of Mo Shaoqi's consciousness. Soon, Yang Kai arrived not far from Mo Shaoqi and stretched out his hand to touch her. In the void, silence reigned as everyone held their breaths. Only the sound of their heartbeats could be heard as pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai's movements, unwilling to miss a single detail. Just as Yang Kai's hand was about to touch Mo Shaoqi's body, Mo Shaoqi's tender body suddenly trembled. The heavenly illusion butterfly flying around her spread its wings, and an invisible force suddenly spread out. Yang Kai instantly froze in place, his eyes losing focus. Oh no! Lan Sun's heart sank. She could tell at a glance that Yang Kai had fallen into an illusion and was unable to extricate himself. Waste! This young master still has to run away. Liang Qiu shouted angrily, a disappointed expression on his face. At this moment, Yang Kai's lifeless eyes suddenly moved. Immediately after, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he quickly retreated 1,000 meters away from Mo Shaoqi. After standing still again, his face was pale and his clothes were soaked in sweat. Amazing! Yang Kai looked at Mo Shaoqi with lingering fear. He clearly did not feel anything before, but the scenery in front of him had suddenly changed. The whole world was left with a huge butterfly fluttering about, completely attracting his attention. He knew that it was the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique, but he could not get rid of it. If it were not for the soul-warming lotus playing a role at the critical moment, allowing him to clear his mind, he would not have had a good end. His spiritual energy was extremely strong, even weaker than the average cultivators of the Emperor Realm, but even he could not resist the heavenly illusion butterfly's illusion technique. No one present could resist it, and it seemed that Mo Shaoqi's seal had not been completely undone yet. If it was completely undone, this place would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. If all the elites of the 4 territories of the star boundary died here, the entire star boundary would not be able to recover its yuan qi for at least 500 years. Junior sister Lan, is there no other way to seal her? Yang Kai immediately asked Lan Sun after taking a breath. Lan Sun looked desperate and slowly shook her head. Let's run quickly. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and honor are in the hands of the heavens. Liang Qiu said with a black face. Among everyone, he was the one who wanted to escape the most. After all, Mo Shaoqi had been staring at him since the beginning. The others did not have any good ideas, so when they heard this, their expressions became solemn as they secretly circulated their source qi, preparing to flee at any time. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. If you don't mind, How about letting this old master try? As soon as the statement came out, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. After seeing who the speaker was, everyone could not help showing a strange expression, because this person was actually the old swindler. Among everyone present, except for Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi, who had dealt with this old swindler a few times, this was the first time the others had seen him. However, at this moment, he looked like a transcendent being, so he had nothing to do with being a swindler. If he had stood up and said this with his previous appearance, he would have been immediately blown to pieces. You, Lan Sun looked at the old swindler, a trace of doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. She faintly felt that she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but when she thought about it carefully, her mind went blank. Hyoji's expression also turned solemn for an instant. Although he had a different feeling from Lan Sun, this old man gave him an extremely uneasy feeling. When he swept out with his divine sense, he was shocked to find that the old man was empty. In other words, with his cultivation in the Emperor realm, he could not detect the existence of this old man. This was even more shocking to him than Yang Kai taking Liang Qiu's blow with his physical body. Where did you pop out from, old man? Why didn't I see you before? Liang Qiu's eyes were bigger than eggs. If the old swindler had not taken the initiative to speak, Liang Qiu would not have noticed him. Hee, this old master has been here all this time. With my insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid that young master wouldn't notice me. The old swindler smiled slightly. Strange, strange. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. There were really strange things every year, but this year there were especially many strange things. As the old swindler spoke, he walked towards Mo Shaoqi step by step. Having learned his lesson from Yang Kai's mistake, his fearless expression was quite admirable. Yang Kai, however, asked with a sullen face, "Old sir, aren't you selling spirit pills and spirit medicines? How do you know about the divine spirit seal?" Unlike others, Yang Kai had a little understanding of this old swindler, so he was very worried about him. This old man's ability to swindle people was top-notch. Who knew what he was up to now? It didn't matter if he died or not. But if he implicated Mo Shaoqi or even worsened her condition, it would be troublesome. The old man smiled slightly and said, "I've lived for a long time, so I've learned a little bit of everything. This old master has long sold out of spirit pills and spirit medicines, so naturally I have to change my profession." Yang Kai asked with a dark face, "Now you've changed your profession to studying seals. You know him?" Lan Sun glanced at Yang Kai in amazement. Chapter 2491. Yang Kai quickly said, "I've seen him a few times. He was active in Maplewood City before, and when your Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened last time, he was selling a kind of ancestral 9 revolutions life restoring pill that can bring the dead back to life. He even tricked Shaoqi into giving him some source crystals." Really? Everyone was shocked at that time. Lan Sun's expression turned ugly. "Isn't he a swindler?" What 9 revolutions, soul, return pill? Lan Sun had never heard of it at all, let alone talk about bringing the dead back to life. Spirit medicines with this kind of effect had always been treasures of heaven and earth. She would rather hide them away, so how could she sell them to others? Originally, when this old man stood up confidently, Lan Sun thought that he had encountered some kind of extraordinary person, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, her heart sank to the bottom. Judging from this old man's previous performance, he obviously didn't have any real ability. At this moment, he was clearly just spouting nonsense. What would happen if he was allowed to get close to Mo Shaoqi? Liang Qiu shouted angrily, "Old dog, get out of this young master's way." In any case, he had a little bit of responsibility for Mo Shaoqi's current situation. Although the responsibility wasn't great, if something really happened to Mo Shaoqi, Martial Beast might not listen to his explanation. So, when he saw that the old swindler was not far away from Mo Shaoqi, he hurriedly thrust his spear, trying to force the old swindler back, lest he act recklessly and worsen Mo Shao-Chi's situation. Mo Shao-Chi was only unsealing her seal now, so there was no harm to her. But if someone tried to do something to her, she might die. This was a risk. How could Liang Qiu dare to take this risk? With a thrust of his spear, an amazing burst of power erupted, seemingly able to penetrate the void and ignore the barriers of space, instantly arriving in front of the old swindler. However, although Liang Qiu's spear was amazing, it did not contain the slightest murderous intent. He had no intention of killing the old swindler. He just wanted to force him back. But in the face of a blow from the Emperor realm, this old swindler was actually calm, as if he didn't notice the approaching danger at all. His pair of slightly narrowed eyes shone brightly as he stared straight at Mo Shao-Chi. When the spear intent arrived, he waved his hand gently. His expression was relaxed and his movements casual, as if he was just casually swatting a mosquito. A shocking scene appeared. With a wave of the old swindler's hand, the astonishing spear light was instantly annihilated, and the powerful fluctuations of power caused by the spear style were also instantly smoothed out. It was as if Liang Qiu had not just attacked an old man from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, but a Third Order Emperor Realm Master. The old swindler's every move was filled with the demeanor of a master. It was unfathomable. The clear visual conflict stunned everyone, and they all stared at him with wide eyes. They were shocked beyond words. Liang Qiu could not believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he rubbed his eyelids hard, trying to see more clearly. But on the other side, the old man stood there unscathed. Even his clothes were not wrinkled. "What the hell?" Liang Qiu exclaimed. While he was shocked, he also felt a huge blow to his heart. Inexplicably, he felt disheartened. Previously, he had wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson by relying on his cultivation in the Emperor realm. In the end, Yang Kai resolved his attack with a single punch. Now he wanted to force the old man to retreat, but the old man casually dispersed the spearlight. If it had not happened to him, Liang Qiu would never have believed that such a thing could happen in this world. Nowadays, a Dao Source Realm cultivator is so arrogant. He can easily resolve an attack from the Emperor Realm. If that's the case, then what's the point of everyone trying so hard to break through to the Emperor Realm? Why not just stay in the Dao Source Realm for the rest of their lives? Or is this the Emperor Realm fake? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Liang Qiu's mind. He no longer had the joy and enthusiasm of breaking through to the Emperor Realm. Instead, his face was ashen. Yang Kai was also shocked. Although he had blocked Liang Qiu's attack earlier, he still could not deny Liang Qiu's strength. If it was a life or death battle, even if he could win, it would not be too easy. After all, Liang Qiu also had extraordinary aptitude. He was the chief disciple of the Western Territories' 100 Barbarian Mountain, a 1-in-a-million genius. He more or less knew the power of that spear attack. Although it would not be too difficult for him to resolve it, he definitely could not do it as easily as the old swindler did. What's going on with this old man? Could it be that some master was hiding his cultivation? But on second thought, it was unlikely because when the Star Soul Palace's 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, only a cultivator at the Origin King realm could enter. Since this old man could enter, it meant that he was indeed at the Origin King realm at that time. Over the years, he was able to break through to the Third Order Dao Source realm, which was already fast enough. It was basically impossible for him to hide his cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not understand how he resolved Liang Qiu's attack. Not only did Yang Kai not understand, but everyone present did as well. The shocking scene made everyone unable to calm down. But after this, no one dared to underestimate this old swindler anymore. Even if he was really a swindler, being able to resolve the Emperor Realm's attack with a wave of his hand showed that he was a capable swindler. Young man, don't be so impulsive. This old master is old and weak, and his energy is not as vigorous as yours. He can't afford to be tormented. the old man said lightly after resolving Liang Qiu's attack. Liang Qiu's face darkened when he heard this. He felt that this old man was mocking his incompetence. "Senior." Lan Sun looked at the old man and shouted in a trembling voice, "Do you really have a way to solve little sister Shao Qi's problem?" After seeing the old swindler's amazing means, Lan Sun regained some confidence in him. In this world, there were always some strange people who hid in the wilderness and hid in the city. Usually they did not look special, but when it came to critical moments, they would bloom with amazing brilliance. Perhaps the old swindler that Yang Kai spoke of was such a strange person. In her excitement, Lan Sun changed the way she addressed him. Although they were both from the third order Tao source realm, she still called him senior. Unexpectedly, the old man accepted it with a clear conscience, smiled slightly, and said, "I can give it a try." Lan Sun's beautiful eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Does Senior know the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal? I heard from my father, Master, that the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was the Beast Martial Master's method of sealing the heavenly illusion butterfly. It is extremely mysterious and complex. In this world, only the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal can seal the divine spirit soul." The old man shook his head and said, "The Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal is a secret of the beast martial arts. This old master has no chance to see it." Lan Sun's expression darkened. "Then what should we do?" She thought that this senior knew the method of sealing, but now that she heard him say this, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent had told her personally that there was no other way to seal the divine spirit's soul except for the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal. Since this senior did not know the mysterious seal, how could he seal it? Thinking about it, the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal was an original creation of the martial beast. Even when her father, the master, asked him for advice, he did not want to reveal the slightest bit. This beast martial beast is very stingy. The words of the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent echoed in Lan Sun's ears. This beast martial beast, although his strength is good, is naturally stingy. He is even reluctant to share the good wine at home with his friends. So how could he be willing to share the Burning Moon Rainbow Flower Seal with others? The old man muttered a few times with an unhappy expression. Although his voice was soft, it was clearly heard by the people of the Emperor realm nearby. With a crash, everyone fainted. The martial beast was one of the 10 great emperors. His cultivation was sky-high and his identity was transcendent. For the entire Star Boundary's cultivator, he was a godlike existence. When his name was mentioned, no matter who it was, they would feel a sense of reverence and worship. He was almost a symbol of the Star Boundary's supreme force. Yet in this old man's mouth he had become a guy. This was too disrespectful to the great emperors. Lan Sun, on the other hand, had a strange expression, because these words were exactly the same as what her father had said. The old man seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit too shocking and quickly changed the subject. This old master does not have the ability to reseal the divine spirit soul. Yang Kai heard this, and his face sank as he angrily said, "If you don't have the ability, why are you acting so confident? Aren't you just deceiving this young master's feelings?" The old man grinned and said, "Although this old master doesn't have the ability, someone else does." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned and suddenly glanced around before his eyes finally fixed on Hyoji. If there was anyone here who could reseal the divine spirit soul, it would be the children of the 2 great emperors who shared the same status as Mo Shaoqi. Lan Sun definitely couldn't do it, but Hyoji didn't know if he had the ability. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, Hyoji said lightly, "I can kill people, but saving people is not my strength. Do you want to try?" Yang Kai glared at him before turning to the old man and saying, "Don't be so fussy. Hurry up and find that person to help." The old man chuckled and said, "Young people are always impatient. Don't worry, it will take some time for this seal to be completely undone. After all, this is the first time it has been undone. So the divine spirit soul will need to fuse with this little girl for a while before it can move freely. Seeing Yang Kai's expression becoming more and more ugly, the old man finally stopped chattering and raised his head, looking at a certain person with a solemn expression and beckoning. "You there, little girl, come and help this old master." Following the direction he pointed, everyone turned their heads and saw a young girl standing there with a pale face, her source chi fluctuating erratically. No one knew what was wrong with her. "Zhang Ruoxi." Yang Kai turned his head in amazement, his expression extremely strange. He didn't expect that the person the old man was talking about was actually Zhang Ruoxi. Having said that, since Mo Xiao Qi's mutation, Zhang Ruoxi's situation also seemed to be a little abnormal. But because the divine spirit soul seal was too important, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully investigate Zhang Ruoxi's situation, only secretly telling Lu Yan to take good care of her and to tell him at any time if there was anything wrong. At this moment, the old man was clearly beckoning to Zhang Ruoxi, asking her to come over and help. What does this old man mean? Yang Kai was completely confused. Chapter 2492. Zhang Ruoxi was stunned for a while before she realized that the old swindler was calling her. Under everyone's gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little timid. Her face became paler and paler, and the fluctuations of power in her delicate body became more and more fierce as time passed. She turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with an inquiring gaze. Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, "Old man, you're not joking, are you?" The old swindler said solemnly, "How could this old master joke about such a thing?" "Then tell me clearly, how can Ruoxi help you seal the divine spirit soul?" It wasn't just Yang Kai who had this question. Everyone had the same question. After all, Zhang Ruoxi looked unremarkable, and her cultivation was only at the third order Tao source realm. With so many Emperor realm masters present, the old swindler wouldn't ask her for help. Unexpectedly, the old swindler shook his head. I can't say. If you believe this old master, let her come over. If you don't, this old master can't do anything." Yang Kai snapped. "How can I believe you if you don't explain?" The old man spread his hands and said, "Then there's nothing you can do. When her seal is completely undone, she may have to kill in this shattered star sea for a while before the divine spirit's soul falls asleep again. At that time, you'll have to pray for yourselves." Yang Kai's expression turned ugly. This old man was deliberately mystifying, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was really annoying. At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said, "Sir, if you can help little sister Xiao Qi calm down, I'm willing to try. But your current situation—" Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Ruoxi, but she seemed very uneasy. The aura in her body had also become strange. Although her situation wasn't as serious as Mo Xiaoqi's, it wasn't optimistic either. "I'm fine." Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and said, "Sir, let me go." The old swindler urged, "If you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to save her once the seal is completely undone. And I might as well reveal something to you. The situation of the two girls is ultimately due to a chain reaction. Once the seal problem is solved, the other's problem will also be solved." Yang Kai listened with a confused expression, but seeing the old liar's sincere expression, he couldn't help but believe him a bit. So he asked in a deep voice, "What harm will your method cause to Ruoxi?" "It's not life-threatening. This old man only needs a drop of her blood essence." Blood essence? Yang Kai's expression froze, and he increasingly felt that the old liar was not talking nonsense. This was because Zhang Ruoxi had a strange bloodline power in her body. Yang Kai had never figured out what that bloodline power was. Now that the old swindler said that he wanted to take a drop of Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence, it was obvious that he knew that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was extraordinary. Her bloodline might have some strange effect that could help him seal the divine spirit soul. How could he see that? All right, I agree. Yang Kai responded in a deep voice and flew over with Zhang Ruoxi. A short while later, the two of them arrived before the old swindler. The old man smiled at Zhang Ruoxi and said gently, "Little girl, relax, I won't hurt you." Zhang Ruoxi nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and prepared herself. The old man suddenly glanced at Zhang Ruoxi again and said in surprise, "Your clothes aren't bad. Where did you get them?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai was shocked, because Zhang Ruoxi was wearing a defensive emperor artifact, the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. This defensive emperor artifact was extremely valuable, and its defense was amazing. Zhang Ruoxi had been wearing it since she got it. When the old man said that her clothes were good, he was definitely not talking about her outer clothes, but the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe hidden inside. What is this old man doing? How can he see through this? Yang Kai couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhang Ruoxi didn't have any vigilance and just said lightly, "A friend gave it to me." "A friend?" The old man's mouth twitched obviously, and he chuckled. "If you see your friend next time, help this old man say hello to him. Tell him that this old man misses him very much." Zhang Ruoxi was surprised. "Senior knows him?" "I haven't seen him in a long time," the old man replied kindly. While the two of them were chatting, Kai Yang's heart was in a perilous situation. His eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He suddenly realized that this old man was definitely not as mysterious as he looked on the surface. Instead, he was somewhat unfathomable, because Zhang Ruoxi's Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe was obtained from the Four Seasons realm, and according to her, the one who gave her this emperor artifact was the ancient divine spirit Cheongqi. Cheongqi seemed to be the mount of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Emperors. After the Flowing Time Great Emperor fell, Cheongqi had been sleeping in the Four Seasons realm until the appearance of the Flowing Time Temple. After that, Cheongqi also left the Four Seasons realm, and no one knew where he went. Cheongqi was an ancient divine spirit, and killing was his second nature. When he came out of the Four Seasons realm, he scared Gao Shueting and the others who were guarding the exit. Fortunately, Cheongqi had no intention of hurting people, otherwise Gao Shueting and the others would have died. But now this old man actually said that he knew Cheongqi. Who the hell is this old man? Yang Kai already felt that this old man was strange, but now he was even more confused. Why is such a strange person only at the Third Order Dao Source Realm? How should I address Senior? Zhang Ruoxi and the old man seemed to get along well, and her uneasy and nervous mood gradually relaxed. Yang Kai also quickly perked up his ears and listened attentively. The old man opened his mouth and spat out a few words. Yang Kai was at a loss because he didn't hear what the old man said at all. Zhang Ruoxi nodded and said, "Junior will remember. If I meet him again, I will tell him. It's just that I don't know where he went. I don't know where he went after he gave me these clothes last time." While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed slightly and almost fell down. Fortunately, Kai Yang's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast enough to support her. "Okay, the blood essence has been taken. You can rest for a while," the old man said with a smile. Only now did Yang Kai notice that there was a drop of blood floating above the old man's finger. That drop of blood seemed to be alive as it danced on the old man's fingertip, appearing extremely unstable. Furthermore, there was an extremely strange aura coming from that drop of blood. Yang Kai didn't know when the old man took the blood essence. The reason why Zhang Ruoxi suddenly swayed was obviously because she had injured her Yuan Qi. However, a drop of blood essence was not a big deal, and she would recover after a few days of rest. After taking the blood essence, the old man's expression suddenly became extremely serious. The source qi in his body surged and wrapped around the blood essence. He then pointed his finger at Mo Shao Qi's forehead as fast as lightning. Asterisk Qi asterisk the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul essence suddenly became extremely uneasy, as if it had encountered its natural enemy. It kept flapping its wings and emitting waves of illusion. Yang Kai had suffered a big loss before, so he naturally knew how powerful this illusion was. Just as he was about to hurriedly retreat, he found that the illusion was completely blocked by Zhang Ruoxi's blood essence. It didn't even cause the slightest ripple. Without encountering any resistance, the old man tapped the blood essence on Mo Shaoqi's forehead. The blood essence burst out at once, forming a red mark on Mo Shaoqi's forehead before it entered her body. With the disappearance of the blood essence, Mo Shaoqi's aura quickly stabilized. The heavenly illusion butterfly was also gradually sucked into Mo Shaoqi's body by an inexplicable suction, turning back into a brand butterfly on her cheek. With a soft groan, Mo Shaoqi collapsed softly with her eyes closed. Yang Kai stretched out his other hand and hurriedly supported her. Looking closely, he saw that Mo Shaoqi's breathing was stable. She should have just fallen asleep and wasn't seriously injured. A shocking crisis that came inexplicably and was solved inexplicably left everyone in a state of panic for a while. After it was resolved, everyone found that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. "Sir, I'm so sleepy," Zhang Ruoxi suddenly said before following in Mo Shaoqi's footsteps and fainted. "Boy, not bad at all. You have two beauties in your arms. You really make this old master envious." The old man looked at Yang Kai with a smile and teased. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said, "Old sir, is it really okay for you to be so disrespectful?" The old man said, "This old master was also young once. It's not a big deal." While speaking, he winked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said in a serious tone, "Old sir, I won't beat around the bush in front of you. In the past, I misunderstood you and thought you were a swindler. But now I know that old sir really doesn't show his true colors." "Ha!" The old man laughed and said, "This old master's deception is just better than others. Don't mind it." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Old sir, since you can see that Ruoxi's blood essence can suppress the divine spirit soul, you must know what kind of bloodline she has. Can you tell me?" As soon as this was said, the old man's expression suddenly became serious. After a moment of silence, he said, "I can't tell you this. Wait until she becomes stronger in the future. Then she will figure it out herself. But this old master has a word of advice." "What?" "Lead her to do good. If she does evil, then the star boundary will be in chaos." The old man said solemnly. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, "Is it that serious?" The old man looked at the sleeping Zhang Ruoxi, his seemingly turbid eyes bursting with light, as he said in a deep voice, "If she grows to her limit, the power she can summon will be even more terrifying than the Wukong." "Wukong? Which Wukong?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The old man said one word at a time, "Heaven, devouring, great, emperor." Gudong. Yang Kai couldn't help but gulp and say in horror, "Old sir, you know the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors?" If this old man hadn't mentioned it, Yang Kai wouldn't have known the name of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The heaven-devouring great emperor was just a title, not a taboo name. Wu Mengchuan claimed to be a descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai had guessed that the surname of the heaven-devouring great emperor was Wu, but he never expected to learn the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor from this old man. How did he know? Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "Old sir, who the hell are you?" Chapter 2493. This old man could see that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline was extraordinary and even used his blood essence to seal the divine spirit soul. He also knew Cheongqi and knew the name of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. Yang Kai would never believe that this old man was just an ordinary third-order Tao source realm cultivator. "Well, I can't tell you that either." Yang Kai was furious and shouted, "Then what can you tell me?" The old man thought for a while before reaching out and patting Yang Kai on the shoulder, saying earnestly, "Cultivate well and become an Emperor Realm Master as soon as possible. The future of the star boundary depends on you. Get lost." The old man wasn't annoyed in the slightest and just glanced at him with a smile, then turned around with a solemn expression and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, if you can listen to this old man, please leave this place quickly. This place is very dangerous, and if you continue to stay here, your lives will be in danger." Liang Qiu smiled and said, "You're really interesting, old man. We naturally know whether it's dangerous or not. There's no need for you to remind us." Earlier, the power of his spear attack was easily neutralized by the old man, so he knew that although this old man was only a third-order Tao Source Realm cultivator, his strength was unfathomable, so he did not dare to underestimate him. If it were any other Tao Source Realm cultivator speaking like this, he would have already shot him. "You seem to be very knowledgeable. Why don't you tell us which great emperors left this skeleton behind?" Liang Qiu changed the topic and mentioned the skeleton hidden in the black hole. Previously, because of the sudden release of Mo Shao-Chi's divine soul seal, everyone's attention was drawn to it and no one was in the mood to pay attention to the skeleton and space ring of the great emperors. But now that the crisis of the divine soul seal had been lifted, everyone's attention naturally shifted to the space ring again. Liang Qiu's question undoubtedly hit the nail on the head. Everyone looked at the old man curiously, expecting him to give an explanation. The old man's expression was solemn as he said, "No matter which great emperor left it behind, it's no longer important now. Back then, during the War of Emperors, the situation was tragic and the sun and moon were dim. Apart from a few things that were left behind, the rest of the secret treasures were all destroyed. There can't be anything good in that space ring, so please don't worry about it." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Liang Qiu coldly snorted. "I believe you." Lan Sun suddenly. Yang Kai stood up and shouted. Liang Qiu glanced at her and curled his lips. Lan Sun was the daughter of the Bright Moon Great Emperor. At this time, she stood up to support the old man, so he could not sing a different tune. Lan Sun asked, "Senior, what kind of dangers are there? If it's convenient, can you tell us?" The old man frowned and said, "Your life is in danger. Miss Lan, it's important to take your people and leave this place quickly." Lan Sun Master Lan nodded and nodded. "Since Senior Junior is Senior, Junior will leave first. Take care of yourself, Senior." While speaking, she looked at Yang Kai and saw that he was indifferent, so she didn't try to persuade him. Instead, she just looked at the cultivators who were watching in the distance and shouted, "Senior brothers and senior sisters from the Southern Territory, if you believe in this Lan Sun, then I, Lan Sun, will help you. Then leave this place quickly." After saying that, she immediately flew off into the distance. Although Shao Qin was a little unwilling, as a qualified flower protector, he naturally would not leave Lan Sun's side and also left. As soon as she left, among the cultivator who were watching in the distance, many elites from the Southern Territory summoned their artifacts and left. It could be seen that Star Soul Palace's appeal in the Southern Territory was still very great. No one else could have such an effect. Thousands of people were reduced by a few hundred. Xia Sheng, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao whispered to each other for a while. They seemed to feel that the old man was not deliberately mystifying them, so they secretly sent a message to Yang Kai and quickly left. If it was just Xia Sheng alone, he might not have left. After all, he was also from the Emperor realm. However, Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao were with him at this moment, so he had to consider their safety and did not dare to take their lives lightly. "Hyoji, you go too." The old man turned his head, looked in the direction of Hyoji, and shouted lightly. Hyoji raised his brow and said indifferently, "This young master will go wherever he wants. No one can order me around." As the son of the great emperors, he was naturally extremely proud. Although the old man's performance before was somewhat shocking, It was still too early for him to order him around. Hearing this, the old man sighed and suddenly waved his hand, sending a stream of light towards Hyoji as fast as lightning. Hyoji's expression changed, and he hurriedly pushed his Emperor Qi, at the same time retreating quickly, trying to avoid this attack. But what shocked him the most was that this stream of light was so fast that he couldn't dodge it at all. Even his protective Emperor Qi didn't have the slightest effect on it. The stream of light blasted directly on him. Hyoji could not help but take a few steps back, his face pale. "Old man, how dare you sneak attack someone?" Liang Qiu was angry and shocked. He was angry because this old man was too shameless, attacking without any warning. He was shocked because even Hyoji could not resist his sneak attack. This kind of strength was too terrifying. Qi Gui, Wu Chang, and the others from the Emperor realm also had ugly expressions on their faces. They had broken through to the Emperor realm in this Shattered Star Sea and thought that they would be able to roam the star boundary freely from now on. But before they could even leave the Shattered Star Sea, their morale had been crushed by an old man one after another. If he could sneak attack Hyoji so casually, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak attack them? In the future, when they encountered a Tao Source realm master, they could not underestimate him or they would die without even knowing how. On the other side, Liang Qiu was furious and had already summoned his spear, as if he wanted to fight to the death with the old man. Earlier, Hyoji said that he was his friend, which touched Liang Qiu very much. Now that Hyoji was in trouble, he naturally would not stand by and do nothing. Before he could do anything, Hyoji suddenly stretched out his hand, stopped him and shouted, "I'm fine, don't be impulsive." Liang Qiu turned his head and looked at Hyoji in astonishment. Hyoji, on the other hand, looked down at his palm with a solemn expression. The next moment his body trembled as he looked at the old man in horror and exclaimed, "You are—" The old man raised a finger and made a soft hush sound with his mouth. Hyoji understood and quickly swallowed the rest of his words, cupped his fist solemnly, and said, Hyoji did not know the immensity of heaven and earth before, and spoke without thinking. "Master, please don't lower yourself to this junior's level." As soon as these words came out, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked at him incredulously, shocked to the extreme. Hyoji was the son of the great emperors of serene soul. His aptitude was extraordinary, and now he was in the Emperor realm. It could be said that in the entire star boundary, only a few people could make him bow his head and submit. Even if others were stronger than him, it was impossible for them to make him say such words. But now, when he faced this old man, his demeanor and tone were respectful, and even a little humble. A son of the great emperors was humble in front of an old man from the third order Tao Source realm, calling himself a junior. What was going on? But this way, everyone understood that the old man's previous attack was not a sneak attack, but a message to Hyoji. It was through this message that Hyoji knew his identity and became so respectful. The old man chuckled and said, "I had no choice. Young Master Hyoji, it's fine as long as you don't mind this old man acting recklessly." Hyoji said in a deep voice, "Senior is too serious." The old man nodded and said, "Well, you can take them and leave now." Hyoji said, "This junior will obey Master's order." While speaking, he glanced up and said lightly, "If you don't want to die, come with me." Liang Qiu said unwillingly, "Do you really want to leave? There is still a—" Before he could finish speaking, he found that Hyoji was staring at him with a pair of cold eyes. The coldness in his eyes was bone-chilling and without the slightest emotion, causing Liang Qiu's heart to skip a beat. The corners of his mouth twitched as he said, "Let's go, let's go." Hyoji withdrew his gaze, and his figure flickered as he rushed off into the distance. Although Qi Gui and the others were full of doubts, they had no choice but to follow. If they stayed at this time, they would not be giving face to Hyoji. Qi Gui's Ahan Temple was also in the Eastern Territory, so if they offended Hyoji, they would definitely not have a good time in the future. After a while, almost all the people from the Emperor realm left. Wu Chang thought about it for a long time before finally leaving as well. After all, even the descendants of the two great emperors, Lan Xun and Hyoji, were persuaded to leave by this old man, and judging from Hyoji's reaction, this old man was probably an extraordinary existence. There was no need for people like him to be alarmist. If they stayed, their lives might really be in danger. Not only did the people from the Emperor realm leave, but a large number of the remaining Dao Source realm masters also left. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 1,000 Dao Source realm masters left. These Dao Source realm masters probably did not get many benefits in the Shattered Star Sea, so despite the old man's earnest persuasion, they still could not leave. The skeletons of the great emperors and space rings in the black hole were what attracted them the most. "You're not leaving?" The old man saw Yang Kai still standing in place and could not help but frown. Yang Kai quickly said, "Tell me first, what is the situation with Ruashi's bloodline, and I will leave immediately." The old man said, "You will find out in the future. If you don't tell me, I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked like a rascal. The old man looked him up and down a few times and grinned. "Boy, you're really thick-skinned. How did Wen Zishan accept a disciple like you?" Yang Kai's face changed slightly and said, "How do you know I am from Azure's Sun Temple?" Ever since he arrived here, he had never divulged this piece of information. The old man chuckled and pointed to a certain place on his body. Yang Kai suddenly understood that it was the Azure Sun Golden Token he kept close to him that revealed this secret. Previously, in order to conveniently sense the information of Xiao Baiyi, Murong Xiao Xiao, and the others, he took out the Azure Sun Golden Token from his space ring and kept it close to him. He did not expect that even such a small detail would be noticed by the old man. The old man shook his head and said, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. If this old master meets Wen Zishan someday, he will definitely expel you." Chapter 2494. The old man's tone was louder than the sky, as if Wen Zishan was under his command. Yang Kai snorted, "You speak as if you are the great emperors of the secular world." Temple Master Wen Zishan seemed to have been brought up by the great emperors of the secular world. If there was anyone in this world who could order him around at will, it was undoubtedly the great emperors of the secular world. However, the great emperors of the secular world were people who played around and wandered the world. They came and went without a trace, and no one knew where they were. There had been no news of them in the star boundary for a long time. The old man's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "How do you know this?" Yang Kai said contemptuously, "You're so full of yourself." This old swindler might really be an extraordinary person. He knew so many secrets, knew so many people, and even made Hyoji treat him with respect. He was definitely not an ordinary person. But Yang Kai would never believe that he was one of the great emperors of the secular world. There was no other reason, because this was the Shattered Star Sea. Only a Dao Source realm cultivator could enter the Shattered Star Sea. An Emperor realm could not enter at all. With the amazing cultivation of the great emperors of the secular world, it was impossible for them to come here. If they forcibly broke through the barrier and entered, it would only make the Shattered Star Sea unstable and collapse. The old man smiled slightly and no longer paid attention to Yang Kai. Instead, he turned his head to look at the remaining Dao Source realm cultivator and sighed. "Men die in pursuit of wealth, just as birds die in pursuit of food." The reason why these people still stayed here was obviously to get some benefits, especially now that the Emperor realm cultivators had all left. They had lost many strong competitors, so they were a little excited. They were eager to try. After pondering for a while, the old man said loudly, "You all stayed because you wanted to get that space ring. In that case, this old master will fulfill your wish." When everyone heard this, they looked at him suspiciously, not knowing what this old man meant. At this moment, the old man suddenly walked directly in front of the black hole and made some mysterious seals, causing one of his hands to shine brightly. He reached his hand directly into the black hole. This old man, what is he doing? He's not trying to take out the space ring, is he? He has such ability. Hiss! Look, his hand really reached in. What's going on inside? Wow, the light is so dazzling, I can't see what's going on inside. Everyone stared at the old man's actions with their eyes wide open. Yang Kai was especially shocked, ever since the black space ring. In other words, there was another strange space inside the black hole. But this space was extremely unstable, so even a master of the Tao of space like Yang Kai did not dare to casually intrude. But this old man was actually able to reach his hand into that space. Was he too space? Space was space. Space, then the space. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. After a short while, the old man suddenly let out a low shout and abruptly withdrew his hand. When the light dissipated, there was an ancient space ring in his hand. Everyone was in an uproar, staring at the ring with fiery eyes. Swallowing sounds could be heard one after another. Looking around, there was nothing on the finger of the skeleton in the black hole. He really took out the ring. He can do this. It's amazing. What's in the ring? Old man, hand over the space ring and we'll spare your life. After the old man took out the space ring, the crowd suddenly went into an uproar. While shouting, they silently urged their source Qi, ready to pounce and snatch it at any time. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "Old man, you've gone too far. Let's see how you're going to deal with this." Although he was strong now, facing thousands of Tao Source Realm cultivators, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. If so many people pounced on him, he could only run away. Although the old man was unfathomable, Yang Kai didn't think he could fight thousands alone. The old man smiled slightly and said, "They only have eyes for this ring. Since that's the case, I'll give it to them." Give it to them? Yang Kai was stunned. Before he could react, the old man had already thrown the space ring into the void and shouted, "If you want it, go grab it yourself." Yang Kai didn't know what method the old man used, but the space ring burst into light and flew off into the distance with the force of thunder. "Old man, you're courting death." You threw the ring away. "Just you wait. This young master will deal with you when he gets the space ring." "What are you talking about?" "Hurry up and chase after him. You can save 500 years of cultivation with this space ring." Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk rays of light bloomed as all the cultivators turned into streams of light and chased after the space ring. In the blink of an eye, all the thousands of cultivators had disappeared. The old man looked at the backs of those people and clicked his tongue. If I had known this method would work so well, this old master wouldn't have spent so much effort. With a chagrined look, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. "Boy, aren't you going to chase? That's the space ring of the great emperors. There are countless emperor artifacts and pills inside. If you can get it, breaking through to the emperor realm is just around the corner." His tone was full of bewitchment, obviously trying to get Yang Kai to leave here as well. Yang Kai sneered. "Old sir, you said before that during the Battle of Emperors, except for a few things, everything else was smashed. There's nothing good in that ring, so why should I chase after it?" After a pause, he smiled slyly. "What's more, the space ring is still here, and the one that flew out is just a fake. Why should I chase after it?" The old man stared at Yang Kai. "How did you see through it? This old master's camouflage shouldn't have been seen through by you." Yang Kai nodded. "Old sir's camouflage is indeed superb, but you didn't even put your hand into the black hole, so how could you take out the ring? What's more, the skeleton and the ring seem to be right in front of us, but in fact they're far away from us. How can you reach out and take them? What seems to be right in front of us is just an illusion caused by the superposition of space." The old man was surprised. "You have good eyesight. So you are still here because you want the ring?" Yang Kai said, "I just want to know what Ruashi's bloodline power is like." "I really can't tell you this. You will understand in the future." Yang Kai didn't know why, But when it came to Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power, the old man kept his mouth shut. This old master is going to do something. You should leave this place, quickly. It's really dangerous here. It doesn't matter if you die or not, but the two girls in your arms can't have the slightest accident. Do something. What do you want me to do? Yang Kai was stunned. The old man had already rushed straight towards the black hole with a solemn expression. Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but he actually saw a trace of determination and tragedy in the old man's eyes, even a hint of disregard for life and death. When he arrived in front of the black hole, he quickly formed a seal with his hands and slammed it towards the black hole. A layer of ripples spread out in front of the black hole, as if an invisible door had been opened. The old man directly passed through the door and rushed into the black hole. After the ripples passed, the old man's figure disappeared, and the skeleton also disappeared strangely. Looking around, only the black hole remained in place. A different kind of power fluctuation came from the black hole, one that Yang Kai was somewhat familiar with. Yang Kai's heart stirred, and he quickly took out a jade slip from his space ring. This jade slip was snatched from Wu Mengchuan's hands by the embodiment when he killed him. According to the embodiment, Wu Mengchuan seemed to want to destroy this jade slip before he died, and Yang Kai didn't know what secrets were hidden in it. There was a mysterious barrier on the jade slip, and Yang Kai had tried to crack it before, but to no avail. At this moment, Yang Kai was surprised to find that the power fluctuations coming from the black hole were exactly the same as the aura on the jade slip, as if they had been left behind by the same person. The moment Yang Kai took out the jade slip, it bloomed with light, and then the barrier on the jade slip opened on its own, forming a strange resonance with the power fluctuations coming from the black hole. An extremely powerful suction force suddenly came from the black hole, trying to swallow him. Yang Kai was shocked, and his face changed wildly as he tried to leave this place. But to his horror, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The black hole was like the open maw of a beast at this moment, trying to swallow him in one gulp. After only holding on for a few breaths, Yang Kai was powerless. Just before he was swallowed, he waved his hand and threw the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Mo Shaoqi into the sealed world bead. At the same time, he also took in Lu Yan. After doing this, Yang Kai's vision went dark, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He kept falling, with no light around him and no end under his feet. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt pain all over his body, as if he had stepped on something solid under his feet. With a bang, he found himself falling into an inexplicable world. In this world, there was no sun, moon, or stars, and even the world energy was extremely thin, but the whole world was a strange red color. As far as the eye could see, there was blood flowing on the ground under his feet. This blood was extremely fresh, exuding a strong bloody smell, and was slowly converging in a certain direction. On the ground around him, there were countless broken limbs and corpses. It was a horrifying sight. These are... Yang Kai looked around for a while, and his face changed as he whispered, "The cultivator who died in the Source Sea?" The blood and broken limbs he saw were obviously left behind by the cultivator who had died not long ago, because all the broken limbs and corpses were very fresh and showed no signs of decay. They were all swallowed here. Yang Kai's face turned ugly as he found it hard to believe. Chapter 2495. Previously, in the Source Sea, countless cultivator fought over source strength and countless people died. Those dead cultivators all fell into the Source Sea and disappeared. Unexpectedly, they were all swallowed here in the end. The jade slip no longer existed. When he had been swallowed, Kai Yang had felt the jade slip in his hand suddenly burst apart, turning into a strange energy that lingered around his body, as if it was protecting him. By the time he entered this place, the energy had also disappeared. It seemed that the function of the jade slip was to protect him from entering this place. Without the jade slip, Yang Kai didn't know what would have happened to him if he had been swallowed here. Before Wu Mengchuan died, He desperately destroyed the jade slip. Obviously, he did not want the jade slip to fall into the hands of others and enter this place. What secrets were hidden in this place? Why did the old man enter this place? Yang Kai's expression was uncertain as he looked around but found nothing. He also released his divine sense but couldn't detect the old man's aura. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai shifted his gaze to the blood on the ground and rushed in the direction where the blood was converging. No matter where this place was or what secrets were hidden, the direction in which the blood was flowing was probably the source. This strange world seemed to be very big. Yang Kai walked for more than an hour, but the surrounding scenery did not change at all. If it weren't for his extraordinary perseverance, he would have thought that he was still in the same place. After an hour, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he looked up in a certain direction. He heard some bursting sounds from that direction. Looking around, there were some faint rays of light blooming, and some powerful fluctuations of power were transmitted from that direction. Someone was fighting over there. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, because he only saw the old man enter this place alone. If there were really people fighting over there, then one of them must be the old man, but who was the other person? Judging from the fluctuations of power, the strength of the person fighting seemed to be extremely high. Yang Kai didn't know how strong the old man was, but he was certain that the average cultivator in the Emperor realm was no match for him. How could someone who could fight with him in full swing be an ordinary person? How could there be experts in this godforsaken place? Yang Kai was getting more and more confused. Out of curiosity, he couldn't help but speed up. At the same time, he used the Nihility secret technique to conceal his aura. The closer they got, the more obvious the aftermath of the battle became. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai hid behind a small hill and stuck his head out to look ahead. What he saw caused his expression to change drastically. His mind was filled with shock. The old man was indeed there, standing in the air. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. His back carried a sense of indifference and vicissitudes, a sense of true aloofness and indifference. Not far in front of him, the skeleton that he had seen through the black hole was sitting cross-legged. However, it was different from what he had seen before. There was actually some flesh on the bones of the skeleton. Those pieces of flesh were dark red, absorbing the blood that flowed from all around and constantly wriggling and growing. All the blood in the world seemed to be gathering towards the skeleton. At this moment, there wasn't much flesh on the skeleton, and it seemed that it had just begun to grow. Even the bones were not completely covered, but this made the skeleton look even more terrifying. The skeleton's hand formed a mysterious seal, and an astonishing suction force came from the white bones, constantly swallowing the surrounding blood. Every time this happened, the old man would launch an extremely fierce attack, blocking the flow of blood so that the skeleton could not devour it. The powerful aftermath of the attack slammed into the skeleton, but it remained motionless. This situation continued for an unknown period of time. The old man tirelessly waved his power, evaporating a large amount of the blood that had gathered. However, there was simply too much blood in this world. Even though the old man kept trying to stop it, there was still more blood coming from all directions, wanting to enter the skeleton. Yang Kai suppressed the shock in his heart, his face slightly pale. This was because he actually felt an aura of life from the skeleton. Although it was very weak, like a candle flame that could be extinguished at any time in the wind and rain, it was undoubtedly a life force. In other words, the skeleton was alive. No one knew which great emperors the skeleton belonged to, but according to the various clues obtained by Yang Kai, he guessed that it was the skeleton of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's soul was destroyed in the War of Great Emperors tens of thousands of years ago and could not be more dead, but now it seemed that this rumor was wrong. If this skeleton really belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it meant that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was not dead, but had fallen into some kind of deep sleep. The blood that had gathered here might be the opportunity for him to wake up again. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something that Wu Mengchuan had said when he was fighting a life and death battle with him. He said that how could a person like his ancestor die so easily? It seemed that Wu Mengchuan knew some inside information. After all, he was the descendant of the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor, so it was not too strange for him to know that his ancestor was still alive. He even knew that his ancestor was hiding here, and was waiting for the right time to use the jade slip to enter this place. Unfortunately, he was killed by Yang Kai in the end, and before he died, he wanted to destroy the jade slip. Various thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he was almost certain that the skeleton belonged to the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. If the blood here really gathered here and allowed him to regrow his body, then the heaven-devouring great emperor might be resurrected again. In order to kill him, for great emperors died here. If the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were resurrected, the star boundary would be in danger. Thinking of this, Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, a strange aura suddenly rippled out. At first, it was extremely weak, but as time passed, it gradually became stronger, as if a sleeping dragon was slowly waking up. The old man standing in the void obviously noticed this aura as well, and his expression turned solemn as his hands suddenly moved a lot faster. All kinds of incredible, but incomparably powerful secret techniques bloomed from his hands and blasted towards the skeleton. In an instant, the place where the skeleton was located collapsed, and the void seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked forward, and after a while he coldly snorted. When the dust settled, a thick wall of blood light appeared in front of the skeleton. The wall was full of cracks, and the attack just now seemed to have been blocked by the wall of blood light. It did not hurt the skeleton at all. Translator, Nyaibo Studio Editor. Nyaibo Studio. A sharp gaze suddenly shot out from behind the wall of blood light. It seemed to have come from the ancient era, and it made the world turn cold. You're awake. The old man curled his lips and said with an unhappy expression. The skeleton stared at the old man with a pair of unformed eyes, and there was a bright ghost fire flickering in his eye sockets. After staring at the old man for a long time, he opened his mouth and said in a creepy voice, "Duan Hongchen?" The old man laughed and said wildly, "Yes, it's this old master, Wukong. It's rare that you still remember this old master after sleeping for so many years." The skeleton said in a cold voice, "How can this king forget your cheap face? I'm really unlucky to see you first when I woke up." Duan Hongchen smiled faintly and said, "Are you disappointed? Then who do you want to see? Tell me. This old master can disguise himself as him. You also know that this old master's disguise technique is unparalleled in the world." The skeleton was indifferent, and after a moment of silence he said, "How long has this king been asleep?" Duan Hongchen's expression turned solemn as he said, "Tens of thousands of years, but this old master can't remember exactly how long." The skeleton sighed and said, "It seems that it's really been a long time." The man and the skeleton were chatting like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, and there was no tension at all. Yang Kai, who was hiding on a small hill in the distance, felt a storm in his heart. The old man called the skeleton Wukong, which meant that he was indeed the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor were actually not dead, but had used a mysterious secret technique to sleep in this strange space for tens of thousands of years, waiting for the moment of resurrection. If this news were to spread, the entire star boundary would be in an uproar. But what shocked Yang Kai even more was the old man's name, Duan Hongchen. Yang Kai had never heard of this name, but he had heard of another honorific title, the great emperors of the mortal world. The great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong knew the old man, which meant that the two of them were people of the same era and status. Only the great emperors could match the name Duan Hongqin. Was he really the great emperors of the mortal world? Yang Kai was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. Previously, when the old man said that the next time he saw Wen Zishan, he would ask Temple Master Wen to expel Yang Kai from the sect, Yang Kai had even ridiculed him. Who would have thought that this ridicule would actually come true? It was possible to say that the old man was the great emperors of the mortal world, because it was rumored that the great emperors of the mortal world had always been unrestrained, and the style of the old man that Yang Kai knew was consistent with the rumors. The reason why Hyoji obediently left, and even showed a humble expression, was probably because he knew his identity. But what was the matter with his cultivation? The great emperors of the mortal world were extremely powerful, so how could they only be in the third-order Tao Source realm? Not only was Yang Kai puzzled by this question, but Wukong was also very curious. How did your cultivation drop so much? This old man cut off his own cultivation. Duan Hongqin smiled slightly, not caring at all. Cut off your own cultivation. Wukong's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, "You're actually willing to do this? You can't catch the wolf without risking the child." Wukong seemed to understand something and said, "Did you cut off your own cultivation to come here to find me?" Duan Hongqin nodded and said, "Of course. You may not know, but after you died, the realm barrier here became a little fragile, and the Emperor realm can't enter this place. If you want to enter, you can only do this." Chapter 2496. A Hero Cuts His Wrist. Wukong stared at Duan Hongqin in a daze. Amazing. This king admires you the most among all the emperors back then. You really didn't disappoint this king. Duan Hongqin laughed and said, "Same to you. You are also the one this old master admires the most." Wukong sighed. "It must have been hard for you to maintain your Tao Source realm cultivation for so many years." "You're wrong." Duan Hongqin raised a finger and shook it slowly, saying in a serious tone, "I didn't deliberately maintain my cultivation. I just cut off my own cultivation countless times." "Countless times." Wukong exclaimed in horror, truly shocked. "You can cultivate again every time? You didn't damage your foundation?" Duan Hongqin said lightly, "It's all thanks to you. Although it was indeed dangerous a few times, I managed to survive. I remember one time when I made a mistake and lost all my cultivation. It took this old master 2,000 years to cultivate again. During those 2,000 years, this old master didn't live a good life." As if recalling that incident, Duan Hongqin had a look of lingering fear on his face. Wukong murmured with a dull look in his eyes, "Was it really worth it to do this?" Duan Hongqin's expression turned solemn as he shouted in a low voice, "Yes, as long as I can enter the shattered star sea, find you, and destroy your soul, anything is worth it." Wukong's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, "It seems that you hate this king." Duan Hongqin smiled lightly and said, "This old master doesn't hate you. Everyone has their own aspirations, and people who walk different paths cannot work together. It's just Qing Lian. Yuan Ding, Yan Wu, and Songhai are all dead, so if you don't die it will be a bit outrageous. So you're here to avenge those old friends of yours." Wukong nodded in understanding. Duan Hongqin sighed softly and said, "If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? This old man also feels that this matter is very troublesome. Why don't you obediently stop resisting and let this old man send you to meet those old friends of yours?" Wukong snorted coldly and said, "My soul was almost scattered by you all back then. If he hadn't faked his death to escape at the critical moment, how could he have woken up today? I thought that everything was flawless. How do you know that I'm still alive?" Duan Hongqin said solemnly, "Your methods are indeed impressive. At that time, almost everyone was fooled by you, thinking that you were really dead. But have you forgotten that there is a person who can see through the mysteries of heaven? He saw through the past and saw the future. He was the one who told me that you weren't dead and told me to be more vigilant. Wukong's eyes flashed wildly as he said ferociously, Heaven's revelations! Duan Hongqin nodded and said, That's right. It was heaven's revelations. So every time the shattered star sea opened, this old man would come in to take a look. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and everything has been peaceful. I never thought that this time you would finally be unable to bear the loneliness and prepare to make a comeback. It's not that this king can't bear the loneliness. It's just that the time has come. Wukong snorted coldly, seeing through the mysteries of heaven. This king also has the ability to see the past and the future. What heaven's revelations can see, this king can also see. What heaven's revelations can't see, this king can also see. Since this king has chosen to wake up at this time, naturally I won't repeat the same mistakes. Duan Hongqin said in a deep voice, That depends on how much ability you have in the past. Wukong laughed loudly. Even if it's only 1% of what it was in the past, what can you do to stop me in your current state? 1%. Wukong has also learned to talk big. Your body hasn't taken shape yet, so I'm afraid you can't even use 1% of your strength, right? This old man doesn't need to fight with you. I just need to block the blood flow to stop your resurrection. Duan Hongqin, you really want to be this king's enemy? Wukong shouted angrily. Duan Hongqin said seriously, It's you who is the enemy of the world, the enemy of the common people. If you are reborn, the star boundary will be in chaos. You're just enjoying your time in the mortal world, but you've actually learned to care about the common people. Duan Hongqin, if you dare to stop me, this place will be your burial ground. Since this old man has come in, he has no intention of leaving alive. Duan Hongqin's face was resolute, and he suddenly changed his hand seals and shouted, Break! In an instant, his aura rose to the limit, and there was no sign of it stopping. It still continued to climb *Konglong star. A wave of qi visible to the naked eye erupted from the body of the great emperors of the mortal world, sweeping in all directions and causing the blood to churn. At the same time, Duan Hongqin's cultivation broke through from the third order Dao Source realm directly to the first order Emperor realm. This breakthrough was as simple as piercing through a thin layer of paper. It was unbelievably simple, and there wasn't even a world energy baptism. It happened in the blink of an eye. Good. The higher your cultivation, the more useful it will be to this king when I devour you later. Wukong was not surprised when he saw Duan Hongqin's breakthrough. Instead, he was delighted. He shouted loudly, and a concept of devouring all things spread out, enveloping Duan Hongqin in it. The surrounding blood seemed to be attracted by something and madly gathered towards Wukong's skeleton. The territory of the heaven devouring great emperor. Yang Kai, who was watching from afar, immediately recognized that this was the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor. He had used this move in his previous battle with Wu Mengchuan. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor, everything was devoured, and even the mysterious principles and concepts were not spared. The territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor displayed by Wukong was not something that Wu Mengchuan could hope for. It really had the concept of devouring the heaven-devouring great emperor's land. Just looking at it made one feel insignificant. Duan Hongqin was suddenly wrapped in the territory of the heaven-devouring great emperor, and his aura suddenly weakened. His face changed drastically, and he clasped his hands together and slammed them forward, chanting in a low voice, "Boundless mortal world, 3,000 worries." The huge seal slammed down, and before the attack arrived, it had already set off monstrous waves in the surrounding blood. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he quickly said, Not bad, it's a bit like back then, but it's impossible for you to defeat this king. Heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, devour. As soon as his voice fell, the skeleton seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, not only devouring the surrounding blood, but also Duan Hongqin's secret technique. Wukong laughed loudly, his laughter full of disdain. Duan Hongchen's face remained impassive as he pushed his Emperor Qi to maintain his secret technique to resist this attack. A moment later, Wukong's body shook, and the blood flowing into his skeleton was suddenly cut off. Not only that, the regenerated flesh fell to the ground and turned into a pool of dirty water. He shouted angrily, "Old thing, you cheated!" Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Keep devouring. Why did you stop? Isn't your heaven devouring great emperor's battle technique supposed to be able to devour everything under heaven-devouring great emperor? Why did you stop?" Wukong angrily said, "What kind of concept does this secret technique of yours contain? It can actually hurt this king, secretly. This is unforgivable." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted. "Do you think this old master has severed his cultivation countless times over the past tens of thousands of years just to enter the shattered star, see to find you? Since this old master is known as the mortal world, it is natural for this old master to experience the power of the mortal world. This old master is no longer the old master of the past. The power of the mortal world, the power of heaven and earth?" Wukong's eyes flashed, as if he had comprehended something, and said fiercely, "You actually comprehended a trace of the power of heaven and earth. No wonder you are so confident. Wukong, this time you will definitely die, so don't resist. What a joke! There is no one in this world who can kill this king. This king is the heavens and the earth. Those who resist this king are violating the will of the heavens and earth, and can't be tolerated by all laws." Duan Hongchen shook his head and said, "Wukong, you are confused. Under the heavens and earth, all living things are ants. How dare you compare yourself to the heavens and earth? The heavens will not tolerate you. I am the heaven-devouring great emperor, and the heavens will not tolerate me." Of these two great emperors, one had an incomplete body, and the other had cut off his own cultivation. Neither of them was at their peak, but in this strange world they were fighting to the death and did not hold back at all. When the energy surged, they were even more fierce, and the heavens and earth trembled. Their words sounded ordinary, but they seemed to contain a very deep truth, which triggered the pattern of the heavens. When it reached Yang Kai's ears, it made his mind tremble violently, and the qi in his body was tumbling. This was the Tao. This was the heaven's Tao that countless cultivators were bitterly searching for, but could not touch. The two great emperors were secretly fighting with their own Tao, trying to suppress each other. In such a battle, the one with the firmer heart and deeper understanding of the heavens, Tao, would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Yang Kai was immersed in it all at once. After carefully thinking about it, he only felt that what these two people said was very reasonable. It was like a gem, and it was priceless advice that benefited him a lot. Suddenly, Yang Kai's heart moved, and a look of realization appeared on his face, as if he had understood something. The tumbling qi in his body also reached its peak at this moment. Yang Kai was shocked and suddenly recovered from that kind of enlightenment. With an ugly expression, he whispered, "Oh no!" He did not expect that he would feel the opportunity to break through it this time. It had been almost 3 years since he entered the Shattered Star Sea. Recently, he had seen many new cultivators from the Emperor realm and fought with many of them. Although he was confident that his strength was not inferior to any new cultivator from the Emperor realm, he was still only a Tao Source realm cultivator. Without a high enough realm, one could never be called an emperor. He had been looking for an opportunity to break through, but unfortunately, this kind of thing could not be rushed. When the opportunity came, it would naturally come naturally. If the opportunity did not come, it would be useless to force it. And at this time, this opportunity suddenly fell on Yang Kai. If it were anywhere else, Yang Kai would have been ecstatic. He had long been mentally prepared to break through to the Emperor realm. His source qi also showed signs of transforming into Emperor qi, so it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the Emperor realm. But there were two great emperors not far from here in a life and death battle. So how could he break through with peace of mind? If he was caught in the middle of the battle between these two, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wanted to suppress it, but found that he could not at all. The feeling of breaking through was getting stronger and stronger. If he forcibly suppressed it, his foundation would be destroyed and his cultivation would be lost. Chapter 2497. Now that the arrow was knocked on the string, Yang Kai gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and scattered countless source crystals from his space ring around his body. Immediately, he sat down cross-legged, emptied his mind and body, ignoring all the unstable factors and only comprehending the fluctuations of the heavenly way brought about by the battle between the two great emperors. This kind of promotion was something that no one had ever done before in history. Yang Kai had no choice but to do so, but he soon discovered that this might be an opportunity for him, because the two great emperors' every move and even their words carried a trace of mysterious power that coincided with the truth of the heavenly way. It was as if he was absorbing the two great emperors' perception of the heavenly way, using it as a cornerstone to spy on his own path of martial Tao. The benefits were simply indescribable. Yang Kai soon forgot everything around him and was completely immersed in it. The source crystals around him were shaken violently and turned into dust. Pure and rich world energy escaped from the source crystals and slowly gathered above Yang Kai's head, gradually forming a heavenly vision. Oh, there's a little bug. Although the two great emperors were fighting fiercely and seemed to be distracted at their level of cultivation, their perception was extremely sharp. They noticed the slightest movement on Yang Kai's side. Wukong took a moment to look at Yang Kai, then his eyes flashed with disdain. A trivial third-order Tao source realm was nothing in his eyes, not to mention when he was at his peak. Even now he could easily crush a Tao source realm cultivator like crushing an ant. How did this boy come in? Duan Hongqin was slightly surprised. This was the place where Wukong had faked his death, so the entrance to the black hole had been set up with his own unique barrier. Let alone coming in, it was impossible to even discover it. Otherwise, Duan Hongqin would not have only found this place today after so many openings of the shattered star sea over the past tens of thousands of years. He already knew that the origin sea was Wukong's hiding place. However, he did not know exactly where it was hidden until the origin sea changed and the black hole formed, devouring a large amount of the cultivator's flesh and blood essence. Only then was he able to enter this place. It was thanks to his understanding of Wukong that he was able to break the restriction on the entrance. If it was any other place in the Emperor realm, even a third-order Emperor realm master would only be able to look on helplessly. How did Yang Kai have the ability to enter this place? Could it be that after he entered, the restriction at the entrance loosened, giving him an opportunity to take advantage of it? Duan Hongqin was a little annoyed. If he had known this would happen, he would have destroyed the entrance after coming in. But he didn't know. The only reason Yang Kai could enter this place was because of the jade strip left behind by Wu Mengchuan after his death. The jade slip could be said to be a key. The person holding the jade slip would be able to ignore the restriction at the entrance and enter this place. This was what Wukong had left behind for his descendants. Everything was a coincidence. To Duan Hongqin's relief, he only found Yang Kai's trace and did not see a Mo Shaoqi or Zhang Ruoxi. If those two girls were also here, then today's matter would be troublesome. You dare to be distracted while fighting with this king? Duan Hongqin, you deserve to die today. Wukong shouted. He clasped his hands together and pushed them forward. Asterisk, hoo hoo hoo. Asterisk, a strange sound was heard as a violent wind suddenly swept out from his palm and swept towards Duan Hongqin. This wind did not seem to be an ordinary one. It actually contained the aura of the elemental sources. Wherever it swept, the world collapsed and space shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Primordial astral wind. Duan Hong Chen's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "You have lost your physical body, but you can still use the primordial astral wind." Wukong smiled contemptuously. "The primordial astral wind is the power of the elemental sources. It is invisible and formless, and it is connected to this king's mind. Who told you that you can't use it after losing your physical body? Ha ha ha! You dare to look down on this king? You will pay the price. Even if this king is only a skeleton left, he is still not someone you can look up to." As he spoke, the primordial astral wind had already arrived in front of Duan Hongqin and was about to engulf him. At this moment of crisis, the panic in Duan Hongqian's eyes suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a solemn look. He formed a seal with his hands and suddenly rose from the ground as he shouted in a low voice, "Prison circle!" Asterisk Walala, asterisk a dark green light suddenly bloomed and enveloped Duan Hongqin. At the same time, the phantom image of a huge tree appeared and stretched across the world. This dark green phantom image was similar to the primordial astral wind, exuding pure elemental sources. Bang! 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 The primordial astral wind rushed over and caused the dark green tree to sway unsteadily, causing its leaves to rustle. Yet it was unable to invade Duan Hongqin in the slightest. All of its might was actually resisted and didn't injure him in the slightest. "Divine wood barbarian!" Wukong cried out in shock when he saw the scene, and he seemed to look at the dark green phantom image with slight disbelief. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Duan Hongqin, you dare to play tricks on this king?" Earlier, Duan Hongqin revealed a panicked expression, and Wukong thought that Duan Hongqin was unable to do anything against his primordial astral wind. But never had he imagined that, in the blink of an eye, Duan Hongqin actually utilized the phantom image of the divine wood barbarian to completely block off the primordial astral wind. Duan Hongqin was obviously toying with him, causing him to experience a huge drop from joy to disappointment. It was simply unforgivable. Duan Hongqin urged his Emperor Qi to support the phantom image of the divine wood barbarian while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a grin, "You really scared this old master to death." Fortunately, this old master was prepared. Otherwise, I'm afraid I really would have failed miserably. "Bastard! How dare you slander this king? Duan Hongqin, you've got guts! And isn't this primordial astral wind from that bastard Iron Blood? He has always regarded it as a treasure. So how could it have fallen into your hands?" Wukong roared again and again, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Suddenly his expression changed and he said, "Could it be? Iron Blood has fallen?" Duan Hongqin coldly snorted and said, "Although this old master wishes Iron Blood to die early and reincarnate, what's disappointing is that that bastard doesn't even show any signs of aging. Instead, he's getting younger and younger. It's really enviable. Recently, he seems to have taken in a little disciple and spent a lot of effort to teach her. But I don't know what he's after. Disciples are meant to be deceived by their master. It's really sad to talk about it." It was unknown if he was thinking of Wen Zishan when he said this, but he seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. Wukong said angrily, "Since he's still alive, why would he hand over the divine wood origin to you? How could he bear to?" Duan Hongqin grinned and said, "Because this old master told him that if he didn't hand over the divine wood origin, this old master would find hundreds and thousands of young and strong men and form a group to seduce his precious disciple. Let's see if his disciple can control herself." He obediently gave in. Wukong's face darkened when he heard this. He was speechless and said, "You can do that." Duan Hongqin curled his lips and said, "You don't know how much he cares about his precious disciple. That little girl seems to have a special constitution and is extremely suitable to inherit his legacy. This old master has seen that little girl before. She's amazing. Young people nowadays are amazing. At such a young age, she vaguely has the demeanor of Iron Blood back then. She can kill her master with one punch. When this old master left Ironblood Castle, he punched me. My eyebrows were cracked, and my blood spilled everywhere. Wukong laughed and said, "You deserve it. I'm afraid no one in this world can be more shameless than you." "You flatter me, you flatter me." Duan Hongqin smiled slightly. Wukong said, "So what if you have the divine wood origin? After all, you're not the first owner of the divine wood origin. How can you win against this old master's primordial astral wind?" "Whether or not I can win, I still have to try. Don't tell me this old master should just sit and wait for death?" As the two fought, they exchanged words. One moment, they acted like old friends, reminiscing about the past, and the next moment, they acted like they were mortal enemies. If there was anyone else here, they would have been confused by this scene. However, the two elemental origins collided madly without rest, causing the space to shatter and fill the sky with the power of wind and wood. It was extremely shocking. The sweeping primordial astral wind was extremely powerful. Even if the Emperor realm was swept into it, there would be nothing left of them. However, the divine wood white barbarian's shadow was impregnable. No matter how strong the wind blew, it would not move. The leaves rustled as it guarded Duan Hong Qin tightly. Within a radius of 100 miles, the space and line of sight had been distorted. The blood on the ground had all evaporated. This kind of competition was a competition of the two's control of their respective elemental origins. Moreover, the result could not be determined in a short period of time. With such a situation, whether it was Wukong or Duan Hongqin, it was difficult for them to back down. If Wu Guang withdrew the primordial astral wind, Duan Hongqin would definitely take the opportunity to counterattack. In his current state, there was no way he could resist the attack of the divine wood origin. Whether it was the primordial astral wind or the divine wood origin, they were both treasures comparable to the true phoenix fire. Not only were they precious and difficult to find, but they were also infinitely powerful. In particular, Wu Kuang was still a skeleton at the moment, so the divine tree's origin was especially lethal to him. Once the divine tree's origin power invaded his body, he would never be able to reconstruct his body. He did not dare to let his guard down. At the beginning, he was dismissive, but now he had to treat this battle seriously. Duan Hongqin had waited for tens of thousands of years to enter this place to deal with him. How could he not be prepared? And judging from the results, everything that Duan Hongqin had displayed was deliberately aimed at him. The two great emperors were fighting fiercely here. Although they knew that Yang Kai was still advancing to the emperor realm, they did not intend to pay attention to him. They did not even deliberately restrain the aftermath of their attacks. Wukong did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but Duan Hongqin had no choice. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a disciple of Azure Sun Temple and had the idea of protecting him as much as possible, he could not spare the slightest thought to consider other things when fighting the great emperors of the heaven-devouring great emperor. He could only do his best to fight against Wukong. Chapter 2498. While the two great emperors were fighting fiercely over there, Yang Kai was gradually entering a good state. Traces of emperor intent spread out from his body. At first, it was not obvious, but as time passed, this emperor intent became clearer and clearer. To advance to the emperor realm, condensing one's own emperor intent was the most basic standard. Only by having one's own emperor intent could one touch the threshold of the emperor realm and open the door to the supreme martial Tao. Rich world energy gathered above Yang Kai's head, forming an extremely terrifying world energy manifestation. The dense world energy gathered into a cloud, as if the sky was about to collapse. Thunder and lightning constantly flashed through the cloud of world energy, giving off a deafening rumbling sound. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, motionless. In his mind, all the experiences of his life flashed. It was not that he wanted to recall them, but these experiences appeared in his mind involuntarily. He could not control them at all, joining High Heaven Pavilion, cultivating hard, but not finding the right way, being bullied by many brothers, but unwilling to give up on pursuing the martial Tao, occasionally obtaining the wordless black book, peeking into the inheritance of the demon god, soaring to the heavens from then on, fighting in Central Capital, walking Tongxian Realm, entering the Starfield Corridor, breaking through Hung Luo Starfield, entering the Star Boundary, passion with Su Yan, tenderness with Xianing Chang, emotional entanglements with Shan Qing Luo, friendship without discord with Shuiyu, tirelessly pursuing the peak of the martial Tao, the road to the Tao, accompanied by beauty, although occasionally lonely, there are thoughts in his heart. In this life, no regrets, no resentment. On this road, no hatred, no regrets. No demons in the heart. No external force can invade. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were clear and bright, shining like stars, and he let out a long roar. The tumbling qi in his body reached its peak in an instant. Kacha, a dense sound suddenly came from all over his body. His bones, meridians, flesh, and blood wriggled to the limit at this moment. His meridians became wider and tougher, and his flesh and bones became more solid. Even his divine sense. It also seemed to have expanded a lot. Rumble in the sky. A bolt of lightning thicker than a bucket suddenly struck down. It contained the power of the heavens and seemed to be able to destroy everything. With the force of thunder, it blasted towards Yang Kai's head. Along with the lightning, there was also an incomparable amount of spiritual qi. It was as if it wanted to drown Yang Kai. Crack! As Yang Kai's body trembled violently, he could not help but let out a muffled groan. His clothes were torn to shreds, revealing his muscular body. His skin was cracked and blood was flowing out. The supreme martial emperor, the heavenly Tao, did not tolerate it. Only by enduring the condemnation of the heavenly Tao and withstanding the baptism of the energy of heaven and earth. Only then could one truly advance to the emperor realm. Since ancient times, countless proud sons of heaven and countless elite cultivators had fallen at this stage, their souls scattered. This was also the reason why there were so many Tao, source, realm cultivators in the entire star boundary, but so few in the emperor realm. Those who could truly advance to the emperor realm were those who were extremely firm in their own path of martial Tao and would not be disturbed by external forces. They were those who could go against the current, firm in their beliefs and not waver in the slightest. The world force baptism in the emperor realm was more terrifying than any that Yang Kai had encountered before. When the first strike fell, Yang Kai was already injured. However, his physical body was extremely strong, and the golden blood in his body had an extremely strong self-healing ability, so his cracked skin quickly began to repair itself. The world energy that poured into his body was also swallowed up by him at once, causing his aura to increase instead of decrease. Before his injuries could recover, the second baptism had already arrived. Compared to the first one, the second one was even more terrifying. As the lightning fell, the aura of extinction spread out, making Yang Kai smell the scent of death. He focused his mind and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He formed seals with his hands and urged his strength to resist. Hong Long Long, Yang Kai's injuries suddenly worsened. His entire body was dripping with blood, making him look extremely terrifying. The raging world energy invaded his body, rampaging through his flesh and meridians, making him suffer unspeakably. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and endured, absorbing the world energy that poured into his body as much as he could, while constantly comprehending the heavenly way, sweeping away the barriers that blinded his eyes and prying into his own path of martial Tao. Hong Hong Hong. The third wave of baptism came crashing down without stopping. In the distance, the two great emperors who were doing their best to resist could not help but be attracted by the commotion and turned their heads to look. After watching for a while, Wukong's eyes suddenly flashed and he shouted in a low voice, "This little brat is not simple." He was one of the great emperors of heaven devouring great emperor, the strongest master in the star boundary since ancient times. He did not dare say that there would be no one to surpass him in the future, but there was definitely no one before him. Even though he was also one of the great emperors, he did not put them in his eyes. For him to say that Yang Kai was not simple was already an extremely high compliment. He is indeed a little strange. Duan Hongchen's eyes narrowed slightly as he nodded in agreement. If he was simple, how could he have suppressed the Emperor realm with just a Dao source realm cultivation? If he was simple, how could his cultivation have increased so quickly in just a few years? Duan Hongchen and Yang Kai had known each other for some time now. Although they did not have a deep relationship, Duan Hongchen's vision was extremely good. Ever since he saw Yang Kai in Maplewood City, he felt that he would become a great man in the future. Although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai as much as possible, he found that he had still underestimated this boy. Hongchen, when you and I broke through to the Emperor realm, was there such a phenomenon? Wukong suddenly asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongchen grinned. If the world energy baptism was as terrifying as this when I advanced to the Emperor realm, there would be no bustling world great emperor in this world. Wukong nodded lightly and said, "This boy has the characteristics of great emperors." Duan Hongchen laughed and said, "I think this boy has more than just the characteristics of great emperors. He will surpass you sooner or later." Surpass this king? Wukong sneered when he heard this. Dream on. No one can surpass this king's ability. Duan Hongchen chuckled and said, "Whatever you say, you won't have the chance to see it anyway." Wukong's voice turned cold. "Are you so confident that you can kill this king?" Duan Hongchen said in a deep voice, "This old master has said it before. Since I have come here, I have no intention of leaving alive. Today, even if my soul is destroyed, I will eliminate you completely." "Good. Since you've said so, this king won't be polite when dealing with you, As he spoke, Wu Quan's expression suddenly changed as he turned his attention to Yang Kai again. Duan Hongchen also seemed to have noticed something wrong. When he turned his head, he saw the heavenly vision change again. The world's might gathered above Yang Kai's head turned into an inverted funnel, connecting the sky to the earth. The terrifying world's might made the two great emperors' faces turn solemn. As soon as the funnel appeared, it madly blasted down and directly connected with Yang Kai's body. At the same time, Yang Kai's body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing up the rich and surging world's might. A clear aura of the Emperor realm rippled out, growing stronger and stronger. This, Duan Hongchen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "What's going on? Is this brat courting death?" "Ha ha ha." Wukong laughed loudly. He overestimates himself and dares to compete with the heavenly might. "Hongchen, this brat probably won't have the chance to surpass this king. He will definitely die like this." Duan Hongchen heard this and didn't refute. He just sighed and said, "What a pity, what a pity." Normally, when he saw this scene, he might have helped Yang Kai because of his love for talent. However, at this moment, he was engaged in a fierce battle with Wukong, so he didn't have the spare energy to care about Yang Kai's business. Under this terrifying world's might, how could Yang Kai possibly survive? As he spoke, the commotion on the other side became more and more violent. The entire earth was shaking and bottomless ravines appeared in this strange world, crisscrossing with each other. A roar suddenly came from the other side. At the same time, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, a golden dragon phantom suddenly shot out from Yang Kai's body, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it met the world's might head-on. "Golden divine dragon source." Wukong cried out in alarm, his voice trembling as if he had been greatly shocked. "Impossible." Duan Hongchen also looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. As soon as the golden dragon phantom appeared, it attracted most of the attention of the two great emperors, causing their focus to shift to Yang Kai, causing their expressions to change greatly. "Who the hell is this kid? How can he have the golden divine dragon source? Wukong shouted. For some reason, he suddenly became very agitated. Duan Hongqin was absent-minded for a while before he said, "How would this old man know about this? The golden divine dragon is the ancestor of the dragon race. Rumor has it that it was the one who gave birth to the entire dragon race. However, after giving birth to the dragon race, it turned into ashes. How can the golden divine dragon source still exist in this world?" Wu Kuang's hollow eye sockets twitched like will-o'-the-wisps. He had an extremely greedy look on his face. If those old dragons on Dragon Island knew about this, I'm afraid they would go crazy. What the hell are you planning? Duan Hongqin suddenly became alert and turned his head to glare at Wukong. Wukong coldly snorted. Even if this king has any plans, I'll have to kill you first. While the two were talking, the golden divine dragon roared towards the sky, facing the terrifying world energy head-on. From the dragon's mouth, an unparalleled suction force emerged, sucking in the world energy in large mouthfuls before transmitting it to Yang Kai. The pressure on Yang Kai suddenly lessened a lot. Previously, he had felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he had been forced to use the golden divine dragon source. But he had not expected it to have such a miraculous effect. It could resist the world energy. This golden holy dragon origin source was truly extraordinary. As the dragon's mouth continued to swallow, the aura in Yang Kai's body grew stronger and stronger, and his strength increased exponentially. He could not help but feel a sense of heroism, and his entire spirit seemed to have been refreshed. He did not know what it was like for others to break through to the Emperor realm, but he felt that if the other emperors from the Emperor realm he had encountered before had done the same, they would have all died long ago. He was probably the only one who could cause such a huge commotion when breaking through. Chapter 2499. Time passed slowly as the golden divine dragon continued to devour the power of the heaven-devouring great emperor, while Yang Kai's strength was also growing steadily. As a result, the power of heaven and earth became weaker and weaker. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the heavenly vision above Yang Kai's head was swept away and everything returned to normal. The thunder and lightning no longer existed, and the cloud pressure phenomenon that seemed like the sky was collapsing also disappeared. The surrounding world energy and world energy were all sucked into Yang Kai's body. Although he remained motionless, the bones in his body crackled, transmitting a joyful aura. This time, the promotion seemed to have passed peacefully. Wukong and Duan Hongqin were both dumbfounded and lost in thought for a long time. Yang Kai, however, did not feel the slightest joy. Not only that, but he also felt a faint sense of fear. This feeling was even stronger than when he had just broken through, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. He clearly felt that his realm had not truly reached the Emperor realm, but had instead stopped at the threshold of the Emperor realm, only one step away. What's going on? The heavenly vision from my breakthrough has already disappeared, and I've also survived the terrifying world energy baptism. So why haven't I broken through to the Emperor realm? While Yang Kai was puzzled, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger and stronger. At a certain moment, a magnificent and awe-inspiring aura suddenly emerged from the heavens and earth, turning into a stream of light and falling straight towards Yang Kai's head as fast as lightning. Kai Yang's complexion changed greatly. In front of this magnificent and overwhelming qi, he felt as if he was unable to resist it. It seemed that after the stream of light fell, he would not be able to resist it. It was as if the moment it fell, he would be reduced to ashes. Moreover, the aura that fell gave him a familiar yet strange feeling, as if he had vaguely seen it somewhere before. World energy. Wukong and Duan Hongqin both cried out in surprise. Their eyes widened as they stared in Yang Kai's direction. The two great emperors' emotions instantly became extremely complicated. They didn't know what Yang Kai had done to actually draw upon the power of heaven and earth when he ascended to the Emperor realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth was an extremely special and mysterious power. The origin was even more profound and mysterious. The great emperors were proficient in all kinds of law powers, and when they fought, they could use the power of law origin as easily as blowing off dust. However, no one could underestimate the power of heaven and earth. That was the power of heaven and earth. Under the heavens and earth, all living beings were ants. If heaven and earth wanted you to live, you would live. If heaven and earth wanted you to die, you would die. Even characters like the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors could not completely control the power of heaven and earth. This was also the reason why Duan Hongqin was able to secretly injure him earlier. Duan Hongqin had been constantly severing his cultivation for tens of thousands of years, wandering on the path of martial arts and struggling in the mortal world. It actually allowed him to comprehend the power of the mortal world. This power of the mortal world was also a kind of power of heaven and earth. Naturally, it could cause harm to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors. Even so, Duan Hongqin's power of the mortal world still couldn't compare with the true power of heaven and earth. Once the power of heaven and earth appeared, it was equivalent to the will of heaven and earth. No one could resist it. That boy was dead for sure. The two great emperors thought that they had witnessed the birth of a genius, but they didn't expect it to be such an ending. They couldn't help but sigh. Under such a power of heaven and earth, how could Yang Kai resist? The golden divine dragon phantom roared to the sky. It rose to the sky, wanting to fight against heaven and earth. A stream of light fell. The golden divine dragon phantom suddenly disintegrated and disappeared. But its momentum didn't diminish as it continued towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked up, his eyes cold. The vast sea torrent revealed its heroic nature. At such a critical moment, Yang Kai's mind suddenly became incomparably clear, and his whole person was incredibly calm. With a flick of his finger, the mountains and rivers bell was suddenly summoned. The simple mountains and rivers bell expanded in the wind, suddenly becoming the size of a house. The complex patterns on it also seemed to come to life, flowing vividly. A kind of aura that suppressed heaven and earth suddenly filled the air. The mountains and rivers bell. Duan Hongqian's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in horror, "The mountains and rivers bell. This is Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell!" Wukong was also so shocked that the ghost fire in his eyes flickered wildly. He didn't even care about fighting with Duan Hongqin as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai, his eyes filled with shock and excitement. Since Yang Kai had broken through to the Emperor realm, the strength he had shown and the means he had used had shocked the eyes and minds of the two great emperors. In the past, the two of them would never have dared to imagine that a single person could have so many good things on him. The golden divine dragon was the ancestor of the dragon race. It was rumored that it had long been reduced to ashes, but its source strength had appeared in Yang Kai's body. Yuan Ding's mountains and rivers bell was an ancient rare treasure, a treasure that even the great emperors coveted. During the War of Emperors, Yuan Ding had used his last bit of strength to throw it into the void, and since then it had disappeared. At this moment, it was blooming with a strange brilliance in Yang Kai's hands. Who is this little brat? How can he be so favored by heaven and earth? However, in this way, the two great emperors somewhat understood why his breakthrough to the emperor realm would attract the world force to target him. In the process of his growth, he must have had infinite opportunities and great blessings, but the heavenly way was fair and just. On the path of martial arts, there were gains and losses. The better the opportunities and the better the cultivator's aptitude, the greater the resistance they would encounter during their breakthrough. The two were directly proportional. No one could explain why, but there had never been an exception since ancient times. It would be outrageous if a person who possessed the golden divine, dragon source strength and the mountains and rivers bell did not attract the world force to target him. After realizing this, the two great emperors no longer felt the slightest pity for Yang Kai, because the tribulation he had experienced was inevitable. Even if it did not appear at this moment, it would come to him in the future. It was only a matter of time, and there was no way to avoid it. The previous baptism of the world force was just an appetizer. This bombardment of the world force was the real ordeal. If Yang Kai could survive, he would definitely soar to the sky, but if he could not, he would be reduced to ashes. Wukong, you are experienced and knowledgeable. Do you think he can survive? Duan Hongqin swallowed his saliva and asked. Wukong's Adam's apple also moved, but as a skeleton there was no saliva to swallow, so he said lightly, "The mountains and rivers' bell sound can suppress the mountains and rivers, and the emperor's aura can change the world." Among all the emperors back then, this old master admired you the most, but the one I feared the most was Yuan Ding, because he had the mountains and rivers' bell. Is this why you risked your life to be the first to severely injure him? Wukong coldly snorted. This king wanted to kill him, but unfortunately you got in the way and ruined this king's good deed. What happened back, then, is already in the past. Let's change the subject, Duan Hongqin grinned. Wukong said, if Yuan Ding personally used the mountains and rivers' bell, this world force would not be able to do anything. The mountains and rivers' bell can suppress the world force, which is the nemesis of the world force. But this kid, how much of the mountains and rivers' bell's power can he use? Duan Hongqin said seriously, so you think he will definitely die? Wukong said, it will be very difficult for him to survive. Duan Hongqin rolled his eyes and said, then how about we make a bet? What bet? What bet? Wukong asked in a deep voice. Duan Hongqin pointed his finger. Let's bet whether he can survive or not. What if he lives? What if he dies? If he dies, this old master will kill himself in front of you and detonate my divine soul. If he lives, you have to do the same. As soon as he said this, Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, Duan Hongqin, you want to kill this king so badly? You don't hesitate to use your own life as a bet? Duan Hongqin said in a deep voice. This old master said that even if my divine soul is destroyed today, I will drag you to the grave with me. I don't care about my life. So what is this old master afraid of? Wukong's eyes kept twitching, obviously very angry. Scared? Duan Hongqin smiled contemptuously and glanced at him. Don't try to provoke this king. Wukong snorted coldly. This king has never been afraid of anything since he was born. So you agree to it? Wukong snorted. This king's life is in my control. Others can't decide for me. Duan Hongqin laughed. Wukong, oh Wukong, I didn't expect you to become so cautious. It seems that you have changed a lot after being asleep for tens of thousands of years. If it were you in the past, you wouldn't say this. What would this king have said in the past? Wukong looked at him coldly. Duan Hongqin said, if it were you in the past, you would definitely have agreed and then secretly killed that little brat. In your eyes, is this king such a despicable person? Wukong snorted coldly. Despicable or not, you don't know in your heart, yet you ask me. While the two great emperors were talking, the stream of light formed by the world force was already very close to Yang Kai. But after Yang Kai summoned the mountains and rivers' bell, the speed of the stream of light was greatly reduced. The mountains and rivers' bell's suppressive aura seemed to have a great effect on it. However, Yang Kai was under a great deal of pressure at this moment. The consumption of using the mountains and rivers' bell was enormous, and even though his strength had improved a lot compared to before, Yang Kai was still unable to bear it. Moreover, watching an attack that could threaten his life slowly descend would be a great psychological deterrent to anyone. Yang Kai knew that if he couldn't stop the world force, he would undoubtedly die. Shrouded in the aura of death, Yang Kai had never felt so uncomfortable and difficult as he did at this moment. Quang, Quang, quang. The mountains and rivers' bell continued to emit sounds, and the suppressive force became more and more violent. But it still couldn't stop the stream of light from falling. Instead, it shook Yang Kai, making him bleed from his mouth and nose, looking extremely miserable. Seeing that the stream of light was getting closer and closer to him, and that the mountains and rivers' bell could no longer stop it, Yang Kai's mood sank to the bottom. At this moment, a light flashed in his mind, and he suddenly understood what this inexplicable force was. This was the world force. This was the will of heaven and earth. No wonder it was somewhat familiar. He had used the world force before. After understanding this, a very bold idea popped up in his mind. The next moment, he stretched out his hand, and the sealed world bead suddenly appeared at his fingertips. Through a mental connection, a strange force suddenly emerged from the sealed world bead and blasted towards the world force. Chapter 2500. The power born from the sealed world bead was very similar to the world force, and the two could almost be said to come from the same source. Another world force. Wukong exclaimed in shock. How can this little brat control the world force? Where did he get it from? Duan Hongqin was also surprised, not to mention Yang Kai, who had yet to break through from the Emperor realm. Even those who had reached the Third Order Emperor realm many years ago could not control this kind of power. Only great emperors could comprehend the world force, and only great emperors were qualified to control a trace of it. The Third Order Emperor realm was the pinnacle of the martial Tao, and the cultivation of the great emperors did not jump out of this category, but the difference between them and ordinary Third Order emperors was their comprehension of the world force. Those who could comprehend the world force were qualified to become great emperors, and they could suppress ordinary Third Order emperors. But now, Yang Kai could actually control a trace of the world force. Although this trace of power paled in comparison to the world force, like the difference between a father and son, it was undoubtedly the world force. The two great emperors were deeply shocked, even more so than when they saw the golden divine, dragon source, and the mountains and rivers bell. Is it because of that bead? Wukong looked at the sealed world bead with burning eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. If not for his scruples about the world force, he would have released his divine sense to investigate it carefully. It was also because of his scruples that he did not know what kind of artifact the sealed world bead was. If Wukong could discover this, so could Duan Hongqin. He stared at the sealed world bead with a frown, comparing it with the many famous artifacts in his memory, but he found that none of them matched. He had never seen this artifact before. This was a very strange thing. Duan Hongqin had lived for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to not know of any famous secret treasures in the star boundary. But now, one of them had appeared before him. However, no matter what the hell this bead was, Yang Kai's ability to control the power of heaven and earth was definitely related to it. Could this also be a prehistoric, unique treasure? Duan Hongqin was shocked when he thought of this, but he quickly denied this conjecture because it was very easy to identify a primeval treasure. The aura that came from the primeval couldn't be concealed at all, and this was the case for the mountains and rivers bell. The interior of the sealed world bead was a small world of its own. Since it was a small world, it naturally had the power of heaven and earth. As the master of the sealed world bead, Yang Kai's mind was connected to the sealed world bead. Naturally, he could draw out the power of heaven and earth from the sealed world bead to fight against the calamity. However, the sealed world bead was only a small world. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real world. The difference between the two world forces was strong and weak. It could be distinguished at a glance. Hong Long Long, the sealed world bead's world force surged forward to meet the world force. Soon, it collided with the true power of heaven and earth. Yang Kai watched nervously. If he couldn't resist even this, then he only had one last trump card left, which was to undo the seal on his demonic chi and use his ancient, great demon body to resist this calamity. However, after doing this, Yang Kai didn't know if he could reseal the demonic qi. It had been several years since the last seal was undone, and the firmament tree planted in the sealed world bead had accumulated a lot of sealing power. Logically speaking, it should be enough. After all, it was in the medicine garden. 1 year of the firmament tree's growth was equivalent to 100 years in the outside world. With hundreds of years of sealing power, how could it not be able to seal the demonic qi? However, there was also a drawback to doing this. Every time the seal was undone, more sealing power would be needed to reseal the demonic qi. Yang Kai discovered this drawback last time, so unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use this trump card. Who knew if there would be a time when the sealing power of the firmament tree was insufficient, resulting in it being unable to seal the ancient demonic qi, causing him to fall and lose his consciousness. Yang Kai never dared to underestimate the pure, demonic qi of the ancient, great demon. The world shook and the universe collapsed. This strange space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Wukong and Duan Hongqin both paled. The two world forces collided, sending out shockwaves beyond imagination. It was as if two worlds had collided and the world had changed in an instant. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the world force produced by the small sealed world gradually melted away. It was obviously no match for the real world force. However, in the process of its melting, Yang Kai clearly felt that the pressure on him was greatly reduced. This discovery made Yang Kai couldn't help but smile. After the sealed world bead's world force completely disappeared, Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He constantly formed seals with his hands, desperately stirring up his source qi. His knowledge, opened wide, and his spiritual energy leaked out like a tide. The mountains and rivers' bell shone brightly, and the suppressive aura became more and more intense. The remaining world force seemed to be struggling, but under Yang Kai's desperate struggle, it was directly suppressed by the mountains and rivers' bell. Asterisk with a loud explosion, the mountains and rivers' bell fell not far in front of Yang Kai. The light on its surface gradually faded, and the remaining world force was suppressed and sealed, unable to move. The shock waves gradually subsided, and everything returned to normal. At the same time, the weakened Yang Kai felt a different feeling. With a wave of his hand, he threw out countless source crystals, which exploded into powder and turned into pure world energy. Yang Kai's body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. His weak aura climbed steadily and soon reached the peak of the Tao source realm, but it still didn't stop and continued to rise. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly heard a cracking sound coming from his body. Immediately afterward, his whole body became light, and a comfortable feeling spread from his limbs to his bones. The source qi in his body also underwent a magical change at this moment, and even his overused knowledge, was filled up in an instant. The whole world seemed to be very different from before. Kai Yang felt as if he had been reborn. From head to toe, every piece of his flesh and blood was pulsing, containing an extremely terrifying power. Emperor intent spread out. It was clear and distinct, as if it was real. The Emperor realm. It had been several decades since he started cultivating at the age of 13, and he had reached the Emperor realm today. He had experienced countless life and death tribulations, and although there was still a long way to go before he reached the true peak, Yang Kai truly had the qualifications to reach the peak today. With a surge of emotions, he let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He actually succeeded. Wukong was shocked. At least you have foresight. Otherwise, you would have to commit suicide in front of this old master right now. Duan Hongqin couldn't help but curl his lips, a look of annoyance on his face. Although he had proposed a bet before, unfortunately, Wukong was cautious and didn't agree. If he had agreed, there would have been a good show to watch. How could he have succeeded? Wukong's face was extremely ugly. As the heaven-devouring great emperors, the number one person in the star boundary since ancient times, he felt that it was impossible for anyone to surpass him, no matter in which aspect. But today, someone had done it, even though it was just the movement of advancing to the Emperor realm. Although there were many difficulties when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, it was far less terrifying than what he had seen today. This boy had encountered such hardships when he was advancing to the Emperor realm, so he could imagine how bright his future would be. Duan Hongqin had said before that he would surpass him in the future. He had thought it was just a joke, but now it seemed that it might really come true. He had so many rare treasures, and his own strength and aptitude were also extremely outstanding. How bad could such a person be in the future? Wukong couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. For the first time in his life, he felt inferior to others. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically, and he turned to look at Duan Hongqin and shouted, "Old thing, you dare to do such a thing? How shameless!" He didn't know what Duan Hongqin had done to him secretly, but Wukong instantly flew into a rage. Duan Hongqin laughed and said, "It seems that you really care about that boy. You didn't even notice this old master's trick, but it's too late now." Saying so, Duan Hongqin urged his Emperor Qi, and the divine wood-white barbarian source that had been enveloping him suddenly turned blood-red. The divine wood-white barbarian source was a wood attribute source. It was originally a lush green color, but now it had somehow turned blood-red, giving off an extremely strange aura. "How dare you devour the vitality I worked so hard to collect?" Wukong shouted, looking at Duan Hongqin in disbelief. "You've used the white barbarian source so fiercely. You'll definitely destroy it. How will you explain it to Iron Blood then?" Duan Hongqin said solemnly, "Iron Blood knows that this old master won't go back, so he'll let this old master do whatever he wants with this divine wood source. Without so much vitality, I'd like to see how you'll reconstruct your body. With your skeleton that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, you won't be able to do anything. Impudent! All of you want this king to die, but this king will show you that he's still alive." Wukong roared hysterically. Duan Hongqin sneered, "You're powerless to reverse the situation. Just accept your death obediently. This old master will accompany you on the road to the Yellow Springs. I promise you won't be lonely." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Hongqin's figure moved and directly rushed towards Wukong. While he was in midair, the Emperor Qi in his body violently surged, giving off an extremely uneasy aura. Self-destruct. Wukong's eyes twitched violently. For the first time in his life, he understood the meaning of fear. Even when he was besieged by great emperors, he did not panic like this. But when he saw Duan Hongqin rushing towards him so resolutely, he could not help but tremble in fear. Although Duan Hongqin was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, he still had the heritage of great emperors. If he self-destructed like this, Wukong would definitely not be able to withstand it. If that happened, he would really have to go to the Yellow Springs with him. How dare you push this king to this extent? Duan Hongqin, don't think you'll have an easy time. As Wukong shouted, he suddenly formed a series of seals with his hands. The ancient astral wind that filled the space between him and Duan Hongqin suddenly became restless, giving off an extremely dangerous aura. Duan Hongqin's face sank. He understood that Wukong had been forced into a corner and was about to explode the ancient astral wind. The ancient astral wind was a wind attribute source, so if it exploded, its power would be unimaginable. What a pity. I don't know if that little brat named Yang Kai can survive the aftermath, but now that the arrow has been knocked, Duan Hongqin can only hope that Yang Kai will survive. Chapter 2501. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a terrifying explosion. The world was filled with white light, and nothing could be seen anymore. Duan Hongqin, who was rushing towards Wukong and preparing to blow himself up, suddenly frowned as an extremely uneasy feeling surged from the depths of his heart. Because Wukong had blown up the primordial astral wind one step ahead of him. What is he doing? Before he could figure it out, the aftermath of the shattering world had already spread in all directions. This was the impact of the primordial astral wind's self-destruction. Wherever the violent astral wind passed, everything turned into nothingness, no longer existing. Even this strange world suddenly collapsed, with cracking sounds coming from every corner. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for long. Not good. Duan Hongqin seemed to have realized something and hurriedly reached out to madly press a few key acupoints on his body, immediately stopping the self-destruction. Asterisk huff, huff, huff. Asterisk the astral wind blew, blowing him from side to side like a lone boat in the middle of a stormy sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Fortunately, the divine Would Bai Yi's source strength had been guarding him, providing him with a little protection. Even so, his clothes were torn and his flesh was badly mangled. Releasing his divine sense, he clearly noticed that Wukong's skeleton had disintegrated after the primordial astral wind's self-destruction, gradually turning into dust. This skeleton that belonged to the heaven-devouring great emperor, which had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, was finally completely destroyed today. In other words, the heaven-devouring great emperor Wukong, would never be able to reconstruct his body again. However, Duan Hongqin did not feel happy at all. On the contrary, he felt that the situation had become even more serious. Asterisk Hong Long Long, asterisk the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. This strange world finally could not hold on and completely collapsed. A huge black hole formed, and in less than 10 breaths it swallowed everything here and then disappeared with a slight flicker. In the void corridor connected to the black hole, Yang Kai was dizzy and drifted along with the flow, a look of lingering fear on his face. He had just broken through to the Emperor realm, just as Yang Kai was rejoicing in his new strength and the transformation of his Emperor Qi. The aftermath of the battle between the two great emperors actually destroyed this strange world. He didn't even have time to escape before he was sucked into the void corridor by the black hole. Even though he was very far away from the battlefield of the two great emperors, he was still heavily injured at this moment. After being swallowed into this place, it took a long time for him to gradually recover. There was a look of fear on his face. He didn't know what had happened between the two great emperors. Previously, all his attention had been on the breakthrough and promotion. By the time he noticed that something was wrong, everything was already a foregone conclusion. What happened to the great emperors? Was he dead or alive? Duan Hongqin had a deep relationship with the Azure Sun Temple. After all, Temple Master Wen Zishan was brought up by Duan Hongqin, and Yang Kai was also a registered disciple of the Azure Sun Temple. Naturally, he would be concerned about his situation. Even without this layer of involvement, the great emperors of the secular world had no regard for life and death. For tens of thousands of years, they had constantly cut off their cultivation and entered the shattered star sea to search for Wukong. Their approach of caring for the common people was enough to make people respect them. The terrifying power just now was very likely to be produced by something exploding. The only thing Yang Kai could think of was that the great emperors of the secular world chose to self-destruct in order to perish together with Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression darkened, feeling that the great emperors of the secular world had really perished. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, taking out some healing pills from the space ring. Yang Kai ate them like eating beans, then sat down cross-legged and released his divine sense to check his situation. Looking at himself, Yang Kai was suddenly startled, because when he used his divine sense, he noticed that there was a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him, and that gaze was not coming from around, but from inside his body. Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Condense!" The next moment, His soul avatar appeared in his knowledge sea. In his knowledge sea, a figure appeared out of nowhere, standing quietly above the tumbling seawater, looking around with great interest, a look of wonder on his face. Yang Kai looked at the figure, gritted his teeth with an ugly expression, and shouted, "Wu Kong!" Hearing the shout, the figure slowly turned around, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. This person's appearance was dignified, as if he had a natural noble majesty, and his eyes were shining brightly. Although Yang Kai had never seen this person's face, he still recognized his identity at a glance. The great emperors of the heaven devouring great emperor Wu Kong. Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. He hadn't even noticed how the great emperors of the heaven devouring great emperor had broken through the defenses of his knowledge sea and broken into this place. If it weren't for the other party having no intention of hiding at all, he likely would have been kept in the dark. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and his soul tremble. Wu Kong was also a soul avatar at this moment, but his soul avatar was even tougher than Yang Kai's almost corporeal. "Junior, this king's name is not for you to shout." Wu Kong coldly snorted and suddenly sent an invisible shockwave towards Yang Kai. This shockwave was obviously a soul attack, and its power was extremely terrifying. Yang Kai's face changed, and he waved his hand, raising the seawater below to form a protective barrier in front of him. With a loud bang, the shockwave slammed into the seawater, stirring up the entire knowledge sea and not calming down for a long time. Yang Kai's face paled as he took a few steps back, staring at Wu Kong vigilantly, and quickly said, "Wu Kong, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame this young master for being impolite." Wu Kong's soul avatar suddenly appearing in his knowledge sea gave Yang Kai a very bad feeling. Naturally, he didn't dare to let him stay here. Letting him spy on some of his secrets was a small matter, but he was afraid this guy had some ulterior motive. "Impolite to me?" Wu Kong glanced at Yang Kai and sneered. "These words sound new. I haven't heard them for a long time. But since this king has come, he naturally won't leave easily. What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Wu Kong chuckled and said, "Why ask when you already know the answer? Junior, you seem to be a smart person. Don't tell me you don't know the purpose of this king's visit?" Listening to him say this, Yang Kai's face became extremely ugly. What he feared most really happened. Wu Kong said, "This king's body has been destroyed by that old fart in Duan Hongqin. Without a body, no matter how strong this king is, he is just a wandering soul. Junior, your body is good. This king likes it very much. Obediently hand it over to this king, and this king will take you to witness what is called the peak of the martial Tao." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "You want to possess me?" Wu Kong coldly snorted and said, "Why make it sound so unpleasant? This king just needs a body. If you cooperate, this king won't devour your soul and let you stay here. But if you don't cooperate, this king doesn't mind letting you know what the gap in strength is." "Oh." Yang Kai sneered, "This is my knowledge sea. Are you sure it's okay for you to boast so shamelessly?" Wu Kong looked at him in astonishment, then slowly shook his head and said, "Stubborn." After saying this, he no longer paid attention to Yang Kai, but turned his head to look around again. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Junior, the strength of your soul is indeed extraordinary. It's not comparable to the ordinary the Emperor realm, and it's actually a mutated soul fire, which is in line with this king's requirements. It's really surprising that you can cultivate to this level." He acted like he was the host, openly commenting, not caring about how Yang Kai felt. Yang Kai wanted to sneak attack him, but he didn't dare to act rashly. This kind of old monster who had lived for God knows how many years, his strength and means couldn't be measured by common sense. If the sneak attack failed, the situation would be even more passive. While looking around, Wu Kong's eyes suddenly narrowed as he fixed his gaze in a certain direction and whispered, "That island!" He stared blankly at the 7-colored island floating in his knowledge sea, revealing a look of suspicion and surprise as he looked at it seriously. After a long time, his body suddenly shook as he exclaimed, "Soul-warming lotus! It's actually the soul-warming lotus." Even though Wukong was experienced and knowledgeable, and was even known as the #1 master in the star boundary, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional at this moment. He stared at the 7-colored soul-warming lotus with a fiery gaze and said with a bitter expression, "Junior actually has the soul-warming lotus." Yang Kai coldly said, "Don't make a fuss." Wukong laughed loudly and said, "I really didn't expect that this king would be able to see the soul-warming lotus here. In the past, in order to find it, this king had walked through countless stars' territory, but to no avail. I didn't expect to see it here today. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort." "Humph, why are you so happy? It's not yours." Yang Kai looked at him contemptuously. "It'll be this king's in a bit." Wukong seemed to be in a good mood and didn't care about Yang Kai's ridicule. He greedily looked at the soul-warming lotus for a while before nodding. "Good, good. With this soul-warming lotus, this king can perfectly fuse with your body. There's no need to worry about any backlash. In time, it won't be difficult for this king to return to his peak." He seemed to have foreseen the light of the future and was in a good mood. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around again. When he saw the sky full of stars, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say in surprise, "Junior, I didn't expect you to have so many good things." Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "You know this thing?" He was naturally referring to the star in the sky full of stars. This star was obtained by Yang Kai a long time ago. Each of the stars here corresponded to the stars in the Hung Luo star field. When Yang Kai was wandering in the Hung Luo star field, he used the star in the sky above his knowledge sea to identify directions and paths. Otherwise, with such a large territory, he would definitely get lost without any guidance. It was just that he never understood what this star was and why it corresponded to the entire territory. At this moment, when he heard Wukong say this, Yang Kai couldn't help but want to inquire. Wukong glanced at him with a smile and said meaningfully, "You should have come to the star boundary from the territory of the lower plains, right?" Yang Kai frowned and said, "That's right." There was no need to deny this, so he readily admitted it. Chapter 2502. "That's right," Wukong nodded. "This star should be something you obtained from that territory." "You can see that?" Yang Kai looked at him in astonishment. Wukong smiled. "It's not that this king has good eyesight, but that such a star can only be born in that territory." "Why is that?" Yang Kai quickly asked. Although he couldn't wait to drive Wukong out of his knowledge sea, it was rare for him to encounter someone who could answer his questions, so he naturally seized the opportunity to ask clearly. It wouldn't be too late to drive him away after he finished asking. Wukong pondered for a moment before opening his mouth. In this world, all things have an origin. Grass and trees have grass and wood origins. Divine spirits have divine spirits' origins, and even those bright stars have stars' origins. The power of origins is the source of power, infinitely mysterious and infinite. The world force is the power of heaven and earth, a power that has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. If a cultivator like us can learn a thing or two about it, we will benefit immensely. Yang Kai listened attentively with a meticulous expression. Although the heaven-devouring great emperor was a person who was condemned by many, it was undeniable that his strength was obvious to all, so it was an extremely rare opportunity to listen to his lecture. Wukong stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky above his knowledge sea and said lightly, "This star is also an origin." Yang Kai whispered, "This is also an origin." Wukong smiled slightly and said, "Naturally, and it is not an ordinary origin. It is the origin of the territory of this star." "The origin of the territory of this star?" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened. Wukong said, "You can think of it as the origin of the entire territory of the star. With your current ability, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to refine it. If you can refine it, you'll find that it has infinite uses. but you probably won't have this opportunity. The origin of the territory of this star, Yang Kai muttered repeatedly, then asked humbly, "What's the use of refining it? Can it be like the origin of the stars of the star, bringing benefits to a cultivator like me in terms of cultivation?" Wukong snorted. "This is only a small part of its use. If a cultivator has a complete origin of the stars of the star, then his cultivation speed will be much faster than other cultivators, because the origin can help a cultivator to comprehend many things. Such a starting point, for example, a cultivator with a complete origin, a cultivator with a complete origin. The origin of the stars of this star is 10 times or even hundreds of times more than a complete origin of the stars of the star. Wukong's had the complete origin of the stars of this. The benefits were not small, but now Wukong was saying that the origin of the stars of this star's territory was hundreds of times more powerful than the origin of the stars of the star, which naturally shocked him. In addition, if you can refine the origin of this star's territory, it is equivalent to having the entire star's territory recognize your existence, and you can become the master of this star's territory. Everything within this star's territory will be under your control, and you can decide whether to live or die with a single thought. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Isn't that the same as being a star master?" When he was Shadowed Star's star master, he could control the entirety of Shadowed Star. He could control the situation on Shadowed Star with a single thought and could even travel to any location on Shadowed Star, regardless of the barriers of space. According to Wukong, if he could become the master of this star's territory, he could also have many of these conveniences. Yang Kai's mind couldn't help becoming excited. The star in his knowledge, C, was the star of Hung Luo star field. If he could completely refine it, if he could fully refine it, he could become the master of Hung Luo star field and control the entire Hung Luo star field in his hands. You can say that. It's just that the effects are magnified many times over. Wukong nodded before changing the topic. However, it is not so simple to refine the origin of a star's territory. This king destroyed countless stars' territory in the past and found several stars' territory origins, but never succeeded in refining them. Why is that? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Wukong grinned and said, "Because the stars' territory origins were unwilling to accept this king. This king swallowed them all in a fit of anger." The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Wukong continued, "If the star's territory origin still exists, no matter how badly damaged the entire star's territory is, there will be a day when it will be restored. However, if the star's territory origin is destroyed, then this star's territory will truly be finished, just like a person's soul. Once the soul is destroyed, it will never be able to reincarnate." Outrageous! Yang Kai spat. Wukong coldly snorted. Those who dare to resist this king, no matter what they are, never have a good ending. While speaking, he coldly looked at Yang Kai, containing a great pressure, as if he was warning Yang Kai of something. Yang Kai pretended not to see and was about to ask some more secrets when his expression suddenly changed. Wukong said lightly, "All right, enough with the small talk. This king is in a good mood, so he casually chatted with you. Now obediently offer up your body, and this king can spare your life." Yang Kai laughed and said, "If you want my body, take it yourself." Wukong slowly shook his head and said, "Seeing that you are a promising talent, I wanted to spare your life, but since you are so stubborn, there is no need to keep you alive." Saying so, he waved his hand, and in an instant, an arrow-like attack suddenly took shape and shot towards Yang Kai like a bolt of lightning. Yang Kai's face changed, and he was alarmed. His entire knowledge, sea tumbled, and the seawater below rose up, forming a strong barrier in front of him. Wukong snorted. "This king is the heaven-devouring great emperor, great emperors. Even if I have been weak for tens of thousands of years, my strength is not something a junior like you can resist. If you don't want to suffer, then don't make such useless efforts." As if to prove what he had said, when the attack came, all the defenses along the way were unable to stop it at all and were all shattered. Yang Kai only felt a tearing pain in his soul and quickly retreated while constantly using his spiritual energy to resist. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk after a while. Yang Kai flew around his knowledge, seized several times before the arrow-like attack was resolved. His face was filled with difficulty, and his soul avatar was somewhat dim. Obviously, he had suffered serious injuries. Fighting in this knowledge sea, no matter who won or lost. Yang Kai would not have it easy because this was his knowledge sea, and everything that was destroyed here was related to him. You can block this king's attack, but can you block this king's second or third attack? Wukong looked at Yang Kai disdainfully and raised his hand, preparing to launch another terrifying attack. Yang Kai did not show much panic on his face and just looked at Wukong playfully. Compared with an old monster like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years, this young master is indeed a bit tender. But even if this young master is not your opponent, others may not be. Others? Wukong furrowed his brow when he heard this. Just as he was wondering who Yang Kai was referring to, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as the figure appeared, it slammed its palm towards him. Wukong did not expect that someone would launch a sneak attack on him in such a place, and was caught off guard. With a loud bang, Wukong let out a muffled groan, and his soul avatar flashed wildly as he hurriedly fled. After regaining his footing, Wukong looked back with a pained expression, and when he saw the appearance of the person who had launched the sneak attack on him, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old bastard, didn't you blow yourself up? Why aren't you dead?" The person who had strangely appeared behind Wukong and launched a sneak attack on him was none other than the great emperors of the secular world. Yang Kai did not know what kind of communication he had with Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had quietly let his soul avatar in. In the knowledge sea of a newly promoted cultivator in the emperor realm, the soul avatars of two great emperors were gathered. This kind of thing was simply unprecedented. Duan Hongchen coldly snorted and said, "As soon as you stuck out your butt, this old master knew what you were going to do. Before this old master blew himself up, you blew up the astral wind in order to interfere with this old master's vision and perception and use your golden cicada shell-shedding technique. Your skeletal body has been destroyed, so if you want to continue living, you can only use possession, and there is only one person here who can allow you to possess. If this old master could not guess that you were here, then this old master would be an idiot. Bastard!" Wukong shouted with a ferocious expression, no longer as calm as before. With his ability, it would be easy for him to possess Yang Kai, but now Duan Hongchen's soul avatar had also come in, so his wishful thinking could not be carried out. If he wanted to possess Yang Kai and regain his own body, he would have to first get past Duan Hongchen. This old man looked like he would rather die with Wukong than let Wukong off easily. Wukong was terrified. "Wukong, you will die today whether you want or not. It is not up to you." Duan Hongchen coldly looked forward with a resolute expression. Previously, in order to kill Wukong, he was even willing to use self-detonation, so his words now carried a lot of weight. After tens of thousands of years of friendship, you can't even tolerate this king. Wukong roared with a sullen face. Duan Hongchen's eyes did not carry the slightest emotion as he said indifferently, "It is not this old master who cannot tolerate you. It is you who cannot tolerate yourself. Since ancient times, those who commit injustice will bring about their own destruction. If you had wholeheartedly done good in the past, how could today's situation have occurred? Don't preach to this king." Wukong roared and said angrily, "This king sees the world more clearly than you do. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Hongchen, don't make things difficult for this king today. This king will not cause trouble for you in the future. This king will also not touch anything related to Duan Hongchen." Duan Hongchen said indifferently, "Are you begging for mercy?" Wukong's expression turned ruthless as he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't look down on this king. This king is only giving you a chance to choose. Duan Hongqin sighed and said, "It seems that we really have nothing to say. This is really a sad thing." At this point, the two great emperors suddenly fell silent. They just looked at each other, and when their gazes collided, there seemed to be sparks dancing. The seawater below seemed to be disturbed as it kept bubbling. Yang Kai said with an ugly expression, "You too, if there is anything you want to say, why don't you go out and talk about it?" This was his knowledge sea, and these two people looked like they were going to fight here. Yang Kai felt a little scared. How could his knowledge sea withstand a fight between great emperors? If they really fought here, he would definitely not have a good ending. However, these two people's leg hair was thicker than his thigh. He wanted to chase them away, but he was powerless. Chapter 2503. Whether it was Duan Hongchen or Wukong, both turned a deaf ear to Yang Kai's words. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Yang Kai looked at the two bitterly. "Can't you give me some reaction?" Wukong said coldly, "Tell him to get lost, and I'll leave this place immediately." Duan Hongchen shouted in a low voice, "You have a nerve to say such words to fool a child. Wukong, you're getting more and more shameless." He spat at Wukong, then looked straight at Yang Kai and said, "Kid, you have to be patient. Today, the two of us are going to fight to the death here. If your soul is destroyed because of this, it can only be said that your luck is not good. If you're lucky enough to survive, you'll benefit immensely." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Forget it, Senior Hongqin. You can do whatever you want. This junior will take care of himself." Duan Hongqin laughed and said excitedly, "Good, with your words, this old man can do his best." As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a seal with both hands and suddenly pointed at Wukong. Wukong's expression changed greatly, and he shouted, "Are you serious?" Duan Hongchen's face was cold, and he said coldly, "Do I look like I'm playing with you?" "This is really infuriating, Duan Hongchen. Don't think you can leave this place alive today. Even if this king's divine soul is injured, this king will destroy your soul. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered, let alone the famous heaven-devouring great emperors. After being cornered by Duan Hongchen again and again, and even his divine soul was chased into this place, Wukong also had no way out, and when he shouted, he had to give it his all. As they spoke, the two of them were already fighting. In an instant, the sea of knowledge was turbulent, and the sea was set off monstrous waves. The two figures crisscrossed back and forth in the sky above Yang Kai's sea of knowledge, and they were locked in a fierce battle. This was a battle of divine souls. It was more dangerous than an ordinary life and death battle. The moves used by the two of them were all divine sense secret techniques, and as their divine senses collided, rings of light visible to the naked eye burst out one after another. Yang Kai's sea of knowledge was completely unstable. As soon as Duan Hongqin made his first move, Yang Kai's figure had already flickered and directly arrived at the center of the island, transformed by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. Soul Lotus's power. Seven-colored light shone brightly, enshrouding him within it. Two great emperor-level soul avatars were fighting in his knowledge sea. So no matter how well he hid, it was impossible for him to remain unscathed, because he himself was the battlefield, and the only thing he could rely on was the seven-colored soul-warming lotus. In the past, 7 to Hongchen's, to the territory to the other star territory in the past, and Yanghong was in Hongyang. To the Hong Sea soul to search in Hong in the past Hong and to Hongyang was to the Hongyang in his. Under the cover of the seven-colored light, it was like a solid defense. The aftermath of the two great emperors' bombardment only caused ripples to appear on the seven-colored light, unable to hurt Yang Kai at all. Perceiving this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. He was really afraid that even the soul-warming lotus wouldn't be of any use. If that were the case, then he really would be doomed this time. However, even with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai still had a splitting headache. His soul avatar was constantly trembling uneasily, as if his whole body was being torn apart. Every attack by Duan Hongqin and Wukong, it was like a sharp blade cutting into his body, inevitably causing him some wounds. The soul-warming lotus played a wonderful role. When the tearing pain came, a gentle force would spread throughout his body, like an invisible hand, gently soothing Yang Kai's pain. It allowed him to settle down in a very short period of time. Gradually, Yang Kai also got used to this feeling. He no longer felt much pain and began to focus his attention on the two great emperors. He didn't need to observe too much, as every move of the two great emperors was imprinted in his mind, and he could see it clearly. If it were any other place, Yang Kai definitely couldn't do this. But this was his knowledge see, and everything was within his perception. No matter how fast Wukong and Duan Hongqin were, or how fierce their moves were, he could clearly feel them. Yang Kai watched in amazement, unable to take his eyes off of them, because the two great emperors were using all mysterious and unparalleled soul secret techniques, as well as the wonderful use of soul power. No wonder Duan Hongqin had said that if he was lucky enough to survive, he would benefit immensely. So it was like this. In this situation, no matter how the two great emperors used their secret techniques, it would be difficult to escape Yang Kai's observation. Moreover, Yang Kai could completely understand the mystery of their secret techniques, which was much more effective than the careful teaching of a close master and disciple. It was like being enlightened. It was as if the two great emperors were doing their best to teach Yang Kai all kinds of divine technique without holding anything back, and Yang Kai could learn it as soon as he tried. After watching for a while, Yang Kai was greatly shocked because he found that his understanding and use of soul power was simply not on the same level as the two great emperors. He could use the same amount of soul power to break a boulder, but the two great emperors could split a mountain. This was the difference between them. Yang Kai was excited, knowing that this rare opportunity had given him a very high starting point. Even if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm and was still in the third-order Tao Source realm, the strength he could now display was several times stronger than before. If soul power could be used so wonderfully, then Source Qi was naturally the same. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Senior Hongqin, don't hold back, this junior is fine." After watching for a while, he found that Duan Hongqin was completely at a disadvantage, completely suppressed by Wukong, forcing him to constantly retreat above his knowledge sea. It was not that Duan Hongqin's soul power was inferior to Wukong's, but Duan Hongqin was still a little cautious and did not dare to use too much soul power, so he did not want to implicate Yang Kai. Don't be fooled by his bold words just now. Since a person had the heart to care for the common people, he would naturally care about any life. Hearing this, Duan Hongqin took a moment to glance at Yang Kai, and after seeing the seven-colored soul-warming lotus transformed into an island, his eyes lit up and he laughed. "Good! Now this old master has no more worries." He obviously saw the soul-warming lotus's true form at a glance and knew that with the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai, even if he and Wukong fought fiercely, Yang Kai would not be affected too much. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura suddenly soared, turning the situation around in an instant. He fought back and forth with Wukong, enjoying himself very much. More and more violent attacks were launched, causing Yang Kai's knowledge sea to become turbulent, but his soul avatar was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so no matter what happened to his knowledge sea, he would not suffer too serious injuries. Yang Kai gradually became immersed in the mysterious soul secret technique and the use of soul power, unable to extricate himself. He felt as if a new door was slowly being pushed open in front of him, allowing him to see the dazzling light inside. The two great emperors also became fiercer and fiercer, both of them riddled with wounds. Above their soul avatars, light flashed wildly, both winning and losing. This was a battle of life and death. Without seeing life and death, there would be no stopping. As time passed, the power that the two of them displayed gradually weakened. Clearly, it was because they had exhausted too much of their strength and were heavily injured. The tumbling knowledge, C began to gradually calm down, no longer as crazy as before. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the mysterious feeling, suddenly heard a low shout in his ear, "Boy!" Yang Kai was startled and immediately pulled himself out of the state of enlightenment. Looking over, Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned, because at some point, the two great emperors who were fighting to the death had stopped. The two soul avatars were intertwined, each of them using some kind of secret technique to seal the other's movements. It was as if two wrestlers had fallen to the ground, their bodies twisted into a twist. The two soul avatars were dim and their auras were weak, as if they could be extinguished at any time. Duan Hongchen's expression was solemn and Wukong's face was gloomy, but neither of them was willing to let go of the other. "What is Senior's command?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. "Use your strongest soul secret technique to attack us, preferably one that can destroy our souls." Duan Hongchen gritted his teeth and shouted. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Wukong's expression also became cold as he glanced at Yang Kai and snorted disdainfully. "Duan Hongchen, you're an old fool. What kind of secret technique can a trifling, newly promoted Emperor Realm Master use to hurt us?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said, "This boy is not an ordinary person. Since you dare look down on him, I'll teach you a lesson." Wukong said disdainfully, "Then this king will have to wait and see." Duan Hongchen snorted, "Boy, what are you hesitating for? This old thing wants to see what you're capable of. Why don't you open his eyes?" Yang Kai hesitated. "Senior," Duan Hongchen didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, "If Wukong is reborn, the tragedy from tens of thousands of years ago will happen again. This old master has waited for tens of thousands of years for today's opportunity, and has long been prepared to perish together with him. If we miss today, we won't have such a good opportunity again. Boy, don't let this old master down." Duan Hongchen used some kind of secret technique when he shouted, but his resolute voice was like the morning bell and evening drum, reverberating in Yang Kai's ears and stirring his emotions. As their eyes met, Yang Kai could clearly feel the pleading look in Duan Hongchen's eyes and the determination in his heart. Yang Kai was filled with awe and respect as he slowly stood up from the soul-warming lotus and walked towards the two. When he was above the two, Yang Kai quickly said, "Senior, do you have any words for Temple Master Wen?" Duan Hongchen grinned and said in a carefree manner, "No need, he knows what this old master has been doing all these years." Yang Kai nodded, bowed, and said in a deep voice, "Then, Senior, have a safe journey." Duan Hongchen smiled and closed his eyes. Wukong didn't say a word and just stared coldly at Yang Kai with a disdainful expression. Obviously, he didn't think he could really kill him. "Saber, come!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, his eyes shining brightly as he stretched out his hand, and a long saber suddenly appeared in his palm. The blade seemed to be able to sense his inner turmoil and buzzed incessantly, making a strange sound. Chapter 2504. A Soul-Type Emperor Artifact. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the long saber in Yang Kai's hand and could not help exclaiming. Emperor artifacts were rare, let alone soul-type emperor artifacts. Among 1,000 emperor artifacts, there might not even be one that could be used by one soul, which showed how precious they were. Wukong also did not expect that Yang Kai would have a soul-type emperor artifact. He did not know where this boy had hidden this long saber in his knowledge sea before, but he did not notice it. This was a little troublesome. A soul-type emperor artifact, specialized in damaging one soul, and with the help of Yang Kai's rich and pure spiritual energy, it might really be able to cause some damage to him. Although he was a little afraid in his heart, Wukong still showed a disdainful expression and sneered, "A good treasure, but it's still not enough to kill this king." Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he wiped the soul-splitting saber with his finger, causing it to stop buzzing. He pointed the soul-splitting saber at Wukong and shouted coldly, "This treasure is called the soul-splitting saber. To be able to die under this saber, Wukong, you can consider yourself lucky." Ha ha ha! Wukong could not help but laugh. He was amused by Yang Kai's shameless boasting and clicked his tongue. This king does not deny that this emperor artifact may pose a threat to this king. But if you want to kill this king, boy, you'll have to cultivate for another 10,000 years. Yang Kai joked, "In that case, please wait and see, heaven-devouring great Emperor Master." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his spiritual energy, causing the calm sea water below to roar and tumble again, pouring into the saber. In an instant, the soul-splitting saber released a dazzling brilliance. But this was not the end. Yang Kai formed a series of hand seals. He kept slapping the soul-splitting saber. Might and murderous intent filled the air together, so thick that it was almost tangible. Wukong's expression slowly turned solemn as he secretly urged his spiritual energy, as if he wanted to make some kind of protection. Clang, a clear and strange sound was heard. The soul cutter's saber momentum seemed to have been pushed to the limit. It kept jumping in front of Yang Kai, trying to escape from Yang Kai's control. He slashed at the enemy. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he muttered, "Heaven-breaking strike!" A mysterious power emerged and enveloped the soul-severing blade, covering the dazzling soul-severing blade with a layer of light golden film. The soul-slicing saber's aura suddenly increased by several times. What kind of secret technique is this? Wukong turned pale with fright and couldn't help exclaiming. As one of the great emperors, he was naturally able to sense the changes in the soul cutter. He had no idea what Yang Kai had done to increase its power by several times. If the power of the soul-slashing saber had surprised him before, he was now truly terrified, because he clearly felt it. The power of that soul-type emperor artifact was enough to threaten his soul avatar. Yang Kai's expression was cold as he shouted, "Heaven-devouring great emperor, the name of the person who will kill you is Yang Kai." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the soul-severing saber suddenly turned into a streak of light, shooting towards the two great emperors like an arrow released from a bow. It was as if a round sun was falling, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The heaven-breaking strike was a secret technique that Yang Kai learned from Tianyan in the Divine Ascension Mirror in the Azure Sun Temple. Tianyan was only a soul avatar. He didn't have a physical body, but his cultivation was at the level of the great emperors. Because he didn't have a physical body, he spent his entire life studying the power of the soul, so his soul's secret techniques were more powerful than those of Wukong and Duan Hongchen. The heaven-breaking strike was especially terrifying. Normally, Yang Kai would use his soul to nourish the soul-severing saber, accumulating its power and unleash it when needed. The lethality of this secret technique was simply unimaginable. Although he had to start accumulating power again every time he used it, this secret technique could often play a decisive role in a crucial moment. The soul-severing saber was a soul-type emperor artifact, so it was most compatible with the heaven-breaking strike. The two could almost be said to complement each other. A mere ant wants to kill this king. Wukong roared hysterically, no longer showing any of his previous disdain and contempt. Yang Kai's attack was enough to make him take him seriously. As he spoke, he desperately circulated his power, trying to break free from Duan Hongchen's grip. However, how could Duan Hongchen let him do as he wished? He laughed maniacally as he said, "Wukong, stop struggling. Isn't it great that the two of us can go to the Yellow Springs together? We can be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs." "Scram!" Wukong shouted, his strength becoming extremely unstable. Duan Hongchen's expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was going to do, he knew that this was the best opportunity to kill him, so he could only do his best to restrain his figure and prepare for the terrifying attack. A sun-like light descended and directly enveloped the two great emperors' soul avatars. Wukong's screams immediately rang out, mixed with Duan Hong Chen's muffled groans. It seemed that neither of them had a good time under this attack. After Yang Kai displayed this move, he immediately turned around and fled to the island formed by the soul-warming lotus, once again urging the seven-colored light to envelop him. Asterisk Hong Long Long. Asterisk, a huge shockwave erupted, causing his entire knowledge sea to boil. Monstrous waves continued to spread in all directions, and at the center of the attack, a huge crater was formed. Yang Kai felt a splitting headache. Using his own secret technique and artifact to attack his own knowledge, sea, was something Yang Kai had never even considered before. But today he had no choice but to do so. The damage caused by this attack was even more intense than the previous battle between the two great emperors. Yang Kai suddenly felt himself being overwhelmed by pain and felt dizzy, almost fainting on the spot. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk, the shockwaves continued to spread, seemingly continuing until the end of time. After an indeterminate amount of time, the terrifying movement gradually subsided and the dazzling light gradually dissipated. Yang Kai grimaced in pain, and his first reaction was to investigate the situation of Wukong and Duan Hongchen. But after sweeping them with his divine sense, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. Inside his knowledge, sea, only Duan Hongchen's soul avatar was floating awkwardly. At this moment, a huge gash had appeared on his soul avatar from his shoulder blade to his lower abdomen, almost splitting it in two. Traces of pure spiritual energy were escaping from the wound, causing his aura to weaken. Looking around, Yang Kai asked with difficulty, "Where's Wukong? Has his soul been scattered?" Yang Kai replied with an ugly expression. He escaped. When he was investigating earlier, he clearly felt that someone had torn through his spiritual energy defenses and escaped. Since Duan Hongchen was still here, it could only be Wukong who escaped. Hearing this, Duan Hongchen's face changed and he struggled to stand up, shouting in a low voice, "Boy, send me away!" Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply waved his hand, sending him out of his knowledge sea. After doing this, Yang Kai's figure swayed and he almost fell down. Although he also wanted to investigate whether Wukong and Duan Hongchen would fight again, his current situation forced him to give up on this idea. No matter what happened to others, if he didn't adjust his breathing, he really wouldn't be able to hold on. This time, the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge, sea had benefited him greatly, but it had also left him with many scars. The seven-colored soul-warming lotus bloomed with a gentle light, and under his urging, it constantly radiated around his knowledge sea, repairing his damaged knowledge sea and damaged soul avatar. After half a day, Yang Kai felt that his situation had stabilized slightly. Only now did he have the ability to continue moving. Yang Kai immediately sent his soul avatar out of his knowledge sea and back into his body. After opening his eyes, Yang Kai found that he was still in the void corridor, drifting along with the flow, not knowing where he was going. Not far in front of him, Duan Hongchen was sitting cross-legged. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and carefully probed his condition, discovering that Duan Hongchen was still breathing, but it was extremely weak, and even the fluctuations of Emperor Qi in his body were almost imperceptible. "It's good that he's not dead." Yang Kai couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Although he didn't hold back when he used the soul-splitting saber earlier, he was really afraid that he would kill Duan Hongchen while killing Wukong. Although this was the request of the great emperors of the secular world, how could Yang Kai bear to kill a respected great emperor? He and Duan Hongchen were both here, so where was Wukong? Wukong's physical body was definitely destroyed, and his soul avatar was definitely severely injured. So where could he go in this void corridor? If he ran around in this place, he would sooner or later be swallowed up by the void. Even if he was once the strongest master in the star boundary, there was no way he could continue to survive with such a broken body. From the looks of it, the odds were against Wukong. Thinking so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. After carefully examining Duan Hong Chen's condition, Yang Kai couldn't help worrying. Duan Hong Chen's aura was so weak at the moment, it seemed that he would die at any moment. If he didn't think of a way, he might not be able to escape this disaster. Yang Kai quickly took out a variety of healing pills from his space ring, apologized, and opened Duan Hong Chen's mouth, stuffed these pills into his mouth, and then circulated his strength to help him refine them. As soon as he circulated his strength, Yang Kai immediately found that something was wrong, because the strength in his body was actually extremely pure Emperor Qi. There was no trace of impurities. What's going on? Yang Kai was both surprised and overjoyed. Any cultivator would have to spend a lot of time transforming their source Qi into Emperor Qi after breaking through to the Emperor realm. No one could avoid this process. It could take as little as a few years or as long as a few hundred years, just like how a new Dao source realm cultivator would need to transform their source Qi. But he had clearly just broken through to the Emperor realm. So why had all the source Qi in his body been transformed into Emperor Qi? Yang Kai recalled carefully. When he had just broken through, his source Qi was indeed rapidly transforming into Emperor Qi. But before he could feel it, he was swept into the void corridor, and then Wukong invaded his knowledge sea. By the time he came out, his strength had been completely transformed. He didn't know which part of the process had gone wrong, but this was a great thing for anyone. Perhaps it had something to do with the tribulations during his breakthrough, or perhaps it had something to do with the insights he had gained from the battle between the two great emperors in his knowledge sea. But overall, this had saved Yang Kai at least several years. Chapter 2505. Withdrawing his thoughts, Yang Kai calmed his emotions and focused his attention on Duan Hong Chen again. Duan Hong Chen's situation was not optimistic. Even after taking so many healing pills, he still could not stop his aura and vitality from weakening. Yang Kai understood that it was not that the pills he refined were ineffective, but rather that Duan Hong Chen's injuries were too serious, not to mention the injuries caused by his heaven-breaking slash. Even his previous battle with Wukong was not light. This was definitely not something that could be healed by his spirit pills. This is bad. Yang Kai's mood was heavy, seeing that the bustling world great emperor's aura was getting weaker and weaker, to the point where even his light of life was about to be extinguished. Yang Kai could no longer care about anything else. He reached out and grabbed the void, and when he opened his hand again, there was a green leaf in his palm. This green leaf had clear veins and was verdant, just like a piece of top-grade jade, and contained an unimaginable vitality. When Yang Kai grabbed it, it was as if he was grabbing a living creature of flesh and blood. The strength of its vitality was shocking. A leaf from the immortal tree. Yang Kai was forced into a corner and could only take a leaf from the immortal tree as a last resort. The immortal tree was the same as the soul-warming lotus, a precious treasure that had existed since the beginning of the world, and there was only one in this world, not a second. Immortal source liquid was born from the immortal tree and was known as one of the three great divine waters. It had the bizarre effect of regenerating flesh and bones and reviving the dead. It was a sacred healing treasure that no pill could compare to. Unfortunately, although Yang Kai had the immortal tree, he did not have immortal source liquid. The immortal source liquid he collected when he obtained the immortal tree had long since been used up. Since immortal source liquid had such a miraculous effect, how could the immortal tree's leaf not? Yang Kai didn't know if the leaf could save Duan Hong Chen's life, but seeing the great emperors of the human world dying, Yang Kai had no choice but to make this choice. After plucking the green leaf, Yang Kai immediately threw it into Duan Hong Chen's mouth, at the same time circulating his Emperor Qi to help him refine it. Suddenly, a green light bloomed from the dantian in Duan Hong Chen. Then, the green light shone brightly and completely enveloped Duan Hong Chen. Yang Kai was taken aback by this sight, but he could clearly feel that this green light contained an astonishing life aura. Under the cover of this green light, all of Duan Hongchen's wounds, big and small, were healing at an extremely fast speed. The originally extremely weak aura also began to slowly increase. This discovery made Yang Kai feel relieved, knowing that he had done the right thing. The immortal tree's leaf did indeed have the effect of bringing the dead back to life, and this effect seemed to be even stronger than the immortal source liquid. Yang Kai didn't need to help Duan Hongchen anymore. All he needed to do was stand guard for him. The green light bloomed with a different kind of brilliance in this dim void corridor as Duan Hongchen's aura gradually stabilized and his blood began to flow through his body. Gradually, a clear and distinct heartbeat could be heard from his chest. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the green light gradually dissipated. Duan Hongchen was no longer in any serious condition, but for some reason he still hadn't woken up. Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief as he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. From the moment he broke through to the Emperor realm until now, he had hardly had a moment to catch his breath. During his breakthrough, the World Energy Baptism and the World Force had formed an inexplicable black hole that swallowed him whole, followed by the Wukong sneaking into his knowledge sea in an attempt to possess him. Duan Hongchen had followed suit and fought with it. From beginning to end, Yang Kai's nerves were extremely tense. It was only now that the dust had settled that he truly relaxed. Staring at Duan Hongchen in front of him in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly felt that everything was unreal. The names of the great emperors shook the star boundary and had always been legendary figures. They were elusive, and ordinary people would never be able to see them even once in their lifetime. Since Yang Kai came to the star boundary, he had constantly heard people mention the 10 great emperors. Everyone who mentioned them had a look of reverence and worship on their faces, as if the great emperors were the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai also didn't expect that he would meet the great emperors in this shattered star sea, and 2 of them at once. What was even more bizarre was that these 2 great emperors were extremely ancient existences, yet they were still fighting a life and death battle in front of him. One of them was even known as the most vicious man in the star boundary since ancient times. Yang Kai didn't know whether this was his fortune or misfortune. Suddenly, the eyelids of Duan Hongchen, who was sitting in front of him, moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out in a low voice, "Senior Duan!" Duan Hongchen looked at him with a complicated look and asked with a heavy expression, "What did you give this old master to take? How could it pull this old master back from the gates of hell?" Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, "It's nothing. I obtained a spirit pill a few years ago when I was cultivating. I don't know what kind of spirit pill it is, but I thought it was pretty good, so I gave it to Senior." It wasn't that he didn't trust Duan Hongchen, but the immortal tree was too shocking, so it was best not to reveal it. He believed that with Duan Hongchen's previous state, there was no way he could discover what he had given him. "Boy, you're a fool." Duan Hongchen suddenly stretched out his hand and slapped Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai didn't dare dodge and took the hit head-on, grimacing in pain as he said with an innocent expression, "Senior, why did you hit me?" If it weren't for the great emperors in front of him, and if it weren't for him disregarding life and death and dragging Wukong down with him, Yang Kai would have already violently resisted. But being hit for no reason, Kai Yang's heart was filled with grievances. In order to save Duan Hongchen, he had even plucked a leaf from the immortal tree. One had to know that there weren't many leaves in total. He didn't know if plucking a leaf from the immortal tree would cause any damage. If the immortal tree was damaged because of this, Yang Kai wouldn't even have a place to cry. Duan Hongchen put on a pained expression as he raised his hand and pretended to slap himself. But in the end, he slapped himself and sighed heavily. Yang Kai looked at him in amazement, and a bad feeling suddenly welled up in the depths of his heart. So he tentatively asked, "Senior, don't have a problem here, right?" As he spoke, he pointed at the melon seed on his head. "If you want to say that this old master is crazy, then just say it. This old master won't hit you." Duan Hongchen coldly snorted. Yang Kai thought to himself, I wonder who hit me when I opened my eyes. But he only thought about it and didn't dare say it out loud. You shouldn't have saved me. You made a mistake. Duan Hongchen sighed heavily, looking as if he had lost his entire life. Yang Kai quickly said, Senior, I don't like what you're saying. Senior is willing to sacrifice his own life for the sake of the world. So what does it matter if Junior saves your life? Duan Hongchen was extremely angry and was about to say something when suddenly a look of great pain appeared on his face, followed by a twisted expression. Yang Kai was shocked and exclaimed, Senior, what happened to you? Duan Hongchen did not answer, but his entire body was trembling and cold sweat was pouring down his forehead. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense to investigate and found that there was nothing wrong with him. But he suddenly felt very strange, wondering what was wrong with the great emperors of the secular world. Ha ha! Suddenly, Duan Hongchen laughed loudly, and there was a sense of pride in his laughter that was completely different from before. He looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes and praised, Not bad, not bad. Junior, this king must thank you. This king was almost turned into ashes. Sure enough, the heavens didn't forsake me. As soon as these words came out, Yang Kai suddenly jumped back, creating a distance between him and Duan Hongchen. He looked at Duan Hongchen seriously for a moment before a terrifying thought appeared in his mind, causing him to grit his teeth and shout, Wukong! Oh! Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai with a smile, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer, as he said lightly, You saw through this king's identity with just a few words? Junior, you have good eyes. Is it really you? Yang Kai's clothes were instantly drenched in cold sweat. He looked in front of him in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, You actually possessed Senior, Duan. Not really. Wukong shook his head. Then, what is the meaning of this situation? Yang Kai asked fiercely. He was sure that the one talking to him at this moment was undoubtedly the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, but heaven-devouring Great Emperor was using Duan Hongchen's body. If this wasn't possession, then what was? What made Yang Kai feel the most inconceivable was that he had actually succeeded in possessing Duan Hongchen's body. How could he have succeeded? Duan Hongchen was one of the great emperors, and the strength he had shown before was not inferior to his. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wukong to possess Duan Hongchen's body. Before Wukong had time to answer, Duan Hongchen's face suddenly showed an extremely ferocious and twisted expression, and his body trembled violently. After a while, he calmed down. The aggressive gaze from before disappeared and was replaced by a peaceful look. Yang Kai's mind was in a mess, but he still asked tentatively, Senior Duan? Duan Hongchen gently nodded while gasping for breath. It's me. What the hell is going on? Yang Kai opened his mouth wide and asked blankly. Duan Hongchen sighed and said, After that old thing escaped from your knowledge, see, he sneaked into this old man's body and wanted to possess it. How could this old man do as he wished? Naturally, a fight was inevitable, but both of us were exhausted and scarred. Neither of us could do anything to the other. If this had continued, this old man could have fought to the death with him. But what? Duan Hongchen glared at him and said, But I don't know what you gave this old man, but the two of us regained our strength. Not only that old thing Wukong also used a secret technique to coexist with this old man's soul, forcibly occupying half of this old man's body. This. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and swallowed his saliva. Is this really possible? Chapter 2506. Duan Hongchen snorted. Do you think the title of heaven-devouring Great Emperor and Great Emperors is just for show? If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid you won't have another chance to kill him in the future. After saying this, he laughed again. No one in this world can kill this king. 2 sentences, 2 different tones. It was as if Duan Hongchen had schizophrenia. Yang Kai snorted, Shut up! Duan Hongqin turned his head and looked coldly at Yang Kai, saying in a deep voice, "Boy, if you have the guts, I dare you to say that again. Do you believe?" Yang Kai waved his hand and interrupted him. Okay, don't say anything fierce. This young master has just advanced to the Emperor realm and can already make you suffer. When this young master becomes one of the great emperors one day, destroying you will be as easy as spitting. Quickly, let Senior Duan come out and talk. You. Wukong only spat out one word before Duan Hongqin seemed to have taken over his body again, helplessly saying, "Boy, you saw it too." Now, this old master's body not only contains my own soul, but also Wukong's soul. This old master can't even self-destruct now, and I can't drive him away. From now on, this old master will be neither human nor ghost. So what's the point of living? Yang Kai listened with cold sweat, hurriedly comforting him. Senior, don't be so discouraged. Everything has its pros and cons. Since the heavens arranged it this way, there must be a reason. What reason? Tell this old master. If it's really reasonable, this old master won't blame you for saving my life. Yang Kai was bitter. How could he have known that saving Duan Hongqin would lead to trouble? Moreover, he was just comforting him. So how could he say anything reasonable? However, he only pondered for a moment before saying, "Senior Duan, think about it. Wukong's soul is now in your body. Although it will cause you a lot of inconvenience, in other words, you can monitor him any time and anywhere in the future. With you watching over him, Wukong won't be able to cause any trouble, and he won't be able to cause any harm to the star boundary in the future." Duan Hongqin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's what I meant," Yang Kai said with a smile. "Since the two seniors are going to share the same body in the future, I'm sure you'll be happy. Come. Let's hold hands and be good friends in the future." Duan Hongqin snorted and said, "I'm afraid we can't be friends anymore. If this old man gets the chance, I'll still self-destruct. Wukong, you have to be careful. Don't let your guard down." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He did not know what Wukong, who was hiding in Duan Hongqin's body, was thinking. It wasn't easy for him to possess half a body and allow his soul to survive, but he had to constantly be on guard against the self-destruction of the owner of this body. It was tiring just thinking about it. Okay, now that we're done here, let's go back to the Shattered Star Sea. Yang Kai stood up and said. Duan Hongqin shook his head and said, "I'm afraid we can't go back to the Shattered Star Sea." "Why?" Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Duan Hongqin said the place where Wukong was previously hiding was the center of the Shattered Star Sea. When I fought with him, that place was destroyed. The Shattered Star Sea also collapsed at that time. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. He whispered, "The Shattered Star Sea collapsed? What about the people in it?" Although Lu Yan, Zhang Ruoxi, and Mo Shaoqi were all taken into the small sealed world, Yang Kai was still in the Shattered Star Sea. But Hua Qing Si was still in the Shattered Star Sea, and there were still Xia Shang, Murong Xiao, and Xiao Baiyi, as well as thousands of elite disciples from the 4 territories of the Star Boundary. If these people died because of the collapse of the Shattered Star Sea, the Yuan Qi of the Star Boundary would be greatly damaged, and it would take 100 years to recover. Duan Hongqin said, "You don't have to worry about that. When the Shattered Star Sea collapsed, they were already expelled, so there won't be any danger to their lives." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. But from now on, there will be no Shattered Star Sea, and the cultivator in this world will have one less place to gain experience." Duan Hongqin said with some regret, although Wukong, an extremely dangerous character, had always been hidden in the Shattered Star Sea, and no one knew when he would suddenly appear and bring danger to the Star Boundary. It was undeniable that the existence of the Shattered Star Sea had created a lot of the Emperor realm for the Star Boundary. Just by looking at the situation of the Shattered Star Sea this time, it could be seen that some cultivator with enough heritage and good aptitude had already been promoted to the Emperor realm. Even if some cultivators did not promote in the Shattered Star Sea, they might still have a chance after returning to their respective sects and entering seclusion for a while. It was conceivable that in the next 10, 50, or even 100 years, the Emperor realm would continue to spring up like bamboo shoots after spring rain. In fact, every 100 years after the opening of the Shattered Star Sea, such a situation would occur, and new cultivators of the Emperor realm would be born constantly. There's nothing we can do about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. There are gains and losses in everything. If we can solve the hidden danger of Yukong, it's worth it even if the Shattered Star Sea collapses. Duan Hongchen looked at him and said, "You're right." While speaking, he slowly got up and said, "All right, let's leave here first. Let this old master take a look. This is a void corridor. If we want to leave this place, we must first find a weak space barrier." He suddenly stopped talking and looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. He saw Yang Kai's body rippling with strange energy fluctuations as he waved his hand in front of him, causing a crack to suddenly appear. "You're proficient in the Tao of space?" Duan Hongchen's mouth was wide open and his eyes shone. He was extremely shocked. Yang Kai's previous performance was already shocking enough, but he never expected that he was also proficient in the divine technique of the Tao of space. If he was not proficient in the Tao of space, how could he break open this void corridor so easily? Even with his current strength, if he wanted to leave this place, he had to first find a weak point in the space barrier and then blast it open with brute force. Only then would he have a chance to escape. Moreover, he had to be very careful when blasting the void corridor, lest he collapse it and be trapped in the void. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Just some insignificant skill. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior." The corners of Duan Hong Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he said, "Amazing, amazing. Young people these days are really amazing." As soon as he finished speaking, he shouted angrily, "Duan Hongchen, if it weren't for your interference, this king would have seized this boy's body. I'm afraid this king will never find such an excellent body again." Yang Kai's face darkened. Although he knew that the one who spoke was Wukong, he was still not used to people changing faces faster than flipping the pages of a book. He gestured with his hand and said, "Senior Duan, please go first." Duan Hongchen nodded lightly and took the lead to walk out of the void corridor, soon disappearing from sight. After he left, Yang Kai followed unhurriedly. Stepping out of the void corridor, a bleak scene came into view. Looking around, this place was like a desert. Yellow sand was rolling on the ground, and no end could be seen at a glance. Strong winds were blowing and clouds were flying, making it almost impossible to see anything more than 10 meters away. Duan Hongchen, who came out before Yang Kai, also turned his head and looked around. Yang Kai stood beside him, shaded his eyes with his hand, and looked around for a while before asking, "Senior Duan, what is this place?" He was sure that this was the star boundary. In other words, after coming out of the void corridor, he had already returned to the star boundary. However, this place was definitely not the Northern Territory where he entered the Shattered Star Sea, because the Northern Territory was freezing cold, so it was impossible to have such a scene. Duan Hongchen pondered for a while and said, "This should be the Purple Mountain Desert in the Eastern Territory." Eastern Territory? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had planned to go to the Eastern Territory to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts after he understood the situation in the Shattered Star Sea. After all, he had already inquired about Xiao Xiao from Yin Lusheng. It was just that the Eastern Territory was a long way away, and there were many dangers along the way. He wanted to find some big cities or big sects and borrow their territory crossing space arrays, but he didn't expect that he would come directly to the Eastern Territory. This was really a pleasant surprise. "Did you have something to do in the Eastern Territory?" Duan Hongchen looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Just a little personal matter." Duan Hongchen didn't continue to ask and nodded. "In that case, this old master will part with you here. In the future, when you travel the star boundary, Remember to be upright and have a clear conscience." Yang Kai said solemnly, "This junior will remember Senior's instructions." After that, he asked, "Senior won't go back to Azure Sun Temple?" Duan Hongqin shook his head and said, "This old master's current state is not suitable for going to crowded places, so I won't go. If you see Wen Zishan in the future, you don't have to tell him about this old master, lest he worries." Yang Kai said, "This junior will remember." Duan Hongchen nodded before his figure flickered and soon disappeared into the yellow sand, disappearing without a trace. Looking in the direction he left, Yang Kai sighed slightly. Duan Hongchen was obviously very worried about Wukong's soul in his body, so he couldn't wait to separate from him and didn't dare to go to crowded places. Yang Kai didn't know what he planned to do in the future. Now that he and Wukong were sharing a body, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but fortunately he couldn't even self-destruct now. If there was a chance in the future, he could find a way to expel Wukong's soul from his body. However, this required an extremely powerful strength to accomplish. After a while, Yang Kai also summoned his own wooden boat and left like lightning. Half a day later, Yang Kai left the area covered in yellow sand and saw a flash of green light in front of him. When he flew closer, Yang Kai realized that this was a very small oasis. In the desert, oases were extremely rare. Such a small place could often bring vitality and hope to people who were lost in the desert. There were some traces of human activity in the oasis, but at the moment, there was not a single person. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Yang Kai flew down and found a slightly cleaner place to sit down. Then his figure flickered, and he entered the small sealed world. Previously, when he was advancing to the Emperor Realm in order to resist the world force that fell from the sky, he had to draw a trace of world force from the sealed world bead. He didn't know if this would cause any damage to the small sealed world. After his advancement, he didn't have time to investigate at all. It was only now that he found the time. Chapter 2507. As soon as he entered the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai's face changed drastically. He looked around in horror and exclaimed, "How? How did this place become like this?" Although Yang Kai was mentally prepared that the trace of world force he extracted would have a certain impact on the small sealed world bead, he didn't expect it to be so huge. At this moment, the small sealed world bead was in a complete mess. Ravines crisscrossed the ground, as if the great battle between Duan Hongqin and Wukong had taken place here. The flowers, grass, and lush trees that could be seen everywhere in the past had disappeared in large swaths. Even the rich world energy had dimmed a little. The entire small sealed world bead looked lifeless, as if the end of the world had come. Yang Kai's heart bled when he saw this. Ever since he obtained the sealed world bead on Shadowed Star, this space artifact had provided him with many conveniences and saved him from danger many times. But he didn't expect it to become like this at this moment. The embodiment stood beside Yang Kai with a distressed expression and said, "Wukong said that the world force is the world's source strength. You extracted a trace of this world's source strength, so naturally there won't be any good results. What about Lu Yen and the others? Are they all right?" Yang Kai asked in surprise while releasing his divine sense to check the situation of Lu Yen and the others. The embodiment said, "They are fine, but Ruashi and Shaoqi are still asleep. I don't know when they will wake up." Yang Kai nodded and his figure flickered, arriving at the place where Lu Yen and the others were. He found that, as the embodiment said, Zhang Ruashi and Emo Shaoqi were still asleep. Previously, Emo Shaoqi's emotional outburst triggered the divine soul seal. Later, Duan Hongqin took a drop of Zhang Ruashi's blood essence and sealed it, causing her to pass out directly. The two girls were probably like this because they had overexerted themselves. At this moment, their breathing was stable. Although they were asleep, they were fine. After investigating for a while, Yang Kai was relieved. He then shifted his divine sense to the medicine garden and found that the immortal tree, firmament tree, and the exotic flowers and grasses he planted in the medicine garden were not affected. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. If the immortal tree and firmament tree were affected, Yang Kai had no place to cry. Fortunately, although the small sealed world bead, it was still a blessing. How can I repair this small sealed bead? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. Although he was also proficient in the Tao of space, this small sealed world was not something he could refine. Even if he wanted to repair it, he didn't know where to start. In the Source Sea, the sealed world bead had absorbed a lot of source strength, which filled the world at this moment, but because of the damage, the world energy and source strength stored in the small sealed world bead were constantly flowing out. One could imagine what would happen if he didn't think of a way. Sooner or later, the world energy and source strength would all flow out. At that time, the small sealed world wouldn't be able to provide Lu Yen and the others with a good place to cultivate. As he thought about it, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the small sealed world bead became like this was because he had extracted the world energy from this world. In the final analysis, it was because he had lost a trace of its world energy. If he could make up for this lost trace of world energy, the small sealed world bead should be able to recover. World energy filled the entire world, but those who weren't great emperors couldn't comprehend it. Yang Kai couldn't comprehend it either, but he had ready-made world energy. It was suppressed under the mountains and river's bell. If he flooded the small sealed world with the world energy under the mountains and river's bell, would there be any miraculous effects? The suppressed world energy was much larger than the one he had extracted. If he used it well, not only could he repair the small sealed world bead, but he might also be able to make the small sealed world bead even better than before, perfecting the world principles here. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but get excited and couldn't wait to give it a try. Anyway, if he didn't work hard, this small sealed world would become a broken world sooner or later. But if he succeeded, the benefits were self-evident. After making up his mind, Yang Kai's figure flickered and reappeared in the oasis. Then he waved his hand and released the embodiment Lu Yen and the unconscious Zhang Ruoxi and Emo Shaoqi. What orders does Master have? Lu Yen looked at Yang Kai curiously and asked. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai wouldn't release all of them from the small sealed world. Once he did, it must be something important. Yang Kai said solemnly, I want to repair the small sealed world bead. It's not necessarily safe for you to stay inside. Repair the small sealed world bead? A trace of doubt flashed in the embodiment's eyes, but he soon reacted and whispered, Are you going to use the suppressed world energy? Yang Kai nodded and said in a deep voice, This is the only possibility. I have to give it a try. The embodiment pondered for a while and said, It's an opportunity. But before that, Lu Yen, I want to give you something. Yang Kai looked at Lu Yen with burning eyes. What about the Phoenix True Fire? Lu Yen's breathing paused slightly. So you felt it, Yang Kai grinned. After collecting the Phoenix True Fire in the shattered star sea, Yang Kai threw it into the small sealed world bead. Lu Yen could naturally feel it after entering the small sealed world bead. The Phoenix True Fire was a remnant of the martial flame great emperors and was the source of the fire phoenix. Lu Yan's body was a fire attribute artifact spirit, so there was naturally a subtle connection between the two. What's more, Lu Yan had refined a lawn phoenix feather. Whether it was the fire phoenix or the lawn phoenix, they were all branches of the Phoenix clan and came from the same source. Lu Yan could refine the lawn phoenix feather and had a trace of the lawn phoenix's divine technique, so there was no reason why he couldn't refine the Phoenix True Fire. However, it must be accompanied by great danger, and his soul could be destroyed at any time. Yang Kai said solemnly, Lu Yen, the Phoenix True Fire is the source of the fire phoenix. If you succeed in refining it, you can inherit the inheritance and memories of the fire phoenix bloodline and truly be reborn. In time, it is not impossible for you to become a true fire phoenix, but you must know the dangers involved. If there is even the slightest mistake, you will definitely be burned to death. Before Yang Kai could finish, Lu Yen said, "Master, I am ready." Yang Kai was slightly stunned and looked at her seriously for a while before nodding. "You can choose your own path. Since you are mentally prepared, I won't say anything more. Just be careful." Lu Yen pursed her red lips and said softly, "If Lu Yen fails to refine the phoenix true fire, please don't be sad for me, Master. Lu Yen is just an artifact spirit incarnation who gave birth to sentience by chance. I have been able to follow Master for so many years and have been taken care of in every possible way. I have long been satisfied. This servant has lived a life like a human, and that is enough." When it came to emotional parts, her eyes turned slightly red. However, because she was a soul puppet, she couldn't shed a single tear. Yang Kai said softly, "It is my honor to be able to know you and accompany you all the way. Don't think too much, you will succeed." Lu Yen nodded firmly and said, "I will definitely not disappoint Master." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he suddenly urged the golden divine dragon source in his body. A huge golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind him and bared its fangs and claws. Yang Kai reached into the sealed world bead and grasped fiercely, directly pulling out the phoenix true fire. Above the dragon claw, the phoenix true fire was like a living little phoenix, fluttering its wings as if it wanted to fly away, but it was firmly bound by the golden divine dragon source. "Catch!" Yang Kai shouted and slowly pressed the phoenix true fire towards Lu Yen. Lu Yen took a deep breath, and her expression instantly became tranquil as she opened her mouth and swallowed the phoenix true fire. Immediately afterwards, her figure flickered and she flew towards the depths of the desert like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Soon, an extremely scorching fluctuation of power came from the other side, and a ball of fire burned fiercely. From the yellow sand, a clear and loud phoenix cry rang out, echoing through the 9 heavens. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he released his divine sense and carefully observed the situation. If he had any other choice, he would not have let Lu Yen refine the phoenix true fire at this time. He originally planned to wait until Lu Yen was a little stronger before giving the phoenix true fire to her. But now that the sealed world bead was seriously damaged and would collapse sooner or later, it was no longer suitable to store the phoenix true fire in it. As for the phoenix true fire, it could only be stored in the sealed world bead. A space ring could not contain it at all. Once the sealed world bead collapsed, this precious phoenix true fire was very likely to be swallowed into a void crack, never to be found again. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only choose to let Lu Yen refine the phoenix true fire at this time. However, Yang Kai was also fully prepared. It would be best if Lu Yen could successfully refine the phoenix true fire, but if the refining process was not ideal, he would directly intervene and use his golden divine dragon source and the mountains and rivers bell to suppress it. Presumably, Lu Yan's life would not be in danger. He did not tell Lu Yen about these plans because he did not want Lu Yen to have a fluke mentality, thinking that even if the refining failed, it would not matter. Only in this way could Lu Yan's potential be forced out. Under the investigation of his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression became dignified, because Lu Yen, who was refining the phoenix true fire, was burning up. The phantom of the fire phoenix appeared behind her small body and stared at her coldly with its majestic phoenix eyes. Obviously, it was unwilling to be refined like this. Fortunately, Lu Yen was a soul puppet and a fire attribute artifact spirit. She had even swallowed the sun's true fire over the years, so she had a strong resistance and adaptability to this scorching power. She constantly urged her own strength to resist the terrifying power of the phoenix true fire. She was not in a hurry to refine and swallow it, instead releasing her divine sense to constantly communicate with the phoenix true fire. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he saw this, realizing that he seemed to be worrying too much. Lu Yen was not a child and had her own thoughts and ideas. If she communicated with the Phoenix True Fire like this, it was very likely that the Phoenix True Fire would recognize her as its master and allow her to refine it without any danger. The most important thing now was how to make the Phoenix True Fire recognize her. Yang Kai stared at her intently, not daring to miss a single detail. Chapter 2508. Amidst the raging flames, the earth was scorched, and the flowing yellow sand melted before it even touched the flames. Where Lu Yen stood, the desert within 1,000 feet radius had turned into a magma-like zone, scorching hot and terrifying. A huge fire phoenix phantom stood behind Lu Yen, its majestic phoenix eyes looking down at her with disdain and ridicule. Wrapped in the phantom, Lu Yen didn't use any strength to resist, allowing the flames that could burn all things to burn her, a look of pain on her small face. Two divine senses were communicating in the void. One was as weak as an ant, while the other was as strong as heaven and earth. The contrast was extremely obvious. It was unknown what kind of communication was going on between the two, but the powerful divine sense belonging to the fire phoenix suddenly became violent, and with a cry, the flames burned even more fiercely. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched violently, and he almost couldn't help but take action. Although Lu Yen was a spirit puppet, which was different from ordinary people, it was unknown how long she could last under the burning of the Phoenix True Fire. If she couldn't hold on, she would inevitably be burned to ashes. But just before Yang Kai took action, he glanced at Lu Yen as if he had sensed something and stopped abruptly. He found that although Lu Yan's expression was painful, there was peace between her eyebrows. Two contradictory emotions appeared on the same face, which was very strange. Suddenly a cry rang out. Although it wasn't as loud and clear as the phoenix cry, it was still crisp and pleasant. Immediately afterward, a strange bird with a red body and an extremely long tail suddenly flew out of Lu Yan's body. Lu Yan's true body. Yang Kai watched with a dignified expression. Although the yellow sand in the sky blocked his vision, he could see everything clearly with his divine sense. Lu Yen hadn't shown her true body for a long time. Yang Kai still remembered that when he first met Lu Yen, she had met him in this appearance. At that time, Yang Kai thought this was a fire spirit, but later he learned that she was just a tool spirit of a crafting furnace. Unless she was forced to, Lu Yen would never show her true body. As soon as the strange bird appeared, it swayed upward, riding the clouds and the wind, and instantly came to the head of the fire phoenix. It kept flying around it. The flame phoenix cried out incessantly as its flaming feathers unfurled. A monstrous wave of heat swept out in all directions. Lu Yan's body was like a small boat in the middle of a storm, each wave crashing down on her, threatening to drown her at any moment. The fluctuations of divine sense communication had never stopped since the beginning, as Lu Yen kept trying. Yang Kai didn't know what Lu Yen was doing during this period of time. He only saw her flying around the fire phoenix. Strange divine soul ripples spread out. Slowly, the irritable phantom of the fire phoenix calmed down, and its flaming feathers also folded, but its disdainful eyes were still full of disdain, as if the whole world was nothing in its eyes. Seeing this situation, Lu Yen moved a little closer to the fire phoenix, as if trying to let it accept her. Although the process was slow, there were not many changes. After a long time, Lu Yen finally landed on the head of the fire phoenix and gently combed its feathers. At the same time, the fire phoenix also slowly closed its majestic phoenix eyes. Was this a success? Kai Yang's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't sure what kind of situation this was. However, it was reasonable to say that Lu Yen had an extremely high success rate in refining the fire phoenix's origin source. Her success rate was much higher than anyone else's because Lu Yen was a fire attribute artifact spirit and could be considered to have the same origin as the phoenix True Fire. The monstrous pressure slowly withdrew. The huge phantom of the fire phoenix also slowly retracted into Lu Yan's body. The scorching power suddenly lost its source and dissipated, leaving only the red magma and half-solidified yellow sand on the ground. Lu Yan's body also returned to her body with the phantom of the fire phoenix. Yang Kai probed with his divine sense and saw Lu Yan's current situation. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat, because at this moment, Lu Yan seemed to have been burned for countless years. Her whole body was charred, and the outline of a human being couldn't be seen at all. Her hair had also disappeared. All that could be seen was a human-shaped object that looked like black charcoal. Even the body of a spiritual puppet was burned like this. Any other cultivator would have turned into ashes long ago. Yang Kai's heart was bleeding. He resisted the urge to help, but was ready to take a leaf of the immortal tree at any time. Lu Yan's weak divine sense fluctuations came from the charred, human-shaped object. Traces of crimson energy suddenly diffused from her body. The crimson energy was like a burning flame, dazzling everyone's eyes. It had both a terrifying aura that could burn all things and an incredible vitality. True Phoenix Fire. It was said that the true Phoenix Fire was immortal. Every death was just a nirvana in the cycle of reincarnation. It was this magical, true Phoenix Fire that allowed them to create such a legend. Therefore, in the true Phoenix Fire, there was both endless destruction and abundant vitality. Destruction was for the enemy, and vitality was for oneself. Soon, Lu Yan was wrapped up by the crimson energy, and the crimson energy gradually solidified into a rock-like existence. Looking at it, Lu Yan seemed to have transformed into an egg half the height of a person at this moment. On the surface of the eggshell, there are countless extremely complex patterns, as if they contained a great secret. Yang Kai was curious and took a few more glances, only to feel a pair of extremely majestic eyes suddenly appear in his knowledge sea, coldly glaring at him, causing his knowledge sea to tumble and tremble. He was so scared that he quickly looked away. The pair of majestic eyes were the eyes of the fire phoenix. Yang Kai didn't know why it appeared in his knowledge sea, but he knew that if he continued to look at it like this, he would be attacked by an invisible, secret technique. This should be the inheritance of the Phoenix clan, and those patterns should be the secrets of the Phoenix clan. Anyone who tried to pry into it would not have a good end. But like this, Kai Yang's mood relaxed a lot, because since the egg wrapped in Lu Yan had something of the Phoenix clan, it meant that Lu Yan had successfully made the true Phoenix Fire accept her. With the protection of the true Phoenix Fire, even if Lu Yan was seriously injured, it was impossible for her to die. All he needed to do now was wait. Wait for the moment when Lu Yan was reborn and witness the magical scene. Yang Kai also didn't expect that Lu Yan would refine the true Phoenix Fire so quickly. Although it seemed very anxious, it was still a daunting experience. He secretly sent a message to the embodiment, asking him to pay more attention to the situation of Lu Yan and to contact him immediately if anything went wrong. The embodiment naturally agreed. Yang Kai then entered the small sealed world again. The problem of the true Phoenix Fire was solved, so the next thing to solve was the small sealed world. Radiating his divine sense in all directions, Yang Kai quickly understood the situation of the small sealed world. This time, after extracting a trace of world force, the damage caused to the small sealed world was not small. 1/3 of the entire small sealed world was a mess. Many places were no longer separated from the heavens and earth, as if they were still in a state of chaos. These places were constantly collapsing and spreading in all directions. Looking at this situation, if left alone, the small sealed world would collapse completely in less than a month. At that time, the immortal tree, firmament tree, and so on would all be finished. Although Yang Kai could move them away in advance, Yang Kai couldn't be at ease with these kinds of treasures, especially the immortal tree. Once others learned about it, he was afraid that the entire star boundary would be plunged into a bloodbath. So, in any case, Yang Kai wanted to stabilize the small sealed world as soon as possible, not for anything else, but for the immortal tree and firmament tree to continue to be safely hidden inside in the future. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai stretched out his hand, and a big bell suddenly appeared in front of him. Ancient exotic artifact, Mountains and Rivers Bell. Perhaps because it was suppressing a trace of world force, this Mountains and Rivers Bell had not shrunk, and the mysterious pattern on the bell was constantly flashing as a primordial force swept in all directions. When Yang Kai summoned the Mountains and Rivers Bell, he could clearly feel that the suppressed world force was constantly colliding with the Mountains and Rivers Bell, as if it was trying to break free from the shackles of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. After staring at the Mountains and Rivers Bell for a long time, Yang Kai formed a few seals with a serious expression. The Mountains and Rivers Bell suddenly buzzed, and the primordial force that was enough to suppress the world force also revealed a crack. The mighty force of heaven and earth that had been suppressed was like a cat that had smelled fish. It turned into a stream of light and broke free from the crack at an extremely fast speed. *1, an unimaginable pressure descended from the sky, and there seemed to be an extremely strong will growing above Yang Kai's head, exuding a destructive aura. Yang Kai's body was pressed down. When he was breaking through before, Yang Kai was bombarded by the world force, and he was unable to resist it at all. But now he was different from yesterday. Now he was the real deal of the Emperor realm. His Emperor Qi was vigorous and pure, and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. What's more, this was the small sealed world, where he dominated everything. Even if it was a little damaged, it could not change this fact. He looked up coldly, staring at the stream of world force that had turned into a stream of light, and with a single thought, the power of the entire small sealed world was mobilized. It was as if countless invisible hands were attacking from all directions, firmly grasping the stream of world force. The stream of light buzzed and struggled, but it could not move at all. This stream of world force was indeed the source of the outside world. But after all, it was only a trace, so how could it compete with the power of the entire small sealed world? This was like a cheetah and a cat. The cheetah was fierce, but how could a single hair of the cheetah be more powerful than a cat? After imprisoning the world force, Yang Kai suddenly sat down cross-legged and radiated his spiritual energy around, instantly enveloping the entire small sealed world. Soon, Yang Kai felt a strange sensation. He felt that he had become the embodiment of the small sealed world. He was the small sealed world, and the small sealed world was him. Chapter 2509. After connecting with the entire small sealed world, Yang Kai immediately understood that his previous idea was correct, because the small sealed world was transmitting a very eager message to the imprisoned world force, eager to use it to repair its broken place. This was the world will of this small sealed world. It was like the instinctive reaction of an injured person seeing a healing pill. Yang Kai rejoiced in his heart, but on the surface he remained calm. His eyes were closed tightly, but his hands were constantly casting mysterious seals. He didn't know what these seals were, and he didn't even know what he was doing, but he was just responding to the world will of the small sealed world. His body responded involuntarily. He slapped out a series of seals and blasted them on the imprisoned mighty force of heaven and earth in midair. Soon, the mighty force of heaven and earth that was like a stream of light was densely packed with seals. At the same time, the world force that was struggling to break free stopped struggling. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Release!" As soon as his words fell, the imprisoned world force suddenly burst open, turning into smaller streams of light, like fireworks exploding in the sky, blooming with extremely dazzling beauty. They broke down into countless streams and radiated to every corner of the small sealed world. The streams of light dispersed and hid in the small sealed world, disappearing one by one. The broken small sealed world seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment, and the whole world hummed with excitement. The broken place stopped collapsing, and the world was separated again. Everything was clear, and the chaos was no longer there. As time passed, The ravines in the earth were smoothed out again, and the devastated small sealed world began to change its appearance. The lifeless, small sealed world. Inexplicably, there was a trace of invigorating vitality. The large amount of broken source strength that had been swallowed in the source sea before seemed to have undergone some wonderful changes at this time, quickly integrating into the small sealed world, turning into traces of clear world principles, strengthening the foundation of the small sealed world. The wind rose, the clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed, rain fell, and sprouts sprouted. The entire mysterious small world seemed to have received a new lease of life and was brimming with vitality. Even the exotic flowers and grasses planted in the medicine garden began to sway gently. The entire process lasted for an unknown amount of time. When all the dust settled, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his mind had been severed from the small sealed world bead, awakening from that wonderful feeling. Looking around, the mysterious small world was still the same mysterious small world, but the bleak scene was no longer there. Compared to before, he was even more outstanding. Yang Kai could clearly feel that the world principles in this small sealed world had become more complete. Although it was still not comparable to a real great world, it was much better than before. The world force can actually make a small sealed world evolve. Seeing this, Kai Yang's eyebrows rose up in joy. His small sealed world had never been perfect, something Yang Kai also knew, but he didn't know how to make the small sealed world the same as the great world. However, after a series of attempts, Yang Kai seemed to have found some useful information. Just a single strand of world force was enough to cause such a huge change in the small sealed world. The world principles were also much more complete. So if more world force was brought in, wouldn't the small sealed world be completely perfect? At that time, this place would become a cultivation holy land. When one reached the limit of their cultivation, they could also receive a baptism of world energy here and breakthrough. However, world force was something that could only be encountered by chance. It was impossible to comprehend it unless one reached the level of great emperors. With Yang Kai's current first-order emperor realm cultivation, he could only sigh and lament. However, Yang Kai finally had a direction, so he was still very excited. After thoroughly inspecting the small sealed world again, he found that there were indeed no more hidden dangers in this small sealed world. In fact, it was even better than before. Yang Kai was really relieved. I wonder how Lu Yan is doing outside. With a thought, he flew out of the small sealed world and returned to the outside world. Big Brother Yang. As soon as he appeared, Mo Shaoqi's call reached his ears. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and found that Mo Shaoqi and Zhang Ruoshi had both woken up. Their complexions were quite good, and there were no hidden dangers. With a slight smile, Yang Kai said, "You're awake." Mo Shaoqi asked, "Big Brother Yang, why did you come to the Purple Mountain Desert? Is the Shattered Star sea closed? What happened after that? Who helped me to seal my divine soul? I didn't hurt you, did I?" She asked a lot of questions in rapid succession, with a nervous and uneasy look on her face. It seemed that she knew that the reason she lost consciousness was related to the divine soul seal being unsealed, but she had no memory of what happened after that. Yang Kai glanced at the embodiment standing not far away in amazement and asked, "You didn't explain to her?" The embodiment shrugged and said, "They just woke up, so I didn't have time." Yang Kai nodded and gave a brief account of what happened after she went berserk. Of course, he didn't dare to mention the battle between Duan Hongchen and Wukong, as it would be too shocking. As for the Shattered Star Sea's closure, he only said that he didn't know. After hearing this, Mo Shaoqi patted her chest in fear and sighed. "It's good that I didn't hurt you. If I did, Shaoqi would never have the face to see you again." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Don't undo the seal, casually in the future. The power of the divine soul is too terrifying. With your current strength, you won't be able to control it." Mo Shaoqi stuck out her tongue and said, "I know." Zhang Ruo, she didn't have a chance to interject until now. She glanced worriedly not far away and asked, "Sir, what's wrong with Sister Lu Yen now? Why do I feel that her aura is so weak?" Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and found that the phoenix egg was still the same as when he left. There wasn't much change, so he said in a deep voice, "This is her opportunity, don't worry." While speaking, he glanced at Zhang Ruoshi intentionally or unintentionally. To be honest, there were too many things that shocked him on this trip to the Shattered Star Sea. Whether it was the mountains and rivers bell, the phoenix true fire, the resurrection of the heaven-devouring great emperor, or the great emperors of the secular world who cut off their cultivation for tens of thousands of years, they were all rare occurrences. But what puzzled him the most was Zhang Ruoshi. Duan Hongqin took a drop of Zhang Ruoshi's blood essence and resealed Mo Shaoqi's divine soul seal. Moreover, Duan Hongqian's interest in Zhang Ruoshi also made him very concerned. The great emperors of the secular world asked Yang Kai to lead Zhang Ruoshi to do good, saying that when she cultivated to the peak, she could summon even more terrifying power than Mukong. Once she did evil, it would be a disaster for the star boundary. If he didn't know Duan Hongqian's true identity, Yang Kai might have thought that he was exaggerating, but after knowing that Duan Hongqian was one of the great emperors of the secular world, Yang Kai didn't dare to think so. There was no reason for a person who could disregard his own life for the world to scare him. What kind of bloodline does this little girl of the Zhang family have to make Duan Hongqian treat her so seriously? Moreover, in the flowing time temple, the divine spirit Chongqi gave Zhang Ruoshi a pink cloud's phoenix robe. How could an ordinary person have such a privilege? Encountering a fierce beast like Chongqi, it would be a miracle if one didn't get swallowed whole. How could one obtain a defensive emperor artifact from it? There's also that strange space spirit jade, which can only be activated by Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline. Thinking of the space spirit jade, Yang Kai suddenly felt that it was time to give it to Zhang Ruoshi. After all, this was a treasure passed down by the Zhang family's ancestors. In the past, Zhang Ruoshi wasn't strong enough to unlock the secrets of the space spirit jade, but now that Zhang Ruoshi was in the third order Dao Source realm, she should be able to make progress. Yang Kai didn't really care about the secrets hidden in the space spirit jade, but it might be able to unlock the mysteries of Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline. Thinking about it this way, Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little tempted. Curiosity killed the cat. The more Duan Hongqian tried to hide it, the more he wanted to know about Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline. "Sir, why are you looking at me like that?" Zhang Ruoshi found that Yang Kai had been staring at her with burning eyes, as if he wanted to eat her alive. She couldn't help but lower her head and blush slightly. Yang Kai grinned and said, "Ruoshi has become a big girl." Compared to when he first met Zhang Ruoshi, she had indeed grown a lot. Moreover, the best years of her teenage years were by Yang Kai's side. It could be said that Yang Kai watched her grow up. This reminded him of Lin Yun. This little girl went to the star boundary with yang inflammation. When she left, her body hadn't grown up yet. Calculating the time, she should be about the same age as Zhang Ruoshi. At that time, yang inflammation said that Lin Yin was very suitable to inherit the mantle of a friend of hers. Yang Kai wondered how the little girl was doing after so many years. There was also yang inflammation. Yang Kai had been in the star boundary for so long, but he hadn't heard any news about yang inflammation, so he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Logically speaking, yang inflammation should be a master of a generation, so there was no reason for him to be so obscure. Zhang Ruoshi's face turned even redder, and there seemed to be a different kind of brilliance in her shyness. Mo Shaoqi joined in the fun and said, "What about me? I'm not a little girl anymore." "Yes, yes." Yang Kai nodded quickly, turning his mind back from his memories. "Big brother Yang, where are you going next? Can you take me with you?" Mo Shaoqi looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes, a look of excitement on her face. Yang Kai smiled and said, Of course I can take you with me, but aren't you afraid that Auntie Phone will come and take you back? Auntie Phone doesn't seem to like you running around outside. Mo Xiao Qi wrinkled her nose and said, "Humph, after she took me back last time, I was locked up on the island to cultivate. It was so boring. Now that I'm finally out, I won't go back so soon. Moreover, we just came out of the Shattered Star Sea. So Auntie Phone definitely doesn't know that I'm here. When I have enough fun, I will naturally go back. Does the Beast Warrior Master know that you are so capricious?" Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Mo Xiao Qi stuck out her tongue and said, "Big Brother Yang, you guessed it?" Yang Kai laughed. "You have such a strong cultivation at such a young age, so you must have an extraordinary background. You are also proficient in enslaving Monster Beast. You claim to be from the Eastern Territory and mention the word island from time to time. If I didn't know that you were from Spirit Beast Island, wouldn't I be an idiot?" Chapter 2510. Mo Xiao Qi shyly said, "Big Brother Yang, Xiao Qi didn't mean to hide it from you. It's just that my father, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You don't need to explain, I understand." Mo Xiao Qi was obviously afraid that her father's name was too scary, so she had never mentioned her identity to Yang Kai. Now that Yang Kai had pointed it out, she was somewhat uneasy. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The Beast Martial Master is the master of beast martial arts, and you are you. The one I know is the mischievous Mo Xiao Qi, not the daughter of a martial beast." Mo Xiao Qi heard this and thought seriously for a while, then suddenly showed a relieved smile. The corners of her eyes curved into crescents, making her look very beautiful. At this moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious, and he looked up into the sky. At the same time, Zhang Ruoshi also called out in a low voice, "Sir!" While speaking, she urged her source qi uneasily and looked up into the sky vigilantly. Ruoshi can sense it. Kai Yang glanced at her in amazement, discovering that her pair of beautiful eyes were emitting an extremely cold aura, completely different from her usual gentle and weak self. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and felt that Zhang Ruoshi's bloodline was a bit strange. Suddenly, a faint ripple appeared in the calm sky, as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. Then, the ripple spread out rapidly and became more and more obvious. Soon, the space in a certain part of the sky distorted and a clear and strange energy fluctuation came from there. Space Force. Yang Kai's eyes shrank and he was shocked. He didn't expect to encounter such clear space force in this place. It was clear that someone had torn space and crossed over from a very distant place. Moreover, judging from the fluctuations of Space Force, this person's use and research of Space Force was no worse than his. Perhaps even better than his. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. Although he didn't know who was coming, if someone could tear space and cross over, their strength was definitely extraordinary. Who is it? Why did they come here? Yang Kai didn't dare to take them lightly. While quickly putting away his embodiment, Yang Kai secretly urged his Emperor Qi to be on guard. If he was alone, he could just leave here and hide quietly to observe, but now he had Zhang Ruoshi, Mo Xiaoqi, and Lu Yan who was inside the phoenix egg, so he couldn't leave. Mo Xiaoqi also noticed the anomaly in the sky, and after letting out a scream, her beautiful face turned pale as she dodged. She hid behind Yang Kai's back like a mouse meeting a cat. Her delicate body trembled as she whispered, "Big Brother Yang, let's run quickly. If we don't run now, it will be too late." Yang Kai's face darkened. "It's too late to run now." Asterisk crash. Asterisk the sky was torn apart like an invisible beast. It opened its beastly mouth, wanting to devour someone. Under the close attention of Yang Kai, a foot suddenly stepped out of the dark crevice. Dong, although the foot was stepping on the void, Yang Kai felt as if it was stepping on his heart. His face paled slightly, and his aura instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. So strong! Yang Kai's eyes were filled with shock, even though he already knew that the person who came would not be weak. But it wasn't until now that Yang Kai realized that he had underestimated the strength of this person. This guy is definitely a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and not just any ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. After that foot, a figure slowly walked out of the crack, as if he was leaving his home for a walk, his face calm and relaxed, leisurely and carefree. Only then did Yang Kai see the appearance of the person who came. It was a middle-aged man, dressed like a scholar. He had an extraordinary temperament and a smile on his face, looking harmless to humans and animals. After this person appeared, he only glanced around slightly before fixing his gaze on Yang Kai with a strange smile. Gudong. Although Yang Kai knew that he could not be at a disadvantage in terms of aura, he could not help but gulp. Being stared at by this person, Yang Kai felt like a lamb being stared at by a hungry wolf. Every part of his body involuntarily trembled. This was not the end of it. After this middle-aged scholar appeared, another figure walked out of the void crack. Unlike the middle-aged scholar's leisurely stroll, the second person who appeared was like a burning flame. As soon as she appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. This was a beautiful woman with a graceful figure. Her chest was full, her waist was graceful. Her red lips were as bright as gems, suffused with a peculiar luster. Her skin was as white as porcelain, so delicate that it could be broken with a single blow. Her beautiful eyes were watery, and any man who saw her would involuntarily have endless fantasies. Especially the head of fiery red hair, it gave people a strong visual impact, making people unable to move their eyes away. Fuck! Why is it her? Yang Kai almost bit his tongue and could not help but curse in his heart, because he actually knew this beautiful woman. She was the Auntie Feng that Mo Xiaoqi often mentioned. Yang Kai did not know this Auntie Feng's name before, but when Mo Xiaoqi and Lan Sun quarreled in the Shattered Star Sea, Lan Sun mentioned her name. Spirit Beast Island's Jiu Feng. Although she was not one of the 10 great emperors, the name Jiu Feng still shook the star boundary. Few cultivators with higher cultivation did not know her name. If this beautiful woman was Jiu Feng, then the identity of the other middle-aged scholar was also obvious. Li Wuyi. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly burst with light as he looked at Li Wuyi without any hesitation. Although this was the first time he had met Li Wuyi, Yang Kai had long heard of his name because Li Wuyi was the most proficient master in the Tao of Space in the entire star boundary. He was also a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Mo Xiaoqi had also said before that she would introduce Yang Kai to Li Wuyi and let him worship Li Wuyi as his master to learn the mysteries of the Tao of Space. After realizing that these two were masters from Spirit Beast Island, Yang Kai quickly understood why they were here. They were clearly here for Mo Xiaoqi. But how did they know that Mo Xiaoqi was here? Moreover, they directly tore space and arrived here precisely. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and realized that they must have done something to Mo Xiaoqi that allowed the people from Spirit Beast Island to sense her location. That was why Li Wuyi and Jiu Feng came here together not long after they left the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder Mo Xiaoqi hid behind me as soon as she saw the vision in the sky and urged me to run away. It turns out that she saw someone coming to catch her at a glance. Li Wuyi, you bastard! How dare you leave this old lady in a void crack? Do you know that this old lady was almost swallowed by the void undercurrent? As soon as Jiu Feng appeared, she grabbed Li Wuyi's clothes, lifted him up, and shouted angrily. Li Wuyi was a top third-order Emperor Realm Master, but at this moment he was like a powerless chicken, letting Jiu Feng carry him without even having the guts to resist. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he said with an embarrassed expression, "There are juniors watching from below. If you do this, I will lose face." Face? Jiu Feng glared at him and shouted tenderly, "Face is something you earn yourself, not given by others. If you want face, you have to treat this old lady better, understand?" Yes. Li Wuyi nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice and begged, Can you put me down first? This is a disgrace to a gentleman. Gentleman? Jiu Feng sneered and said furiously, What is that? Can it be eaten? Li Wuyi immediately put on a long face and looked pitifully in Yang Kai's direction. Shao Qi, save me! You can't see me. You can't see me. You can't see me. And Mo Shao Qi hid behind Yang Kai and kept muttering to herself. Next time you dare to leave this old lady in a void crack, this old lady will break your third leg. Jiu Feng gritted her teeth with a fierce look on her face. Li Wuyi involuntarily clamped his legs together and hurriedly said, I won't do it again. Please spare me, great aunt. Humph. Only then did Jiu Feng throw Li Wuyi away as if he was a piece of trash. Her tone changed and her demeanor changed greatly. She said shyly, Really, don't you know that I'm afraid of the dark? After saying this, she turned her beautiful eyes and glanced down before fixing them on Yang Kai and greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, little brother, we meet again. It seems we are fated to meet. Yang Kai swallowed hard, his expression extremely stiff. For a long time, the great impression Ani Feng had of the great emperors in his mind was collapsing inch by inch as cracking sounds kept coming from the depths of his heart. He cupped his fists with a black face and said, Junior Yang Kai greets Senior Li and Senior Jiu Feng. Li Wuyi smiled, a subtle cold light flashing in his eyes as he asked, Just now, did you see anything? Yang Kai said solemnly, Just now, Space Force surged and distorted the void. Although this junior tried his best to see, his strength was too low and he couldn't see anything. I am ashamed. Hearing this, Li Wuyi raised his brow and the cold light in his eyes dissipated. He nodded and said, You are worth teaching. This king often heard Shao Qi mention you on the island. I heard that you are also proficient in the Tao of Space. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Senior is too kind. This junior has only studied a little about the Tao of Space. Naturally, this junior wouldn't dare to show off in front of an expert like Senior Li. If there is an opportunity, this junior would like to ask Senior for advice. Li Wuyi was delighted and beamed with joy. Good, very good. If you go to Spirit Beast Island in the future, this king will teach you a unique divine technique. Yang Kai was overjoyed and took advantage of this opportunity, saying, How about today? Li Wuyi was still smiling and said lightly, Boy, you are too shameless. This king's divine technique is not something you can learn just because you want to. Yang Kai said with a dark face, Senior is so stingy and doesn't have the slightest intention to help this junior. This junior is very unhappy. Whether you are happy or not is none of my business. Li Wuyi laughed. This king is happy. Chapter 25:11. Yang Kai snorted. This brat likes to talk nonsense when he's unhappy. Perhaps today's events will be compiled into 12 Chapter S and 36 Chapter S and passed on to the storytellers of the major restaurants and tea houses in the Eastern Territory so that they can spread Senior Li's peerless prestige. I've even thought of the title, The Daily Life of Spirit Beast Islands, Nine Phoenix, and Her Servant. What do you think, Senior Li? Li Wuyi was furious. Didn't you just say that you didn't see anything? How can a junior's words be so untrustworthy? Yang Kai said leisurely, I suddenly saw something. You're so despicable. Li Wuyi was shocked. Yang Kai said lazily, People are all forced. Nine Phoenix giggled on the side, seemingly extremely happy. Good, good, good. Li Wuyi spoke incoherently, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yang Kai. You forced me to do this. So this king will have to teach you a lesson. Brat, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stream of light flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand to grab the stream of light. When the stream of light entered his hand, he paused slightly, rolled his eyes, and quietly put away the object in his hand. Now, you know how powerful this king is? Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense and ruin this king's reputation. Li Wuyi snorted coldly. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Senior Li's cultivation is profound. This brat is inferior to you. I hope Senior Li can forgive me for offending you earlier. Li Wui said casually, This king is magnanimous. Why would I lower myself to your level? Nine Phoenix looked at the two coldly. She curled her lips and said, You two are having fun. Li Wui laughed. I just taught a junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. This Li is all ears to avoid young people being too arrogant. This Li is all ears. Nine Phoenix snorted coldly and stared at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. After a while, she showed a hint of admiration. The last time we met, you were just in the first order Tao source realm. I didn't expect that in just a few years, you've already advanced to the Emperor realm. This queen has misjudged you. No matter who it was, to be able to advance from the first order Tao source realm to the first order Emperor realm in such a short time with a solid foundation, without the slightest sign of instability and pure and rich in pure energy, could be called a genius. Senior's praise is unwarranted. Junior being able to reach this step was also a coincidence. Yang Kai said modestly. Jiufeng said, but the first order Emperor realm is only the beginning of the peak of the martial Tao. If I want to pry into the pinnacle of martial arts, I will have to work even harder. I cannot be arrogant and impatient. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he quickly said, Junior will remember Senior's advice. Although Jiufeng had only said a few words that didn't hurt her, her strength had already reached her level. If she didn't really think highly of Yang Kai, she wouldn't even bother to talk to him. He was afraid that she wouldn't even bother to say a word to him. Her encouraging and warning Kai Yang like this was already giving him a lot of face. Nine Phoenix nodded gently, obviously very satisfied with his attitude. Then she narrowed her phoenix eyes and emitted a dangerous aura. Her sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate Yang Kai's body and stare at Mo Shao-Chi, who was hiding behind him. She said coldly, Are you still not coming out? Mo Shao-Chi pouted when she heard this. She walked out from behind Yang Kai unwillingly. Her eyes drifted as she looked left and right, as if looking for an escape route. Nine Phoenix was both angry and amused. Do you think Uncle Li and Auntie Feng can't find you just by hiding like this? Do you think you're blind, or do you think we're blind? Mo Shao-Chi said angrily, You're so strong. Isn't it the same no matter where I hide? You still dare to talk back? Nine Phoenix raised her eyebrows and shouted, If you don't teach me a lesson in 3 days, I think you're itching for a beating, little girl. Mo Shao-Chi pursed her lips and looked at Li Wui pitifully. She said with a tearful voice, Uncle Li, Auntie Feng wants to hit me. You have to uphold justice for me. She dares. Li Wui was furious. His aura suddenly surged. His previous submissive expression was swept away and became as dazzling as the sun. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. He was slightly aware of the huge gap between him and these veteran top masters of the Emperor realm. Nine Phoenix snorted and glanced sideways at Li Wui. Li Wui snorted, Shao-Chi, don't be afraid. If she really dares to hit you, you'll what? Nine Phoenix looked at him coldly. Li Wui immediately grinned. I'll catch Shao-Chi and let you beat her to your heart's content. Asterisk creak creak. Asterisk Mo Shao-Chi, who was standing next to Yang Kai, ground her teeth so hard that they almost broke. At this moment, Li Wuyi's expression suddenly turned solemn as he looked at Mo Shao-Chi with a solemn expression. Then his face changed drastically as he whispered, Shao-Chi, did you break the seal? What? Nine Phoenix was also shocked. She flashed to Mo Shao-Chi's side, grabbed her and observed her carefully. After observing for a while, Nine Phoenix found that Mo Shao-Chi had indeed broken the divine soul seal. Her beautiful face turned pale as she asked, How did you break the seal? Did you encounter some kind of life-threatening danger? Which bastard dared to do this to you? Her aura, which belonged to the peak of the Emperor realm, suddenly spread out. Her tender body exuded an extremely violent aura, as if she would kill at any moment. Yang Kai was careless and was directly knocked back several meters. He felt the blood and qi in his chest roil, and he almost couldn't breathe. "Zhang Ruo," she exclaimed, and retreated even further than Yang Kai. "Who was it? Tell Auntie Feng. Auntie Feng will go and destroy his entire family now." Nine Phoenix's murderous intent was so condensed that it was almost tangible. Li Wu Yi also walked down from the sky. His face was so gloomy that a layer of frost could be scraped off it. Although he didn't say a word, his murderous intent was even more obvious than Nine Phoenix's. Mo Xiao Qi's Divine Soul Seal was her last trump card. It was absolutely impossible to break it unless she encountered some life-threatening danger. Now that there were signs of it being broken, in other words, she must have been in life-threatening danger in the Shattered Star Sea. These two masters had watched Mo Xiao Qi grow up, so how could they tolerate anyone trying to harm her? So when they noticed that Mo Xiao Qi had broken the Divine Soul Seal, both of them were filled with murderous intent. Mo Xiao Qi naturally didn't dare to tell the truth when she saw their terrifying expressions. She could only stick out her tongue and say, "No one wants to harm me. I accidentally broke it." "Impossible." Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. "Master personally sealed the heavenly illusion butterfly's soul with the burning moon rainbow flower seal. There is only one condition to break it, and that is that your life is in danger." Li Wu Yi also said, "Xiao Qi, be a good girl and tell Uncle Li and Auntie Feng what happened." "It's really nothing. I accidentally broke it." Mo Xiao Qi waved her hand repeatedly. Nine Phoenix coldly snorted. She knew that Mo Xiao Qi must have a reason for being so insistent. She couldn't find out the truth from Mo Xiao Qi, so she could only turn to Yang Kai and say coldly, "Boy, since you appeared here with Xiao Qi, it means that you were traveling together in the Shattered Star Sea. Tell this queen what happened." Yang Kai sighed and said, "Seniors, please understand. The reason why little sister Xiao Qi broke the seal was because of me." "Because of you?" Li Wuyi frowned and asked suspiciously, "Did you try to kill Xiao Qi?" But this is impossible. Although Xiao Qi is simple and naive, she is not a fool. If Yang Kai really tried to kill her, why would she still be with him? She would have run as far away as possible. Nine Phoenix said with a cold face, "Speak clearly." Yang Kai nodded, sorted out his thoughts a little, and explained why Mo Xiao Qi had mistakenly thought that his life was in danger. So she suddenly became emotional and unsealed her divine soul. After listening, Nine Phoenix and Li Wu Yi couldn't help but look at each other. They never knew that Mo Xiao Qi could unseal her divine soul because someone else's life was in danger. But now that they thought about it carefully, the master only said that Xiao Qi would unlock the seal once she felt that her life was in danger, but he didn't say that it was Xiao Qi's own life. It seemed that Xiao Qi attached great importance to this little brat in front of her, almost raising him to the same level in her heart. So when he was in danger, the seal was unsealed. As their eyes met, Nine Phoenix and Li Wu Yi both understood each other's thoughts, and a strange feeling welled up in their hearts. They turned their heads and glared fiercely at Yang Kai at the same time. Yang Kai's hair stood on end, but he didn't dare to say anything. Then how was the divine soul resealed? This seal was not left by the master, but seems to be an extremely clever method. Could it be you were the one who sealed it? Nine Phoenix asked in disbelief. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and said, "Junior doesn't have such ability. It was someone else who sealed the divine soul." "Oh." Li Wu Yi suddenly became interested. "There is someone among the younger generation who can seal the divine soul? Let's hear it. Who is this little brat with such ability?" "That person is not a junior. That person is—" The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and after hesitating for a while, his lips wriggled and he softly spat out 3 words. Li Wu Yi and Nine Phoenix were both taken aback, their expressions shocked as they looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai said faintly, "There is no need to doubt. This person is the master you are thinking of." "Impossible!" 9 Phoenix screamed. "The Shattered Star Sea cannot be entered from the Emperor realm. No matter how strong that master is, it is impossible for him to break this restriction." Li Wu-yi also said with a solemn expression, "Yes, and that master is elusive. Why would he go to a place like the Shattered Star Sea? Although source strength is good, that master might not even care about it." Yang Kai said, "If others ask, this junior will not tell them in detail. After all, this matter is of great importance. But since the 2 seniors are from Spirit Beast Island, this junior will not hide it. I hope that after the 2 seniors return to Spirit Beast Island, you can tell what happened in the Shattered Star Sea to the master of Martial Beast Island, so that he can think of a way." "Think of a way? What way?" 9 Phoenix looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, a puzzled look on her face. "Boy, what are you trying to say?" Li Wu-yi also looked at him strangely. Chapter 25:12. Next, Mo Xiao-chi and Zhang Ruo, she only saw Yang Kai's lips moving constantly as he sent a message to Li Wu-yi and Jiu Feng with a solemn expression. After these 2 top masters of the Emperor realm heard Yang Kai's words, they reacted violently. Shock, astonishment, horror, solemnity, reverence, regret, all kinds of expressions flashed across their faces. From time to time, Li Wu-yi and Jiu Feng would interrupt and ask a question, and Yang Kai would answer them one by one. "What are they talking about?" Mo Xiao-chi asked Zhang Ruo quietly. Zhang Ruo, she shook her head, indicating that she didn't know either. Mo Xiao-chi said, "Actually, I'm very curious. Do you know what happened in the Shattered Star Sea after I fell unconscious?" Zhang Ruo, she still shook her head and whispered, "I fainted almost at the same time as you. When I woke up, I was already here." The 2 little girls looked at each other and suddenly felt a subtle feeling of sympathy for each other. After a while, Li Wu-yi said solemnly, "I can't believe such a thing happened." Jiu Feng also had a solemn expression and said, "This matter really needs to be told to the master. That master situation is not optimistic. I'm afraid he won't have a good time in the future." Yang Kai sighed. Senior Duan left not long ago, but he didn't say where he was going. It would be best if the martial beast master could find him. Senior Duan is willing to sacrifice his life for the world, and this junior respects him greatly. I can't bear to see him suffer in the future. Jiu Feng said solemnly, "Don't worry, my master will definitely not sit back and do nothing. After returning to Spirit Island, I will report this matter in detail." Yang Kai was overjoyed. He said, "Thank you, senior." With the help of the martial beast, they should be able to find Duan Hongchen. Perhaps he would have a way to solve Duan Hongchen's current awkward situation. I really didn't expect such a bizarre thing to happen in the Shattered Star Sea. No wonder the elite cultivator in the 4th territory was suddenly expelled from the Shattered Star Sea without any warning. Before coming here, the master had said that something must have happened in the Shattered Star Sea. I didn't think it would be such a big change. Li Wu sighed. Fortunately, they are all safe and sound. If they all died because of the change in the Shattered Star Sea. As Jiu Feng spoke, she shuddered and did not dare to continue. She changed the topic and looked at Yang Kai with sparkling eyes. "Kid, when we came here just now, there was something that made this queen very concerned." She pointed at the place where the phoenix egg was and said in a deep voice, "Why did this queen sense it? There's the aura of the true phoenix fire." Li Wu exclaimed in shock, "Phoenix true fire?" After he finished speaking, he immediately looked over there. When he saw the complicated patterns on the phoenix egg, he could not help but gasp and exclaim, "The inheritance of the phoenixes!" Yang Kai looked at Li Wu in surprise. He asked, "Senior actually knows it?" His knowledge, was attacked by a strange secret technique because he was spying on this pattern. Only then could he confirm that this was the inheritance of the phoenixes. He did not expect Li Wui to recognize it at a glance. Li Wui stared at it in a daze for a while before saying, "Spirit Beast Island has records about the phoenixes and—" At this point, he glanced at Jiufeng faintly and did not continue. Jiufeng asked, "Is this the real true phoenix fire?" Yang Kai nodded, "Yes. I heard that there is a remnant of the true phoenix fire in the Shattered Star Sea, which was owned by the great emperors Yenwu. Since you just came out of the Shattered Star Sea, could it be?" Jiufeng was very thoughtful and quickly deduced some information. Yang Kai did not hide it. He admitted Senior is right. The true phoenix fire does come from the Shattered Star Sea. It is also a remnant left by the great emperors Yenwu. Although she had guessed it, Jiufeng could not help but gasp when Yang Kai admitted it. She looked at the phoenix egg with some envy and jealousy. This queen also went to the Shattered Star Sea in the past, trying to find the true phoenix fire, but in the end she found nothing. "I didn't expect to see it today." After a pause, she frowned and said, "Since it has become a phoenix egg, it means that someone has refined the true phoenix fire? This person can make the true phoenix fire recognize his existence. Who is he?" Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Shaoqi answered, "It's elder sister Lu Yan." "Oh." Jiu Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she whispered, "That artifact spirit!" Judging from her expression and tone, she seemed to have heard Mo Shaoqi mention Lu Yan before and knew that Lu Yan was an artifact spirit. She couldn't help but exclaim, "A trivial artifact spirit can be recognized by the true phoenix fire. It seems that this is really destiny. Once she is reborn, she can inherit the Phoenix clan's inheritance and really have a chance to become a member of the Phoenix clan." Oh. Yang Kai's heart moved as he said, "Senior Jiufeng seems to know the Phoenix clan very well." "No." Jiufeng glanced at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "Did I say something wrong?" Mo Shaoqi smiled and said, "Big brother Yang, Anifeng has an extremely pure Phoenix clan bloodline. In this world, except for the real Phoenix clan members, no one knows the Phoenix clan better than her." "What?" Yang Kai was shocked. Senior Jiufeng has the Phoenix clan bloodline. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing, but after thinking about it carefully, Jiufeng's name had the word Phoenix in it, and her scorching power was very consistent with the fire Phoenix, and she came from a place like Spirit Beast Island. Yang Kai was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Senior, since you have the Phoenix clan bloodline, may I ask when my friend will be able to break out of her egg and be reborn?" Jiufeng frowned and said, "It's hard to say, but I want to know. If this queen didn't come here, what would you do?" "What would I do?" Yang Kai was stunned and immediately said, "Wait." "Wait?" Jiufeng looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. "Wait here for 1.5 years?" "A year and a half? Why is it taking so long?" Kai Yang was shocked. "Is it long? It may be 1.5 years, or it may be 10 years, Jiufeng sneered. "Do you think it's easy to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Although your friend seems to have been recognized by the Phoenix True Fire at this moment and has turned into a Phoenix egg. But this is just the beginning. If you want to really refine it and completely possess the Phoenix True Fire, there is still a great test. If your friend can't hold on, she will only be burned to death. Even if she can hold on, she won't succeed in a short time. Even if she succeeds, how will she control the Phoenix True Fire? How will she learn the Phoenix clan's inherited secret skills?" Yang Kai listened with a solemn expression. He realized that he had thought too simply of the matter. He fully thought that it would not be long before Lu Yan reappeared in front of him. But after hearing Jiufeng's words, he realized that he had underestimated the danger. Since Jiufeng had the Phoenix clan bloodline, she must know the Phoenix clan very well. She must be right. Yang Kai broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Senior, please give me some pointers." Jiufeng said, "Even with my guidance, you can't do anything. You don't understand the Phoenix clan's inheritance. If you don't understand the mystery of the Phoenix True Fire, you can't even protect her. Yang Kai said, Senior, please explain it clearly. I should understand. Jiu Feng glanced at him and snorted coldly. If I give you so many ingredients, can you cook a table full of delicious food? Yang Kai wiped the sweat on his head and said guiltily, It's not a problem to roast them. Mo Xiao-Qi walked up. She shook Jiu Feng's arm. She said, Auntie Feng, Sister Lu Yan is a very good person. If you can help her, please help her. Jiu Feng glared fiercely at her and said, Don't give me that. I haven't settled the score with you yet. All you think about is going out to play all day long. But you don't care about your cultivation at all. If your Uncle Li, and I didn't come to look for you this time, would you have run away again? Mo Xiao-Qi pursed her lips and said, At worst, you can help Sister Lu Yan this time. I'll go back to the island with you to cultivate and won't come out until I reach the Emperor realm, okay? Oh. Jiu Feng's beautiful eyes lit up as she stared at Mo Xiao-Qi and said, You said it yourself. Mo Xiao-Qi closed her eyes and said with a look of desperation, Yes, it's mine. That's a good deal. Li Wu-Yi smiled slightly. Jiu Feng also smiled and said, Since you said so, Auntie Feng naturally can't stand by and do nothing. Mo Xiao-Qi snorted, You won't act until you see the incentive. Auntie Feng, you're so bad. Jiu Feng chuckled and looked at her with interest. It's not too late to back out now. At worst, your Uncle Li and I will take you back by force. It's the same. Mo Xiao-Qi was exasperated and stomped her feet. I hate you. Jiu Feng's smile faded as she looked at Yang Kai and said, If you don't mind, I will take the Phoenix Egg back to Spirit Beast Island and cast the Phoenix Clan's secret technique to protect her. Take it back to Spirit Beast Island? Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help but glance at the place where the Phoenix Egg was. Jiu Feng said, You can also go to Spirit Beast Island. Although Spirit Beast Island doesn't have many guests, since you are Xiao-Qi's friend, you can stay on the island for a while. I believe Master won't refuse. Mo Xiao-Qi's eyes lit up and she immediately shouted, Yes, Big Brother Yang, come with me to Spirit Beast Island. Our Spirit Beast Island is very beautiful. She had an expectant look on her face and her beautiful eyes were shining. Yang Kai couldn't bear to look at her. So he looked at Jiu Feng and said, According to Senior's estimation, how long will it take for Lu Yan to refine the Phoenix True Fire? Jiu Feng said at least a year. Legend has it that the great emperors of Yen Wu took 5 months to refine the Phoenix True Fire. A year is the most conservative estimate, and this is under the premise that everything goes smoothly. A year. Yang Kai sighed and said, Then Senior can take her away. As for Spirit Beast Island, Junior will go there when he has the chance. Right now, there are still some things to deal with. Hearing this, Mo Xiao-Qi looked disappointed. Jiu Feng nodded and said, Don't worry. Since this queen has promised you to protect her, I naturally won't hide anything. This queen also wants to see what magical changes will happen when an artifact spirit refines the Phoenix True Fire. At the end of her words, she looked expectant and excited, her beautiful eyes exuding an extremely dangerous light. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand and directly pulled the Phoenix Egg in the distance over, wrapping it in her Emperor Qi. As if sensing something, the strange patterns on the Phoenix Egg began to squirm as if they were alive. Vaguely, a very faint cry came from the Phoenix Egg. Chapter 25:13. Purple Mountain City was an inconspicuous city among the tens of thousands of cities in the Eastern Territory. It was located near the Purple Mountain Desert. Due to the harsh environment and barren land, this city was not very prosperous. Its existence was just a transit point for many cultivator entering the Purple Mountain Desert. Many cultivator like to enter the Purple Mountain Desert for experience, so Purple Mountain City was naturally the best place for them to recuperate. The overall strength of the cultivator in the city was not too high, but it was not low either. It was stronger than Maplewood City in the past. Most of them were Saint Kings. Although there was no the Emperor realm, there were still many Tao, Source realm, cultivators. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi came all the way from the Purple Mountain Desert. They were travel-worn, so they casually found an inn to stay in. The phoenix egg that Lu Yan had turned into had been taken away by Jiu Feng and Li Wu Yi. Yang Kai was not worried about Lu Yan's safety. Jiu Feng and Li Wu Yi were both famous masters in the Star Boundary, and they were also Martial Beast subordinates. Coupled with his relationship with Mo Shaoqi, Yang Kai believed that Jiu Feng would definitely take good care of Lu Yan and would not harm her. Yang Kai was only worried that Lu Yan's refining of the Phoenix True Fire would not go smoothly. However, he was now in a hurry to find Xiao Zhao's whereabouts, so he had no time to accompany Lu Yan. Otherwise, he would definitely go to Spirit Beast Island together and stay there for a year. This was the first time Zhang Ruoshi had gone out to experience the world with Yang Kai. In the past, no matter where Yang Kai went, she had always been properly placed in the small sealed world and cultivated in seclusion. But now, Zhang Ruoshi had a strong cultivation in the third order Tao Source realm, so she had enough strength to protect herself. Cultivation was not like building a cart behind closed doors. Yang Kai, who had been through thorns all the way, had a deep understanding of this, so he weighed the pros and cons. So he brought Zhang Ruoshi with him. This way, the little girl of the Zhang family could see more of the local customs of the Star Boundary, which would definitely be beneficial for her future growth. Zhang Ruoshi was naturally overjoyed. She was in high spirits along the way, her little face blushing, like a bird released from its cage. Look, everything is new. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had passed on all his cultivation experiences to Zhang Ruoshi. Although this little girl was usually quite silly, her talent in cultivation left Yang Kai speechless. Zhang Ruoshi was often able to draw inferences about many key cultivation questions, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's profound foundation, he wouldn't have been able to answer her questions. He racked his brains to confirm his own cultivation path. At least he didn't embarrass himself in front of her. While teaching Zhang Ruoshi, Yang Kai didn't forget about his own cultivation. Now that he had just broken through to the Emperor realm, he was barely worthy of the title of master. Although the Emperor Qi in his body had been completely transformed due to various accidents, it had only been a short time since he had broken through. His understanding of the use of his own power and the Emperor realm. There was still a gap between them and the veteran forces of the Emperor realm. The more he cultivated, the more he felt that the martial Tao was limitless. Yang Kai looked up to a high mountain and felt his blood boil, especially when he recalled the battle between the two great emperors. The monstrous power that was set off with every move they made, Yang Kai couldn't stop. He was looking forward to the day when he could reach such a level, or even surpass it. After arriving at Purple Mountain City, Yang Kai found an inn at random and asked for 2 rooms to stay in. Then he casually placed some restrictions in his room. There weren't many masters in Purple Mountain City. He was the only one in the Emperor realm, so he wasn't worried about being troubled by anyone. However, it was always unpleasant to be disturbed during cultivation, so restrictions were inevitable. After placing the restrictions, Yang Kai reached out and took out something from his space ring. It was a blue stone about the size of a longan and had an extremely irregular shape. At first glance, there was nothing special about it. Apart from its strange color, its appearance was ordinary, and it didn't have strong energy fluctuations. It seemed to be an extremely cheap refining material. However, this blue stone was made by Li Wu Yi. Previously, Li Wu Yi stretched out his hand and sent a stream of light towards Yang Kai. The thing that Yang Kai grabbed was this blue stone. Along the way from the desert of Purple Mountain, Yang Kai didn't have time to carefully examine the mystery contained in this stone. Only now did he have the opportunity to calm down and figure it out. Placing the stone on his palm, Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it with a solemn look on his face. Soon, his expression became startled as his divine sense rushed out and wrapped around the stone like invisible threads. Yang Kai's expression became one of extreme shock, amazement, excitement, and admiration. Under the investigation of his divine sense, although the surface of this blue stone was intact, its interior was fragmented. The reason for all of this was that the inside of this stone was filled with countless tiny hair-like void cracks. These void cracks were almost impossible to detect with the naked eye, and if it weren't for Yang Kai's divine sense, he would have missed them. The void cracks in this stone were definitely not made by Li Wu-yi in advance. Most likely, when Yang Kai asked him to teach him the divine technique, Li Wu-yi casually made them. Even so, it was enough to shock Yang Kai. He was also proficient in the Tao of space, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to create so many tiny spatial cracks within a rock without damaging it. This required extremely precise control over the Tao of space, as well as an extremely deep understanding of the Tao of space. Yang Kai had a lot of space secret techniques, including Moon Blade, Exile, and Nihility. He could even use the principles of space to instantly freeze a certain area of space. This use of space force and the divine technique were all comprehended by him without any guidance from a good teacher. He thought that his attainments in the Tao of space were extremely deep. But at this moment, after observing this blue stone, Yang Kai realized that he was a frog at the bottom of a well, a frog at the bottom of a well. At the very least, he couldn't do what Li Wu-yi did. He couldn't control the Tao of space so delicately, and he couldn't create so many void cracks inside the stone without damaging its surface and keep it intact. Admirable, truly admirable. Yang Kai's heart was burning with passion. Although he had long heard that Li Wu-yi of the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island was the most proficient master in the Tao of space in the entire star boundary, Yang Kai had always thought that he wasn't too far behind. But today he had finally opened his eyes. If the Tao of space could be said to be a painting, then Li Wu-yi was the most outstanding painter. With just a splash of ink, a wonderful painting appeared in front of Yang Kai. It was natural and unconstrained, giving people a sense of awe. As for Yang Kai, although he could also paint, he was much worse than Li Wu-yi. He still had a long way to go. Every tiny void crack in this stone contained Li Wu-yi's understanding and application of the Tao of space, and from the outside to the inside, it was gradually becoming more and more profound. The void cracks on the outside were relatively rough and seemed to be extremely unstable, as if they could collapse at any time, but the deeper inside, the more exquisite and stable the void cracks became. Yang Kai examined the void cracks layer by layer and discovered that Li Wu-yi seemed to have perfectly presented his growth in the Tao of space in front of him, without the slightest concealment. These void cracks were simply the crystallization of Li Wu-yi's life's work. He had unreservedly transformed it into a brand of void cracks in the stone and handed it over to Yang Kai. This kind of thing was many times more valuable than learning the space divine technique from Li Wu-yi. This was equivalent to Li Wu-yi imparting his entire legacy to Yang Kai. But how much Yang Kai could comprehend would depend on his own talent and hard work. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed, and he used his divine sense to investigate the centermost position of the stone. The next moment, his breathing stagnated and his heart beat wildly. He discovered that at the centermost position of this stone, there was a very small black hole. It was just like the black hole he had formed using the banishing secret technique had shrunk countless times. Although this black hole was so small that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, it still gave off the impression that it could swallow all things. When Yang Kai used his divine sense to probe it, it was completely swallowed up. This was simply divine skill, uncanny craftsmanship. If the previous void cracks had already shocked Yang Kai enough, then the appearance of this last black hole made him feel deeply shocked and increasingly aware of the gap between himself and Li Wu. In terms of the Tao of space, Li Wu-yi was indeed far ahead of him and was not someone he could compare with at the moment. Yang Kai was filled with awe. It was simply beyond his imagination that such a small stone could contain so many mysteries. After recovering from his shock, Yang Kai devoted all his attention to this stone as if he had gone mad. He wanted to peel off the mysteries contained in this stone layer by layer and absorb all of Li Wu Yi's attainments in the Tao of Space. In an instant, Yang Kai forgot everything and was completely immersed in the mysteries of this stone, unable to extricate himself. He examined the spatial rifts one by one, feeling their stability and hidden mysteries, experiencing the process of their formation. It was as if he was going to break Li Wu Yi apart and study him as he pleased. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, 10 days, as Yang Kai studied the stone, Li Wu Yi's growth in the Tao of Space seemed to be vividly displayed in front of Yang Kai, allowing him to experience the process of Li Wu Yi's gradual growth in the Tao of Space, as if he was a fish in water. In the beginning, Yang Kai was still comprehending Li Wu Yi's attainments in the Tao of Space and learning his exquisite techniques. But as time passed, Yang Kai was no longer satisfied with learning other people's things. He would first comprehend Li Wu Yi's attainments and understanding of the void cracks, then overturn them and try to transform them into his own capital. Yang Kai forgot to eat and sleep, completely forgetting himself. Although his strength did not increase, and his eyes became deeply sunken and bloodshot, making him look like a madman, his eyes were extremely bright, and his spirit was extremely excited. During this period of time, his growth in the Tao of Space was greater than what he had gained in the past 10 or even 20 years. He clearly felt that he had taken a big step forward on the road of the Tao of Space. Chapter 25:14. A sense of unwillingness to admit defeat lingered in Yang Kai's mind, making him study the blue stone day and night, completely forgetting everything else. At first, Zhang Ruoshi, who lived next door, would come to visit every now and then, wanting to ask when Yang Kai would leave Purple Mountain City. But as time passed, she found that Yang Kai had not appeared. She guessed that Yang Kai should be in secluded cultivation, so she did not dare to disturb him. She stayed in the inn with nothing to do, so when she was bored, she would leave the inn and wander around the city. Now that she was in the third-order Tao Source realm, her cultivation was not low. Although there was some cultivator in Purple Mountain City whose strength was on par with hers, she was not afraid at all. During this stroll, she immediately found a novel thing. After plucking up the courage to try it once, she immediately fell in love with it. During the days when Yang Kai was in seclusion to study the stone, she would go to a certain place every day and stay there for a long time before returning to the inn. Time flew by and a month passed. At a certain moment, Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his head with a calm expression, and withdrew his divine sense from the stone. Both of his eyes were bloodshot, as if he had exhausted all his energy and overdrawn his mind. But Kai Yang's eyes were still as bright as the stars. After a month of non-stop study, Yang Kai finally understood all the mysteries contained in the stone. He witnessed Li Wu Yi's growth with his own eyes and gained a lot from it. In terms of his attainments in the Tao of Space, he took a big step forward. It was not until now that he realized that the various space secret techniques he had comprehended before were not perfect. There was still a lot of room for improvement. This made Yang Kai very happy. If he could improve it, it meant that the power of his space secret techniques could still be increased, which was exactly what he needed now. After advancing to the Emperor realm, the enemies he would face in the future would definitely be stronger. The Tao of Space had always been one of his trump cards, and it played a vital role in many situations. There was a loud crash. The blue stone in his hand suddenly shattered. It turned into powder and slid down Yang Kai's fingers like a pool of quicksand. This stone was filled with countless void cracks and a black hole. Yang Kai had been constantly releasing his divine sense to investigate it during his research, so it was already his limit to last until now. Fortunately, Yang Kai had absorbed all the essence left in the stone by Li Wu Yi, so even if it broke at this moment, he did not have much regret. Suddenly, Yang Kai slapped his forehead and whispered, "Oh no." It was only at this moment he remembered that he seemed to be too immersed in the Tao of space. That was the reason why he came here in the first place. Yang and now and then yang to earth and day. He quickly released his divine sense, wanting to ask Yang Ruoshi to leave Purple Mountain City with him. But he did not expect that in the next room there was still a cup of tea on the table. Steam was still rising from it. Yang Kai's figure flickered, broke through the void, and came directly to the next room. He reached out to test the temperature of the tea and muttered to himself. She should have left less than half a cup of tea. Where did this little girl go? He had been in seclusion for a month, so it was normal for Zhang Ruoshi to go out for a walk. But since he was sure that she was not in danger, Yang Kai was not very worried. He released his divine sense and enveloped the entire Purple Mountain City in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found Zhang Ruoshi's figure on a high platform in the city, and it was an extremely vigorous figure. Yang Kai could not help but have a strange expression. After thinking for a while, he casually threw some source crystals on the table as payment for the inn. Then he used his space secret technique and left the room directly. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure appeared next to a ring called the Rising Dragon Arena in Purple Mountain City. He appeared without a trace, and no one noticed. Except for a few nearby cultivator who looked at him strangely, no one else noticed him. Even the few cultivator who looked at him only showed a puzzled expression and immediately looked away. The construction of this ring was extremely sturdy. It was surrounded by a barrier-like curtain, allowing the cultivator who competed in the ring to fight to their heart's content. Such arenas existed in many cities. When martial artists cultivated, they were willing to repay their debts of gratitude and enmity. They were determined to forge ahead. Naturally, many conflicts would occur. If a conflict occurred in the wild, it would naturally be a fierce fight. The winner was king, and the loser was in the wrong. But in a place like a city, one could not take people's lives at will, unless it was an extremely chaotic city. Every city had its own set of rules. As the saying goes, without rules, there would be no order. Although Purple Mountain City was located on the edge of the desert, it was not an exception. A cultivator who had a conflict in the city could go to the ring to sign a life and death agreement and compete to the death. Even if there was no grudge, they could still go to the ring to compete. Gradually, the existence of the ring became a place for many cultivator to pass the time. In the ring, the cultivator could compete with others to their heart's content and improve their combat ability. The cultivator who did not compete in the ring could also watch the battle from the surrounding seats and learn from it. When Yang Kai arrived, the seats near the Rising Dragon Arena were full. Not only that, there were many cultivator who did not have a seat. They each summoned their secret treasures and stayed in the void, watching the ring. There were at least tens of thousands of people gathered here, and all of them were staring at the two cultivators competing on the ring with fiery gazes. From time to time, they would exclaim in admiration, and when there were dangerous moments, they would exclaim in surprise. It was impossible for an ordinary cultivator's battle to attract so many people to watch. Only the battles of highly prestigious and famous cultivators would attract the interest of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, one of the two people fighting in the ring was Zhang Ruoshi. However, Zhang Ruoshi was different from the gentle and weak image she usually displayed in front of Yang Kai. Now, she was dressed in a tight suit that outlined her well-developed curves. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, making her look extremely capable and experienced. Her aura was also extremely fierce, like a ferocious beast that had been released from a cage. Her entire body was suffused with a baleful aura that caused people to tremble in fear. Her opponent was a middle-aged man who also had the cultivation of the third order Tao Source realm. He cultivated some kind of secret technique, but his whole body was covered in a blood-red light. His aura was also extraordinary. At this moment, the two people were fighting fiercely in the ring. When their source chi collided, it made a rumbling sound, and the barrier on the ring flashed wildly. This girl from the Zhang family actually came to the ring. If Yang Kai had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Where did she get the courage? She usually blushed when talking to strangers. So how could she have the courage to come to this place and be the center of attention? Moreover, her aura was completely different from usual, which made Yang Kai very concerned. Yang Kai knew that Zhang Ruoxi's bloodline power was very strange. All her changes were related to her bloodline. However, her opponent seemed to be an extremely powerful figure. He must be very famous in Purple Mountain City. Otherwise, how could he attract so many people to watch the battle? Sure enough, just as Yang Kai was secretly speculating, some people's voices came from all directions. Today's battle will be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. I wonder who will emerge victorious in the end. What's the suspense? Of course, it's Bloody Hand Gushan. Although Gushan doesn't belong to any sect, he has been wandering around Purple Mountain City since 50 years ago. He has a very high reputation and strength here, especially in the arena battle. He has never met a worthy opponent. All the enemies who have fought with him have been defeated. He is the golden signboard of Purple Mountain City. He can cultivate to the third order Tao source realm without a sect. This Gushan is really amazing. If he joins a big sect, won't it be just around the corner for him to become an emperor? You don't know about this. I heard that Gushan found an ancient cave abode in the desolate Purple Mountain and obtained an extremely profound inheritance. That's why he doesn't need to join any sect. A few years ago, a cultivator from the Third Order Tao Source Realm from Ahan Temple passed by here. I don't know what conflict he had with Gushan, but the two fought in the ring. Guess what happened? What happened? What else? Of course, Gushan won. The cultivator from Ahan Temple was knocked out of the ring in less than 10 moves. Hiss! Gushan is so strong that even a disciple from Ahan Temple was no match for him. Ahan Temple was one of the top sects in the Eastern Territory, second only to Serene Soul Palace in terms of status. So the cultivators who came from it were definitely quite strong, not to mention an elite disciple with a third order Tao source realm cultivation. Of course, he was able to defeat an elite disciple from Ahan Temple a few years ago, and his strength seems to have improved again after a few years. It's not difficult for him to defeat a little girl. Otherwise, why do you think so many people came to watch today? Everyone is here because of Gushan's fame. Little girl. Another person snorted coldly. This friend is really interesting. Do you dare to call her little girl in front of that Rakshasa girl? If you do, I'll call you ancestor. Cough, cough. The cultivator who thought highly of Gushan coughed violently and almost coughed out tears. Rakshasa girl. The man looked at the speaker and asked in confusion, "Is this woman also a very famous person?" The third person glanced at him and said, "Friend, you've only been in Purple Mountain City for a few days, right?" The man chuckled and said, "I've only been here for 3 days. I heard that there are many opportunities in the Purple Mountain Desert, so I came to try my luck. I just happened to be in time for this grand event, so I came to watch the fun." 3 days, no wonder you don't know. The third person nodded slightly and said, "The woman in the ring isn't simple either, but everyone calls her Rakshasa girl. I don't know her real name. Is she very strong? More than strong?" The third person snorted. "She's invincible. 20 days ago, she suddenly appeared in this ring. With only 3 moves, she beat a cultivator of the same level to the point that he spat out 3 liters of blood and fainted. Her moves are extremely clean. Isn't that crushing?" "That's right, it's crushing." Chapter 25:15. It was a battle between 2 cultivators of the same level, but the winner was decided within 3 moves. It was indeed a one-sided battle. Every day after that, this girl would come to the Rising Dragon arena to fight. None of her opponents could last more than a cup of tea's worth of time. Her aura was sharp and fierce, so everyone called her Rakshasa's daughter. I didn't know this girl was so powerful. That person's eyes lit up as he exclaimed and looked at the arena with great interest. Rakshasi is indeed powerful, but Gushan isn't weak either. I still think Gushan will win. The person who spoke earlier was unconvinced. The third person sneered. Gushan is indeed powerful. He has a solid foundation and abundant origin power, but he's definitely no match for Rakshasi. What makes you say that? That's right. My friend, you are being too presumptuous. Look at the situation in the arena. It's clear that Luo Shan is being suppressed by Gushan. Gushan is no less ferocious than that girl. The third person glanced at the arena leisurely and said calmly, I have my reasons for saying that. What do you think, friend? Let's hear it. Gushan's strength has reached his limit. Unless he can break through the Emperor realm, he won't be able to improve his strength for the rest of his life. However, Lady Shura was different. She rarely fought with others before, and she had never used her powerful strength. She was growing with every battle on the Rising Dragon Arena. Compared to 20 days ago, she was more than just a little bit more powerful. I wonder if you guys have noticed the fight between her and Gushan. In the beginning, she was at a disadvantage, but now she's looking for a chance to fight back. If I'm not mistaken, she's growing rapidly in this battle. I'm afraid it won't be long before she surpasses Gushan and knocks him out of the Rising Dragon Arena. After hearing what this person said, the other two people nodded. The other two thought about it carefully and found that this was indeed the case. They couldn't help but admire him and said in unison, Friend, you're right. It seems that Gushan may not be her opponent. But where did this girl come from? She looks like she's in her early 20s. Did she cultivate some secret technique to retain her youthful appearance? This girl has a fierce aura, but he still has a childish air about him. He's obviously still young. Friend, you seem to know Rakshasi very well. Have you studied her? The corner of that person's mouth twitched as he said slowly, Yes, because her first opponent was me. Huh. The other two people looked at him in surprise. They didn't expect him to be the cultivator who vomited blood and fainted after being beaten by Rakshasi in 3 moves. It was awkward for a moment. On the spectator stands, many people were talking about this Rakshasa girl and wanted to know which sect she came from. However, her moves were so strange and unpredictable that no one could guess what she was from. What's more, there was no trace of her using an artifact at all, so naturally it was impossible to infer her identity from it. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent as he stared at the ring, his mood somewhat strange. And all the cultivators in Purple Mountain City were afraid of her. His impression of Zhang Ruo, she wasn't like this. She was a completely different person from the little girl in the arena. He suddenly had a feeling that he had raised a dormant, fierce beast for the past few years. It was usually very obedient in the cage, but once it was released, it would set off a bloody storm. The battle in the arena was in full swing. The cultivator who was beaten by Zhang Ruoshi in 3 moves in her first match may not have a high cultivation base, but his eyesight was extremely good. Perhaps he had endured humiliation for the past 20 days and had been studying Zhang Ruoshi, so he could clearly see Zhang Ruoshi's terrifying growth. Gushan and Zhang Ruoshi went from having the upper hand in the beginning to being evenly matched to being at a disadvantage. The change in attack and defense was extremely obvious. Neither of them used their artifacts. Zhang Ruoshi didn't have her own artifact, only a close-fitting pink Cloud's Phoenix robe. However, she didn't activate the defensive power of this Emperor artifact at the moment. Gushan was a famous figure in Purple Mountain City. If a little girl didn't use her artifact, he would be embarrassed to take it out even if he wanted to. Various secret techniques collided in the arena. The energy was so intense that layers of ripples were constantly sputtering out from the light curtain. Compared with Gushan's steady attacks, Zhang Ruoshi's style was agile and elegant. She seemed to have an extremely keen fighting instinct. Yang Kai had never seen or even heard of all kinds of secret techniques that she used. He didn't know when and where she learned them. The blood-red light on Gushan's body was constantly shaking and gradually dimming. Even his aura was fluctuating. A strong opponent. Gu Shan's heart trembled. Although he had long heard that the little girl who made the cultivator in Purple Mountain City suffer in 20 days was quite strong, Gu Shan didn't know that he had underestimated her until he actually fought her. In particular, his opponent's growth in battle had simply shocked him to the core. She had gone from being at a complete disadvantage to being in control of the battle in such a short time. He was afraid that she would really win in a while. Seeing that the blood-red light on his body was about to be completely extinguished, Gu Shan gritted his teeth and took a step back. With a flip of his palm, a tiger-headed war hammer suddenly appeared in his hand. He shouted in a low voice, "Little girl, use your artifact. If you don't use your artifact now, you won't have a chance." He had a determined look on his face. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death. Although he had no enmity with Zhang Ruoxi, he had always been fighting in the vicinity of Purple Mountain City. He had always been very famous and was known as the strongest person below the Emperor realm. If he was defeated by a little girl today, how could he continue to stay here in the future? He could only use his most powerful trump card, his only trump card. However, he still kindly asked Zhang Ruoxi to use her artifact as well, so that he wouldn't take advantage of her in battle. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoxi just shook her head slowly and said indifferently, "I don't have an artifact." What? Gu Shan's eyes widened, and then he was furious. "You should have a bottom line when you look down on others." He thought that Zhang Ruoxi was looking down on him. After all, which cultivator didn't have their own artifact? What's more, Zhang Ruoxi was a cultivator in the Third Order Dao Source realm. With such strength, how could she not have an artifact? However, he didn't know that Zhang Ruoxi was telling the truth. The strength of this little girl from the Zhang family had improved too quickly. Although Yang Kai wanted to help her find an artifact, the grade of the artifact was too low to keep up with her cultivation speed. If the grade was too high, she wouldn't be able to refine it. What's more, Zhang Ruoxi had always been cultivating in the small sealed world, so she didn't need to use an artifact. As a result, she only wore the Pink Cloud's Phoenix robe from head to toe. But in Gu Shan's view, this was an insult. She obviously wanted to fight with him barehanded. Furious, Gu Shan shouted angrily, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me for not being polite." Zhang Ruoxi pursed her red lips and didn't say a word. She didn't want to defend herself. She just looked solemn, as if she was ready to go all out at any time. With a roar, Gu Shan's entire body suddenly swelled up, turning into a round fatty. Then he activated all of his source energy and crazily poured it into the tiger-head warhammer. The roar of the tiger shook the whole audience, as if the king of the jungle had rushed out of the jungle, with a determination to defend his territory to the death. "Activate your artifact!" Gu Shan shouted again while urging the power of his artifact. Zhang Ruoxi shook her head slowly. "You asked for it." Gu Shan was furious. Gu Shan flew into a rage. His fat body suddenly shrank as he poured all his power into the tiger-headed warhammer. In an instant, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Above the arena, a bright light burst out as a lifelike giant tiger suddenly rushed out, pouncing straight at Zhang Ruoxi with a world-destroying momentum. Zhang Ruoxi seemed to have noticed the ferocity of this move. Her face turned serious, and she pointed all 10 of her fingers, turning them into finger swords. The finger swords let out incessant sizzling sounds as they met the monstrous momentum head-on. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk in the arena. The sound of explosions continued, and dazzling light burst out, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening in the arena. They only knew that this battle had reached the point of life and death. The huge energy impact completely distorted the light curtain of the arena. Everyone in the stands exclaimed, horrified by Gu Shan's world-destroying attack. At the same time, they were secretly looking forward to seeing how Luo Shan would deal with this move, or if she would be turned into ashes by it. Pairs of eyes widened as they looked at the arena. After a long time, the terrifying energy gradually dissipated and the light receded. The scene in the arena was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Why is Gushan alone? Where is Luo Shanv? Where did she go? Is she hiding somewhere, preparing to launch a sneak attack on Gushan? The arena is so small, how could she hide? Look, there are pieces of clothes on the ground. They're the clothes that Luo Shanv wore before. Hiss! Luo Shanv is dead? She was smashed into pieces? Gushan won. In the stands, the noise was like a wave, rising and falling one after another. Bursts of exclamations, excitement, regret, pity, and curses could be heard. Luo Shanv, a master who rose like a comet in Purple Mountain City, was smashed into pieces by Gushan after only 20 days of glory. It was indeed a pity. Many cultivator who secretly supported and liked Luo Shanv cursed Gushan, thinking that he had an unfair advantage and used such a cruel artifact against a young girl. Gushan stood in the arena. His body was extremely weak. After using that move, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. He stood in place with a strange expression, staring blankly at the pieces of clothes on the ground, without the slightest joy of victory.